Hello and welcome to the controversial podcast where we discuss RuneScape news and updates. I am your host Ahmed, and this is my illustrious co-host, Dragon Sounds.
Hello.
Dragon Sounds?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
You're muted.
I'm not.
I'm pranking you. I just wanted to get you. Alright, it's been over
All right,
7
you got
months. I had to get you once, alright? I'm always the one who's muted at the start of these, so I just thought I'd get you. Alright, it's been over 7 months since the last episode where we did PAG, so I'm really excited for this. I'm just going to go straight ahead and introduce our guests. So our first guest, we have the man who did 4,000% Telos with no armor or food. He also soloed AOD and Yakumaru. We have Evil Lucario.
Oh no!
That's your name, isn't it?
How's it doing, Omid?
Doing great, dude.
I'm never gonna live that down, aren't I?
Nope.
Evil Lucario.
Alright, so going straight into our second guest, Couchy himself has declared him not only as his favorite PvMer, streamer, but also his favorite weeb. We have Dmo.
What's up? Dmo, Daniel, whatever you want to call me, work.
Did you know that my name backwards is Dmo?
That's true.
Oh wow! I
got
just
a little bit of a special spelling for it.
Special
But,
bond.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, that works.
Excellent.
How you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic. Just had a
So-
very good brunch. And ready to day off.
It's actually a bit early for me, but we're making it happen.
Mm.
I appreciate you guys taking the time to come on.
No worries, dude.
Alright, well, I guess we'll just go straight into it since this is probably going to be a long podcast and I just want to, grind it out and have some fun talking to you guys about these things. Alright, we're going to go straight into the first topic, which is War's Retreat as one of the 2020 PvM updates. So this is obviously a huge quality of life update that gave a lot of existing players and new players accessibility to PvM and PvM resources through the War's Retreat shop and at the hub itself. So what was your first impression of this update and what do you think of it, and do you think there could be more to it?
So first, just procedurally, I think going anti-clockwise is probably the easiest. So if Omid presents a topic, we can just go around the circle. But also, just to engage everybody in the chat and let everybody know, the topic for the entire podcast is 2020 PvM. So we're going to be going over a lot of things. And, if something doesn't come up where you think it should, it's probably because we're going to talk about it later within the podcast. So with that, War's Retreat was the first PvM update in 2020. Evil Lucario, what do you think about War's Retreat?
So I think it's a really good first step into getting people into combat as a whole, because it simplifies and streamlines a lot of the preparation part of it by standardizing 100% adrenaline as like the start for every single boss, because before that you pretty much have to like infer on your own that maybe you want to have 100% adrenaline when you get in there, right? But with the adrenaline crystals right there as like a unlock for you to go towards, it will point out people without needing third-party resources that, hey, maybe you can build up to 100% adrenaline like this and stuff like that. And other like preparation like that is, I think, overall good, and I think that the less barriers there are for people to get into combat, the better. And also the fact that the shop with that where you buy stuff with the new currency, the Marks of War, I think
War's Wares. Yep.
Yeah, Wars Awares. That's really, really good as well. And further like speeds along the process of getting into PvM without eliminating the skill-based part. It only gets rid of some of the unneeded, in my opinion, grindy parts.
What is that
Like,
grindy part? What are you referring to?
maybe not like terribly grindy, but I'm thinking more of like the loyalty point wait for Berserker auras. Like they removed that
Right.
completely and instead just put that behind like killing bosses instead for your 25k marks of war per Berserker aura, stuff like that. And also, it heavily reduced like needing to wait for auras by making marks of war like contribute towards aura reset and stuff like that, which I think is really, really good. And if you play your cards right, you can basically upkeep auras almost indefinitely.
Yep, so that's a good point, and I think we'll go over that quite a bit, is that moving things off loyalty points and into related content, so these auras in particular, which they picked out basically the most useful auras and said, you know, it's too big of a barrier to expect people to wait 10 months or so to get their first PvM aura from starting a new account. That was always something that I thought was a big turnoff, and players in general, I saw this come up a lot, was I want to get my friend into the game so we can PvM together, but then he's got to wait like a year to to PvM effectively.
Or be very lucky to get Premiere.
Right. Or, well, yeah, so at one point, Premier didn't even have the 150k loyalty point bonus, and we're going way back now, but I think that was a huge component of War's Retreat that did make it good, so I'm glad you brought that up. Now, there were two things there that I thought were kind of juxtaposing, right? So you said it was great to remove some of the barriers to entry for PvM, but also some of those are unlocks. So like the adrenaline crystals and then the resets from the adrenaline crystals require a certain level of bossing experience. So whilst it isn't a barrier to entry, it's a reward for that early bossing experience. And that to me is super important. I would prefer those things be unlocks than just be handed to players. And in the near future, we're getting more of those from what's been colloquialized as Pymus. So for Pymus, there's going to be even more of those rewards. Personally, I would like to see them have a cost or have a requirement of a lot of boss kills, right? Or some amount of marks of war to unlock them, rather than just be handed to the entire player base as a small component of power creep, right? So I really like that they're unlocks even more than the standardization that they bring to bossing rotations. So thank you very much for that, Evil Lucario. Dmo?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that War's Retreat provides is like accessibility just in general, because not only was it with everything that Lucario talked about, prior to War's Retreat, there was this kind of notion that you had to max to PvM effectively. Like you had to unlock that boss portal to get everywhere in time to be doing things with people, and not even that, just like solo content. Like if you're doing a Raksha without a portal, you're running a minute and a half every kill, and that just eats into everything. It's not very fun. It's not engaging, really. And having those boss portals so accessible, and even for players who weren't maxed, having multiple boss portals accessible is just such a quality of life update. And it like gives players that accessibility that they need to start PvMing without having to worry about putting in potentially years of time into maxing if they can't play very much. And add that on to unlocking auras more efficiently, unlocking resets more efficiently, all of these other quality of life updates, and then you get just an overall much more accessible PvM package. And I think that that's going to really, really change how newer players get into the game.
So let me ask you something. So War's Retreat was originally a game jam idea, and it was so popular during game jam that they readied it more quickly. They pushed up the release schedule in order to get this out only a couple months after it had been shown to the public. So because of that popular response, we got it sooner than expected. Now, do you think the positive response to War's Retreat was more from it being really, really powerful? Or was it more because of this is what people want / it's good game design? Like you said something about getting back to a boss more quickly. Yeah.
I don't know if powerful is the right word. I mean, in some instances, yeah, you do get a just straight up buff from it, but it's no different from getting that buff that you got from, like, just from the portals. I'm only talking about the portals right now. You only get that buff, or like it's not a new buff because you already had it from the max guild. But I guess the adrenaline crystal is just a straight up new buff technically, because before War's Retreat you could just put down a dummy and build yourself. But one, the adrenaline crystals are free once you have the upgrade. They're faster, and there are certain things you can do with them at like a higher level. Like you can stall abilities that drain adren and get adren from the crystal while they're stalled without losing it. So things like that kind of give you an advantage that you didn't have before, but I don't really think that that's what people cared about when they were looking at the update. I think it was just that it's such a positive update for the game that everybody was really gung-ho for it.
Yeah, so I've seen people with the hot take, though, that War's Retreat was a mistake because it, is so key to adding accessibility for more casual or lower level players, as well as allowing more experienced or higher level players to take along those lower level players. So, as you said, it used to be a requirement that the player be maxed to have these bossing portals. So, I'm not necessarily endorsing this opinion, but I've seen that hot take a million times that War's Retreat was a mistake just because it makes bossing so much easier. But I would agree with you that it's good for the game, and that opinion is largely just based on it was difficult for me, it should be difficult for everybody in the future mentality, which I do not personally ascribe to. So I'm glad you brought that up, and you also think that is good for the game.
I think in some instances that mentality makes a little bit of sense. But like
what's an example?
For something that I'd have to think really hard, but like
I feel
say like something like look at old school, like look at the Inferno perhaps.
Okay.
Like something that was like a really, really big challenge and good for the game as a challenge. I don't think that they should just turn around and start handing out Infernal capes.
Okay. So more of a hypothetical. So
but yeah,
in RS3,
but like in RS3,
yeah,
right, something like that. I don't think that they should down the road just turn around and make it a handout.
I guess.
So like I understand that like I worked really hard for this, and I don't think that it should be free. But like something,
I think a part of it.
Something that's overall so positive for the game, you can't really have that. I worked hard, so everybody has to work hard.
It's
arbitrarily,
It just gives you access to something faster. It doesn't actually make bossing easier. Like you getting 100% faster at an adrenaline crystal isn't gonna make you, kill Telos better. So that's how I see it.
I disagree. I would disagree. Wait. I would argue it does.
Oh, you say because what you're suggesting because you save time.
No, not just because just because it saves time. So you get 100% adrenaline. It resets your APOC cooldown. In the future, it's going to reset.
Wait. I'm just saying it saves time. It doesn't make you
right, but you have no. It requires cognitive load. You have to recognize that your APOD is on cooldown. So all these things, these buffs or debuffs, you have to recognize and adapt. What the crystal does, and will do more so in the future, is homogenizes one kill to the next. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it does make bossing easier because it makes each kill more similar than it is different.
You don't have to think about the preparation between kills as much, I guess.
Yeah,
it's such a minor thing though.
I agree that it's minor, but I can understand that. Like where you're
some of the preparation is buffed though, because even for casual kills, like you can go in for Dragon Battle Axe. Or more recently, the Staff of Light inside the Essence of Finality, you can use that and then go back to 100% Adren and then go do that. That's something that War's Retreat undeniably introduced.
How long is Staff of Light spec?
1 minute, 1 full minute.
Really? Okay. So
Yeah,
it's
1
actually
minute of 50% melee reduction, right?
Yep, 50% melee reduction,
How does
which
that
means
stack with
that
overhead?
yes,
How does it
it
stack?
stacks like everything. Is like it makes like basically I tried it at 4,000% Telos. I got hit for less than 2k once, I think.
It would have to be multiplicative, Omid, because if you
Yeah.
have a 60, because if you have a
I'm just wondering
60%
what.
reduction,
Yeah.
well, if you have a 60% reduction, you can't add a 50% reduction.
Yeah, obviously. I was just wondering like if it works before and after certain things and
I
how.
got you.
Right.
So I definitely agree with Dmo about like alleviating having to max to gain access to boss balls. I think that was one of the major things, because there was so many people that were just like, oh, I don't want a PvM because I don't have access to the polls, so I'm maxing, and maxing isn't something I enjoy doing, but I need to do it to get access to this convenient, way of getting to bosses. And I personally, just generally speaking, not even like talking about PvM here, but I think it's fine for players having to like travel to certain locations initially, but like after a week, I think there should generally be like a convenient way of teleporting and getting to that location, because it just like, sure, that initial experience of like running through an environment might be enjoyable, like it'll wow people, but like after the 100th time running through, you're just gonna be like, wow, I wish there was a teleport to this location. But yeah,
Does that change your opinion of elite dungeons in general? Because
elite
I think,
dungeons.
yeah, because you have to run through the whole thing every time.
Well, I mean,
well-
I meant when I was
I
talking
think
about
he
that, I
meant
was
more
like,
like the lower.
I was
kind of
talking
side
about
of
like
it.
having to run from Port Phasmatis to
Right,
Raksha. Like
right.
the first few times is fine, but after a while it gets really tedious and really boring.
I gotcha. I was just asking if that impacted your opinion of elite dungeons, because
No,
it
because you're
basically is
doing
running a lot of
stuff
the time.
while
Okay,
running through, so
I
it's
gotcha.
it's a bit
gotcha.
different. The other thing I would say that I would like to see, I like that there's a lot of like accessibility and a lot of like ways of just getting the unlocks easily, but I wish there was like stuff that would like challenge people and push people to like I wish there was like a tier system in War's Retreat where it was like bronze, silver, and gold, and it like unlocked little additional things in War's Retreat. Like for example, like the Adren Crystal, instead of giving you like 25% Adren each interval, it would give you like 100% straight away, right? Little small things that would aspire people to go out and do certain challenges and feats, like raid feats, right? Imagine if they gave an actual reward at War's Retreat, right? Would that be a bad
Right.
thing, good thing? What do you guys think of that? Like instead, because like everything at War's Retreat you unlock through just time. There's no real like, I mean, I don't want to like demean anything, but like there's no skill requirement behind unlocking anything in War's Retreat, right?
More or less.
I mean, you
would
just
agree.
need to you need to be able to kill bosses. I mean, how
Right.
efficiently you unlock them and how quickly you unlock them may depend on skill, but at the end of the day, everyone can take their own time and go at their own pace and unlock everything, right?
Right.
So what do you guys think of that?
I think it's twofold in that one, you progress more through doing stuff, and two, you progress in your skill level by managing to take on these things. Basically, say there's a challenge for, let's say, hard mode Grador, where you do not take any damage from the rocks at all.
Yeah.
Like you have to avoid all of them, and that anyone who has been to hard mode Grador has probably seen how large the radius of rocks are, basically. And that could be like a beginner achievement that could then tie back into War's Retreat and then you can unlock something else, right?
Yeah. That's what I would want. I would love to see like one of my favorite game designs is like unlocking something and then upgrading it. Imagine unlocking all of these like features around War's Retreat, but then upgrading it slightly, or even like I guess you could do it like cosmetically as well. But like I'd prefer like little small things to actually push people to do these challenges, and they don't have to be like ridiculous either. Just something fun for people to do, like achievement wise. But yeah, what do you think?
It could also be
Oh.
disguised as like a tutorial, like it could be disguised as like a
Yeah.
stepping stone between one thing or the other.
Exactly, it could teach you like mechanics and stuff. It will like force you to learn a mechanic or deal with a certain mechanic at a boss perfectly, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think the only issue I'd have maybe with that is that, like, how do you decide what you tie those things to?
That's the problem, right? Because
you said like a raids feat, which I'd be totally down for. But what if you have somebody who, like, not even just hasn't done raids, but doesn't feel like raids are accessible, and like maybe if you offer like different avenues for upgrading them rather than just, hey, you have to do this one specific thing and that's the only option.
That's what I was
being
thinking.
a super interesting, like,
So
like as you said, a super interesting way of upgrading.
Yeah, so a way you could do that, a way you could do that is have, say, 5 potential tasks, and you have to do 3 of them. Or for the next tier, you have 10 potential tasks, you have to do 8 of them, and then so on and
My response to that is, with that mentality, do you think that there can't be any significant rewards at these inaccessible PvM encounters?
No, I just think that there are a few, like the large group bosses in particular, people feel that there's like a big barrier, I guess. And so you can either focus on figuring out why there's that barrier or offer options to avoid it, I suppose. Which is obviously a whole different issue.
Yeah, I think an easy way to tie this into an existing structure within the game is to just make them achievements, and then have the achievements, as we proposed, be sort of a sliding difficulty scale. So, for example, Omid likes the tiers, so having like a beginner, all the way up to a master. It doesn't matter if it's 3 or 5 or 10 tiers. And then having it unlock specific things, I think, is a more rewarding way to do it than what it's currently is and what it is going to continue to be, which is kill X number of bosses, right? Which you can do. You can AFK Corp, or you can AFK God Wars Dungeon 1, or you can do whatever you want. So the trade-off is there's more flexibility in what you allow the player to do. You're not pigeonholing them into doing something they don't want to, but the different or rather the negative side of it, the con, is that they can kind of cheese it, right? So they can do their moles and QBDs and all the easy stuff first, but that's kind of what you want them to do, right? As a learning player. So I could see a change being more beneficial than just kill X bosses or spend X number of marks of war being beneficial.
I might actually kind of walk it back a little and agree more with Omid's initial like implication, because I think that if you're going to offer like different levels of upgrades, like as long as they're not upgrades that you absolutely have to have, I don't really see any issue with maybe making it a bit more like specified at the higher levels of upgrades. Say like you're talking about the granularity or whatever of the adrenaline crystal, like how quickly you can get adrenaline from it. If you made that a raid feat to go from like you get 50% per interval to 100% per interval, nobody has to do that. Like there's no requirement to do that. So like I see less issue if it's not a mandatory thing you have to do.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like, what's mandatory in people's like obviously boss portal again doesn't allow you to kill bosses better or faster. Or it technically does faster, but people saw that as mandatory. I agree that was severe to the point was basically mandatory in my book, but like what quality of life updates or what slight little upgrades would be mandatory in people's visions, like needed or not needed. I guess it just depends on how much time is saved, but like what is that line, was like is saving 5 seconds mandatory per kill,
and also you get a lot of unpredictable side effects from things in RuneScape, especially who knows
Right.
what who knows what getting 100 adrenaline a tick could mean for like what you're doing. And,
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So
It could lead to
Oh, yeah.
some more setup that could be even more degen than current speed kill setups. But
So on the flip side of that too, this removal of that weight also removes some unpredictability, as well as the upcoming upgrades towards retreat, which are resetting ability cooldowns. So some abilities have, a minute plus cooldowns. So and things like enhanced Excalibur have a 5-minute cooldown. So depending on what they actually go through with, because this is not a released update yet, some of those things again, they might not make kills faster, but they do make kills easier. So I think tying that to some sort of rewarding requirement, which might not be kill the giant mole 2,000 times, it would be better off if it were based on PvM feats of varying difficulty. I think it was mentioned using it to teach players or to lead players along a learning path. So something like res 10 bleeds in a row over multiple Hellwork guilds or something. It teaches players to pay attention to those mechanics and how the game wants you to deal with them. Whether or not high-level players are dealing with them the way they were originally designed is another story. But yeah, I think using that to encourage players to get better could kind of kill two birds with one stone.
Right. Just want to mention about like the ability cooldown thing. Currently, I think according to Pi, all of the ability effects will be reset when you touch it. So like if you have Berserk up, it will be reset when you touch it and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I think he's trying to cover almost every base there in terms of like what's like what could be potentially abused, and then like you go back into the portal or just use like a dummy next to it and stuff like that.
Is there anything that could be like abused? I haven't really thought about it too much.
I haven't really thought about too much concerning that. What's already available doesn't really need to be reset. But I can't really think of anything.
Dmo, you had something to say on it?
I mean, like, I think the only quote-unquote abuse that people might see is that, like, say for like the current meta for like ranged Telos, you either lobby or you kind of stand around for a while waiting for your DS.
Right.
So like it does, like, it'll make a difference, but that's not really abuse necessarily. That's just like
that's quality of life.
Power creep, kind of.
Yeah, it just like shaves off like waiting time, and I feel like that waiting around to do a kill is unneeded filler.
Yeah, I agree. I think like the whole waiting around, traveling to locations and stuff like this, like, are totally fine being shaved off. But obviously, like, when we talk about like kills becoming easier and faster, that's a different story, right? But obviously none of these, I don't think directly affect that. So in my book, it's fine.
Well, if enhanced Excalibur and Ancient Elven Ritual Shard get reset every kill for lower level players, example QBD,
Ancient Shard doesn't really matter just because of spiritual praise. But you're saying like you do Excalibur.
No, a mid-level player is not using spiritual prayers to keep up their death from above.
Players, actually no, Shard is 8 mil. Never mind, it's easy to get.
Right. But at the same time, does it really matter if a mid-level player is like utilizing it that way? Like you're saying use Excalibur and use the shard, use the altar, then go
it will make you you'll be using it every kill. So you'll use a lot less food, a lot less supplies in general. I'm not saying it will make bossing easier to the point where it matters for most players, but it can affect the entire PvM market as a whole if everybody's doing that every kill instead of every 5 minutes.
I'll tell you why it wouldn't. I think for people to want to do that, like, I think one of the most like attractive aspects of I forgot to turn off alerts. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, I think like the only like type of PvM activity that would be like really like rampant and popular would be like if it's AFK. And what you're suggesting is constantly teleporting to use this altar. And for that reason, I don't think it'd be like extremely popular among mid-level players.
I'm not suggesting teleporting any more than you already do. I'm
Wait,
just
so how
saying
would
for bosses that are already teleport every kill.
Okay, right.
So that's all I'm saying, is that in aggregate, with enough players using it, it does affect the game, and it does make sustain. I'm not talking adren sustain, I'm talking supply sustain.
I think it's
easier.
extremely insignificant to the point.
I'd have to agree with that.
I agree with that because it already exists. It already exists by lobbying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not everybody knows that, so
That
I
is
don't
true.
think a lot
So
of
it like
people-
brings it onto the forefront. That is true because like I don't think normal player is going to immediately notice. They might notice eventually, but immediately noticing might be a different story.
Yeah, for high level players, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. I'm just trying to think of the little man. All right.
Fair enough.
Okay.
That being said, like for that upcoming thing, it will definitely make an impact on certain like kills by reducing the wait time between each kills, which will inevitably put up it will increase kills per hour, but it's not going to do it by making the fight itself easier. It just shaves off unneeded time wasting.
Yeah. So if we have any nothing else to say on this, I think we've talked about
exhausted it.
I think we
unless
really covered everything. I think.
Unless anyone wants to say anything.
Actually, I think we talked about how at one point we talked about difficulty and like how it was hard for me. It's not really and like other people should just do the same. I think that to expand on someone else's point, I think we mentioned like Inferno, and that we want to like keep that like relatively the same. Because like I think one part of it is that we want to have other people like be able to experience the same like sort of joy from it and like be able to like derive a like the certain amount of like positive reception like intrinsically basically from combat as a whole, not just like, hey, I got a cool cape. It's like I did this and I feel proud of myself. I think that for me personally, I think I like to have stuff like that be more focused on that rather than I did this like I want to keep this as hard because I did it like this. It's more like I want other people to appreciate it as well. You know what I mean?
I think that bar does change though, right? So it used to be getting a fire cape. It hasn't been getting a fire cape really for a long time, despite what people might see on Reddit. The bar, or rather the stepping stones for PvM progress have changed to like being able to kill a Raksha, and being able to do solo elite dungeons, then being able to do Telos at XYZ and Rage. So I think the bar changes based on the time and how powerful the player is. So I don't know that you have to keep Jad this insurmountable challenge.
Exactly. But like, you know, that's just how the game goes. But to tie it back to Wars Retreat, I feel like that a lot of like the stuff it makes easier are things that it doesn't need to be hard in the first place.
Yeah.
So like I just wanted to like elaborate on that. Otherwise, I got nothing else.
Well, that's a good point, though, and that can't be understated, is the access to continuing aura resets. Like, that was a big complaint for years. Like, not wanting to go do anything in real life because your maniacal was going, like... the house is on fire, too bad, Manny's up.
I still think auras could definitely do improvement, but I'm not going to go too much into that.
Right.
All right, let's move on.
All right,
so let's move on.
Next topic is archaeology. So I'm just gonna run down most of the notable archaeology rewards in terms of PvM. I did not know the relics, so hopefully I'll remember those. So we got Relentless, Ruthless. So those are the two perks that came from archaeology upon like the expansion and upgrade of a lot of existing perks. So Relentless I always mix them up. Relentless is the one that saves you
Saves the dren.
Dren, right? Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
saves the
So I'm just gonna quickly go through all of them and give my brief opinion. I personally don't like this very much just because of how RNG it is and how impactful it can be. Ruthless I like just because it's static and there's no RNG, and it rewards, and it has like situational effects where you are killing like a lot of mobs, or certain mob spawns at a certain boss, for example. We got Hellhound, which is relatively useless, which with a 10% soak. How I'm kind of curious like what you guys think of it and how it can be improved and how it can be used. Blood Reaver, 25% of your healing is dealt as damage, again similar to Hellhound. It's pretty much useless, but how could it be useful? Calgarian Demon, 5% crit buff for 15 seconds. I personally think that this should be best in slot for any like 4+ man teams, but it isn't. I forgot what the number of people is required for it to be better than a Ripper Demon. If you guys,
I actually don't know that.
I mean, it would vary based on what style you're using, what weapons you're using, if you have a Grim, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of hard to say specifically when it's better.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I personally think this should be buffed to the point where it's actually worth using with like 3 or more people, because I like the idea of someone having like a buffing familiar. And obviously we have Ripper Demon, which I don't need to really like add much to it. It just goes burr and it wins. So
everything dies.
everything dies. Yeah, so if you guys wanna, Lucario, you wanna start on your opinion?
I really, really like the idea of Blood Reaver because it basically turns all of your healing into damage. And I had a quote unquote vision for it that like it could be a really good DPS/tank hybrid, where if you can get fat resonances and heal a lot with your food and all that, it can then damage the boss a ton basically. And I also like the fact that a special attack also heals you a bit at the cost of the Blood Reaver, although I would also want the Blood Reaver to be able to heal itself by attacking as well. Maybe even like when you do damage, you can heal back the Reaver as well and stuff like that. So it will basically work like an Eldritch Crossbow spec, but a little bit weaker in my ideal point of view. I would definitely like that as like a alternative to Ripper Demon that doesn't rely on scrolls, but it can do damage just from the strength of your healing. Which, by the way, it also works on your food, which you can just gobble down Blubbers and Gothic Arrest and you'll do damage, which is pretty funny. And also works on familiar immune bosses like Virago and Araxor, so that could be like a new potential best in slot. Yeah.
So how much better would it have to be, though, for it to compare with the DPS buff from a Ripper Demon? So Eldritch Crossbow spec is 4x your soul split healing?
Your soul split healing.
And this is 1/4 of your healing?
This is 1/4, so it's literally like 31 out of 30.
ECB is 16. Well, 16.
I don't know. Okay, yesterday I established I can't do math, so I'll let other people do math for me.
So ECB would be 16 times stronger than this familiar. So how much do you buff it before Ripper becomes redundant?
It's 16 times stronger, only considering Soul Split.
Yeah,
right.
Only
you also have to consider like your food and if you.
Does it work with like Vamp Scrim?
I actually have not tested
I thought it only works with like hit splat healing, right?
I've never actually used the Blood Reaver, I'll be honest. But
I tested it out. I tested it out myself, and since it works with like Soul Split and food, I would assume, but assuming it's bad, that it works with Vamp Scrim.
What if this familiar also so it would lifesteal the certain amount of its damage that it does from your healing, but what if it also reduced your resonance by a certain time? Like what if it reduced it by 75%, so you would have res maybe not 75%, but
I would probably change that to just healing period, maybe including your food.
Well, I think he's just saying that like if it had another effect,
On
like
your
It would
allowing
be
you to
usable.
heal,
Yeah.
allowing you to heal more often through
Yeah.
something like having a shortened resonance cooldown.
On the other hand, I feel like that it will be a bit more cohesive if you apply that to healing across the board.
When you say healing
I'm not-
across the board,
So
do
like you
include
want to you like resonance will heal less, right?
No, he's
But,
saying the
like,
cooldown. Omid's saying the cooldown would be
Sorry,
reduced
I
so that you
completely
could res
missed that.
more.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I was saying like it would affect the cooldown of your resonance to allow you to res more often, and so that would in turn make you more tanky and do more damage with this Reaver. I don't know. I think there's definitely ways where you could possibly make these familiars stronger through niche manners rather than just
Right.
Flat
and like
buff.
obviously you'd require them to like you need like a stronger boss to make them even considered, right? As
Well, it doesn't need to be best for everybody. That's the thing. It doesn't need to be best in
Yeah, it
slot
could
for
be like best
everybody
in
at
slot
every
for like a
encounter.
tank in
It could
a
be the best
casual,
for base.
in a
Yeah,
casual
exactly.
team.
Also, like it doesn't require scroll upkeep at all
That's a good point.
because
The
like
scroll
rippers
takes
are
health
like
from the familiar and heals you, right?
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Aside
I
from
think it's actually a really interesting effect already. It just needs scaling, and that's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel with most of the familiars.
Right. I think the concepts are good. They just
Yep.
need better numbers.
Exactly.
And the
Absolutely.
same applies to like the Hellhound, where it's
Yep.
10% damage reduction, but that's pitifully weak compared to like
What if a Hellhound like reflected a certain amount of damage that it soaked or you soaked? So for example, if you use Reflect or Cade, you're reducing whatever damage you're taking, and it would reflect it
like always. Like,
always. So any damage you soak, you reflect a certain percentage of it back. That percentage could be literally anything and used as like a balancing figure, right?
I feel like the Hellhound though is like in a very, very hard place right now though, because it seems targeted to a niche that doesn't really exist in RuneScape,
Exactly.
where tankiness isn't really needed. You just do damage overall.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's what I was
problem.
gonna say,
We
too.
would need a more endurance-based encounter for that to
Right.
be valuable.
So who is this who's this made for? Like if you wanted to outlast things, you'd bring a mammoth. And if you wanted to tank better, sometimes the DPS familiar is even better for that because of soul split flicking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think
So-
Mammoth can be a bit hard for people to use just because of like having to, you have to like spec and then drink pot. So either you basically have to have like essentially a third food keybind, if that makes sense, right? Because you
Kind of,
always want to
yeah.
spec then drink your pot rather than.
I mean, in theory, you could just take things out of the mammoth.
Yeah, or you can
But-
just take
Oh
take
yeah,
things
yeah.
out.
Or you could do that. Well, I thought you
While
mentioned
that
because
feels
of
like a
the-
sin, I guess you could.
Well, I more meant that like for like tanking or endurance, you could just take them out and then you're good to go. And just chug your healing
But
stuff.
then relative to Hellhound, which was why it was brought up, Hellhound wouldn't use Adren, right?
Yeah, Hellhound wouldn't use Adrenaline, it's just
Wouldn't it
passive.
So that's why I thought you were talking about the special move of Mammoth.
Right. I'm just speaking in general.
Yeah,
That
okay.
being
Yeah.
said, Hellhound does require like lower stats than Mammoth.
It's
Hellhound,
like 45 summoning, right?
yeah, around that.
Lowest
Oh yeah, I
level one,
definitely don't think that like Hellhound or Blood Reaver should be like insane, but it'd be
Like
cool
best in
for
five,
them
yeah.
to be like useful or like even considered, right? Right now they're like, no one even like bats an eye at them, but I think at some
Well, I
level.
guess-
Sorry, go on.
The one interesting thing with the Blood Reaver right now, which is almost certainly unintended, is that it ignores all hit caps and like invulnerability mechanics. So like you
Really?
can, I mean, I think like even at AOD, like during the pillar phase where you cannot damage next, I think the Blood Reaver familiar just hits her.
I need to test that out.
Does
I have
Very
it,
access.
strange.
does it
Yeah,
hit
and also, sorry, you go ahead and say what
I
you
was
were
just gonna ask, does it hit based on the actual like for example at Telos, if you res at 4K, does it hit the hit that you res, or does it hit the potential res, if that makes sense?
The res that you actually heal. So if you heal like a 1, it does nothing.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry,
So if
continue.
it's a 40k and you heal like 3k HP, it doesn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think it also ignores phasing mechanics. So if you hit like a boss's phase HP and then use the Blood Reaver, I think it just doesn't phase sometimes.
I don't know.
Really?
I haven't tested that out.
Well,
like I
Interesting.
was just like I did some very like basic testing with it.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like, do you guys remember the Yakimaru glitch on release, where if you reflected damage onto it and
Skip
phase it, it
phases.
wouldn't actually phase it,
Mhm.
and
Oh,
you could kill
that was so
Yakimaru just in the middle by just venging the phase HP. Yeah, that's
5.5 years ago.
yeah.
Ooh.
So
Yeah, it is before my time.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it, but there are some strange mechanics going on right now that make it somewhat interesting, but they don't feel intended at all.
yeah, but at the same time, it's not really worth it as well, I'd imagine. Most of these.
For sure. Right. Yeah.
So what do you think of the perks, Relentless and Ruthless?
I really like Ruthless as a whole. Like it's tied with Precise as the best DPS boost in the game, and but it can also boost like max hit, so it's real good. And in AOE situations, excellent. Like, and like a quick note here, like one really neat thing you can do is like at ED3 where you clear all the mobs right before crashing, and you just go in and you just hit things with your Scythe perk with Ruthless, because that will actually be stronger than your T92s. Just really nice.
So E4R3, right, which
Yeah.
came out obviously with Ancient Invention. I don't know the exact numbers, but that one perk on its own, because of the release of Ruthless, is hugely impactful just to like max hits and speed kills and maintaining. I know we're not talking Slayer, but in other encounters, it is valuable in terms of just sustaining your HP if you're healing either with Vamp Scrim or with Soul Split. So, not to get too far along, but we went through Ancient Summoning, right, which basically can be reduced to Ripper Demon. So we all know how good Ripper. Yeah, unfortunately, we all know how good Ripper Demon is. But Ancient Invention didn't only bring Relentless, which I absolutely disagree with Omid.
Oh, you like it?
That it is reactive gameplay, so it's valuable. It makes the player think when it procs on an ultimate. You have to go into a totally different rotation, and it increases the skill ceiling, in my opinion.
Right.
So I like Relentless, and it can proc. If it doesn't proc on the ultimate, it might proc in the middle of your Thresh road, like during whatever damage boosting ultimate. You might proc it on a Thresh, and then you might do something different. So I really like the reactive nature of it. It takes away some of the like spreadsheet mechanics of a rotation, and you actually have to react. So I like Relentless. Ruthless is very good. One thing I will say is, when Ancient Invention came out, not only did it allow for tier 4 ranks of a lot of perks, so your biting 4s, etc., but it also made them easier to get. And I think that was pretty huge because, and this is just one that I know the numbers of, right? It made something like Scav 4 go from 1 in 330 to 1 in 14 if you disregard like combos. So that also worked for all the precise combos. I had to do 7,400 gizmos for my first P4E2.
That's
So
very fortunate, man.
No, so after Ancient Inventions release, now going for P6R1s or P6AS1s or whatever you're doing for your combinations is super quick. Compared to what it was before. It made it a lot less frustrating.
It made like the entry level perks more accessible and cheaper, but also made the top end perks even more expensive, I believe. Oh yeah, easily,
Yeah,
right?
I would
Easily.
easily
Yeah.
like more expensive.
Yeah.
On the other hand, they're less RNG, so you gotta take the good with the
Yeah.
bad.
Wait, was
Yep.
it less RNG?
I feel
Yeah,
like
For,
they're
they're
for,
all
for the
more
high
common.
end perks,
They're-
it's more
for like
RNG.
I guess the really high
Unless
end
you're
perks. I'm
talking
more thinking of
F4 E2,
okay,
that's
you're
the
right.
only
You're right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Unless
I
you're
lost a
talking
lot.
those ones that nobody's going for really, it
But,
made
like,
them mostly more common.
I was more thinking of stuff like Impatient 3 combos because those were incredibly expensive, but now those are a lot easier to go for Impatient 4 combos. And stuff like Biting combos did not exist previously,
That's
but now
true,
they
yeah.
exist.
And they're
And-
also like 1 out of 3, right? So
Yeah.
or some of them are like close enough to 1 out of 1 where you're upset if you don't get it. So I don't know. I think that's one of the understated things about Ancient Invention is that it took away a lot of the RNG required to get the perks you want to feel like you're bossing optimally. And I thought that was really good, personally.
Right.
Not for scavenging, for the bossing first.
but like for the general like perks that any perk combos you get now with Ancient Invention are more niche stuff like X Slayer, like Undead Slayer, Demon Slayer, Genocidal, stuff like that. And all the like the stuff you get like Crackling 4, Relentless 5. That's a little bit RNG, but still pretty doable.
Like
That's
1 out of
probably
22, right?
around that, yeah, maybe 1 out of 19, 20 ish.
Something
But
like that.
that's like probably the only really bad entry level perk. Everything else is pretty easy. Like Enhanced Devoted 4 can be obtained easily from Crystal Tools, not Crystal Flasks, Crystal Tools. And I think Zeros or Zamrock for Impatient. I think they use Zeros.
Primarily Zamorak for the combos, at least. I don't know
Yeah,
about the
combos,
other
It's
definitely.
7-2. It's 7-2. Yeah. So it's 7 Zammy, 2 Sarah.
Okay, for Impatient, that makes sense. But
M4 Dev 4.
yeah, yeah. But if you
Yeah,
want just Impatient 4,
yeah.
you just want Enhanced Devoted 4, you can just go with, I guess, Zeros plus Zamrock components, I suppose. And then Biting 4 could be obtained, well, you can get Biting 3 with 9 Direct pretty easily. And it's
That's a good one. That points to a little bit of a better understanding from Jagex of barriers to entry. So you didn't have to buy a Noxbow or whatever the lowest was at the time to get a decent fighting.
Well, on the flip side, Binding 4 still requires that, and Binding 4 combos became more nightmarish than Binding 3. But if you just want Binding 4, which is still like a flat upgrade from what we used to have, then there is no nightmares to have there.
What did you think of Relentless then?
I'm of two minds of it. I think for the overall skill ceiling, I really, really like it because it lets me use certain things a lot more quickly and makes me react on my feet. Like, hey, I can use this special attack more easily. Like, oh, I got a dark bow. Time to use it again. Yoink.
See,
But then...
Sorry, go on.
But then you get speed kills where sometimes some like strategies can easily change you to Relentless, and it makes that annoying, but that's also like a more niche part that isn't really tied to how average players actually play like. So that part can be a bit more annoying.
What did you think, Dmo? Relentless?
So I like the idea of Relentless quite a lot. I'm just of the opinion that it should have never worked on Ultimates.
Right.
I think it shouldn't have worked. Maybe even on anything that costs. Well, I don't want to say anything that costs more than a specific adrenaline because then there's like an arbitrary cutoff. But I don't think that your Ultimates should work with Relentless, because then, as Lucario said, you kind of run into the situation where if you're trying to get a faster kill or you want to do things like the best that you can, you start to kind of rely on these things. And maybe not for the average player, but like say for you're doing like a speed kill and you're doing a solo speed kill and you come up with this crazy rotation that requires you to get a Relentless proc on a Zerg or something like that. And then like, yeah, that's the best thing that you can do, obviously. But I just don't like that kind of RNG. I like the kind of RNG that makes you think, but not the kind that makes you feel like you're relying on RNG.
Right. It
Right.
could be out of your hands, but I guess if you remove it from using ultimates, then it could be like a thing that you could like sometimes use smartly, because like if it procs on your threshold, then you can immediately use another threshold pretty okay, stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess the other issue you run into is that some special attacks use like absurd amounts of adrenaline as well. So it's kind of the same argument, but like I don't know exactly where you would justify like cutting that off.
Well,
Maybe
I mean,
50%.
I think if you were to
well, then it wouldn't work on Dark though.
I think if you were to cut it off ultimates, you'd have to just do special attacks as well and just make it so it works on thresholds.
Just thresholds, that could work. Yeah.
So here's
Then
the
you just
question
get
though:
a NASR perk, I guess.
should Jagex care really about how it feels to go for PRs / speed kills? If we're thinking that that is
need to.
Yeah, I'm thinking if that is such a niche part of the game where people are going for 2-tick kills or like an Astalarn in 3 seconds, and some of the other things I've seen like the pups and those people who just do speed kills. Should Jagex really care if they have to go through 20 times and get a relentless proc on an ult?
I don't think it's actually that significant.
Yeah.
I think Relentless has a much smaller effect than people actually think it does, even on ultimates. For like almost all situations, and in those speed kills, like people don't actually rely on them in almost any instance.
Right.
But like I just think that it's like the mentality of, I could get a Relentless on my ultimate, so like
I gotcha.
And then also getting a Relentless on your ultimate is very like overwhelming for lower level players, I think.
Right. It's mainly a meme, because like every time someone gets a Relentless, you just yell it out and like, oh, I got a Relentless. Yeah. What do I do?
Yeah, what do I do? Like
I think
people aren't really prepared for it.
I think the pro is that it's like exciting when it does happen for a lot of players, right? They're like, holy shit, like I've got so much adrenaline, what do I do with all of it?
Yeah.
Use
Meteor a lot of the time like a newer player will end up worse off when they get like that kind of relentless because they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do worse off like half the time when I get relentless. I'm just like, I'm gonna use everything, but it just like ruins my rotation, and I don't think about like where my cooldowns are. I'm just like,
Right.
Also, that's a thing. That's why I do like it, is because you have to have that, secondary plan in the back of your mind for when it does proc.
It's just for me, it's just so RNG to the point where it happens so infrequently to the point that I don't like it. That's why I don't like it. I'm personally not too fond of, as you guys probably know, RNG mechanics, but yeah, it's just this is so infrequent. So
yeah,
so
I think
would it be better if it were a flat reduction to abilities that cost adrenaline?
You mean like another vigor?
I mean like 5% off. So a rank 5 relentless being 5% reduction, or like a 5% rote reduction from all abilities. So thresholds cost 10% instead of 15%.
Well,
if you were to do something like that, it would need to be a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Well, it would need to be smaller for balancing reasons. But would that feel better if it were just a rote reduction instead of an RNG?
Yes, it will feel better. It will definitely feel a lot better. It's just that I think for that specifically, it has to be its own perk. Maybe it can take up 2 slots like Enhanced Devoted does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super fond of that idea in general, to be honest, just because it feels kind of like an arbitrary just like buff for, I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain exactly why I don't like it, but
it's just
it doesn't feel like the kind of thing that makes you think. It just kind of feels like, oh, everything's going to change again because now things are different trend.
Gotcha. But would you prefer it to the percentage chance of proccing?
I would go with no. I'd rather have adjustments to how Relentless works now rather than changing it completely.
Understood.
Well, I don't think Relentless needs to be changed. I'm just giving my opinions for like future like content. But yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, anything else on archaeology? Right. We have I forgot about the relics. So
We didn't talk about relics or the artifact weapons. So just to remind you, we didn't go over those.
Yeah.
I forgot about artifact weapons. Wow.
Yeah.
Sphere and
Inquis
Annihilation is a
and
thing.
Spear are both pretty nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, does anyone want to talk about Sphere and Annihilation or Inquisitor stuff? I don't want to.
They basically just like do more damage. Woo. But do we want to talk about like the method of obtaining them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or do we want to say do we want to say that for later because future topics?
I mean, you can broach the topic in the context of archaeology. So archaeology was a new skill release, and that new skill changed how PvM works. How do you feel that the release of these new weapons was handled, and would you have liked to see it any different way, basically?
The one thing I will say is that the weapons are tradable, and that's the only reason, in my opinion, I think it's okay, not ideal, but okay for them to be the way they are, or obtain the way they are. If they were untradable, it would be completely unacceptable, in my opinion. But because they're tradable and you can just buy them, and because I don't consider Iron Man when talking about these updates, but yeah, what do you guys think about what I just said, or about how it's obtained?
I feel like that there could have been like a secondary option to it.
But there's things from skilling that directly benefit PvM that are untradable.
Right.
Like herb law, right? Like, so is that okay, but this isn't?
That's
I'm
true.
playing devil's advocate mostly, by the way, so.
I would say it's okay. I think the only negative is that they miss out on a reward space for like a PvM thing.
Right.
I don't actually have a problem with it coming from skilling, but especially like you said, since it's tradable and you don't actually have to do the skilling yourself to get it.
Right.
But like both of those things could have come from a PvM encounter, and
That's true.
could have been like an interest, like made something more rewarding.
They also could have been a tradable artifact that you upgrade into an untradable weapon via a PvM encounter.
Ooh,
so, for example,
like
if you got a masterwork spear, but it was an inactive masterwork spear because you made it through skilling, and you had to go do something with it to make it this T92 weapon. And that was something you had to engage with in a PvM environment. Skillers could get the tradable component, but then you had to do something with it. That's how I would have preferred to see it. I have no problem with skillers getting weapons or armor and stuff, and then
that's perfectly okay.
But I would like to see the player have to engage with PvM in some fashion to get this really, really good thing. So like Hex Hunter comes from a Slayer monster, Pterosaur comes from you're engaging with a monster, even if it is skilling. I think for the Inquisitor or Masterwork Spear, if there were just one step in between training archaeology and getting it, like obviously Masterwork has smithing, but you know what I mean. Having to do something to utilize that gear, I would have liked to have seen that.
Yeah,
but otherwise it's fine.
I guess with the spear, you have to get the tier 92 one, you have to have those essences, right?
Yeah, Prasolic.
So, I mean, that comes from PvM, but obviously you don't have to do that. Those are also tradable. So I guess something along those lines of where you have to go do that part, like the PvM part yourself, could be interesting. I agree with that.
The biggest problem, personal opinion, is Inquisitor has largely marginalized Sauce because of where it works, which is a completely arbitrary decision. And I say completely, it's like an 80% arbitrary decision where they said, oh, here's the, all the best bosses in the game. Also, Inquisitor works there. Have fun. They could have picked, a couple where it doesn't, and Sauce would still have a place. But it's been so marginalized by the existence of Inquisitor that I think that was a little bit mishandled to the point where everybody's like, give Sauce a better spec. It's useless. But yeah. Other than that, I thought it was fine to come out with those artifact weapons. I might have even liked to have seen more, but because they're so rare, right? After the nerf, they became incredibly rare. More would have been okay. Personal opinion.
Yeah. Stick of sadness.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I think the issue with what you brought up with it working at specific places is that the classification of bosses for styles is pretty arbitrary
Yeah.
in a lot of cases. Say like look at like Solak, for example. Like what makes Solak a melee only monster where Inquisitor would work? Like
So-
obviously like it uses range attacks, its primary attack is melee, but like where did these classifications come from? Like what's the justification at some of these places? And
So how
then
would-
Something
that
like
branches off
Telos
into
P5
hey,
is
Inquisitor.
weak to
Yeah,
Inquisitor, not Hex Hunter.
yeah. So what do you? So if a boss uses two styles like Solak, what would you? How would you like? How would you do it? Would you make it?
I just
like,
I don't like the hard classification. Like
Rip
Okay.
it out.
I was thinking like
Because,
maybe make it like susceptible to both Inquisitor and Pterosaur more.
you could.
But like
How about
I
a
personally
reduced-
don't like
Hmm.
those
Actually,
types of weapons, but that's just me, just because I feel like they're not really niche and they're just a straight up like damage upgrade.
It would be different if they had lower accuracy, right?
Yeah. Well,
But-
some places it would be different, obviously.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then again,
So like,
I
say
don't
they're,
like...
yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, go on.
Like they still kept their tier 80 requirement, but they had like tier 50 accuracy or something like that. I suppose that's extreme.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah, obviously, I know.
I don't know if that would go against recently Jagex, and I say recently, it's really the past couple of years. Jagex has tried to move away from splashing
Yeah.
or
Right.
inaccuracy as a component of difficulty. So I don't know
Right.
if they want to necessarily go back to including that.
that would
Yeah.
be interesting.
Yeah, I just think that it just doesn't make sense to me that you're classifying something as like a melee target whenever because I mean like specifically with these weapons it like pigeonholes what they can do with them, because like a certain target can only be one style even though it doesn't make sense for it to be one style
Or no style, like select
or no
roots.
style. Right.
It's like they
Yeah.
do nothing.
I think
Yeah.
one of the issues is that they're traditionally, like RuneScape has traditionally been about weapon upgrades, right, and armor upgrades and stuff. So they like trying to focus on like expanding like different weapons and different uses for them. But personally, this is a bit off topic, but I personally think that the main focus, as they have been doing for a while now, the main focus should be like expanding on like abilities and stuff like that rather than weapons. I think weapons are it's hard to diversify. It's usually like I don't think it's good to diversify, not to get into it, but but yeah, it's just that's how it's always been. But I think they should. I don't know. I feel like there's always like a tension between JX and the community of like JX wanting to, you know, do what's best for the game versus doing what's familiar for the community kind of thing. You know?
Yeah, possibly.
So.
Well, I think what you said is accurate, and I agree for a number of reasons. But predominantly, again, my opinion, I think that permanent upgrades feel better. So, like, getting something like Ricochet feels better than a upgrade from a T90 to a T92. At least to me, because
it just
changes how you play.
Changes how you play, exactly, versus just a straight up like linear upgrade. So
on the other hand, a lot of T92s are really powerful to the point where they do overshadow permanent upgrades now, like Zero's God Sword and
because of the specs.
Yeah,
so it's because of their secondary effects more so than
than just the flat upgrade of weapons. Like, oh, cool, I can do like, I don't know, 100 more damage.
A couple percent more damage. Yeah, exactly.
Yay! I totally wanted that. Not this weird spec.
Yeah, I think we'll talk more about special attacks very shortly. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. So, anyone want to comment on Spirit Annihilation or?
It's really strong.
It's strong.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Like it's just a huge upgrade anywhere that it's used. There's not really much more to say about it. It feels
It's just
almost
as
arbitrary, but it does also kind of change how you
Some
go
rotations.
about doing rotations in a few places, which
Yeah,
I think
like
Yeah.
Blood
makes
Tendrils.
it interesting. Yeah.
Blood Tendrils was reintroduced into the rotation in general and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Don't you?
I do like how available it is, though. So, like, if you're coming back to the game, and we're talking about permanent upgrades, if you're coming back to the game for the first time in, say, a year and a half, and you have custom fit trim masterwork, but you have nothing else, if you do whatever to get this spear, say you do easy clues for 3 days, and then you buy the spear, you have a competent,
Yeah.
pretty high level setup. You can go do AFK Greg, you can go do Corp, you can go do things from almost nothing. And I do like the accessibility of Masterwork Spear. I do think it might be a little bit overtuned, but at least it's accessible.
Yeah.
So here's a question. I feel like, well, they've talked about this openly as well, that JX have been trying to move away from Switchscape and having to constantly switch stuff and adding more to the list. Do you think when they add these weapons, and later on we'll talk about Essence of Finality, do you think that their mentality is... Do you think they're aware that it does add to Switchscape? What do you guys think of adding more to Switchscape?
In my opinion, Spear didn't change anything because Lungeon already existed. Maybe it made it more worth it, but it didn't really change that.
Did it not?
It did. I think it kind of changed in the sense that, as you said, it's more worth it, so people feel like it's more. Well, actually, I'd even say that it did change things because lunging didn't affect your blood tendrils. It didn't affect your slaughter. So you're changing your rotations because you have this new switch that just makes things better. It's not like before when you would still dismember, but if you dismembered with lunging, it got a little bit better. Now you are just completely changing what you're doing. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I do think that Jagex doesn't really understand what they're doing by adding these weapons, because they say that they want to reduce Switchscape, because it's not very accessible for a new player. I think once you're comfortable, it's quite easy to do. But maybe not to the extreme, but an occasional switch of a weapon or something is not a big deal. But by adding these weapons, they're just encouraging. Their mentality is that they're giving players an option to do things differently, and say as we brought up earlier, you can just use the spear and camp the spear, and you've got these options of, you've got a tier 92 weapon, you've also got really strong bleeds. But for most high-end encounters, the mentality is going to be, now I get to add this to what I've already been using, not, hey, I'm going to use this over X, Y, and Z.
Right.
I don't know if it's an example of them trying to do something and not understanding. I think it might be an example of multiple JMods having multiple different opinions.
That's fair as well. Yeah.
So I think
that could be it.
I think of some of them, and this is kind of how I feel. I don't particularly mind Switchscape personally, because it is a way to encourage a high skill ceiling but a rather low skill floor if you have singular powerful weapons. The other thing, though, is that it's fairly unique. So if you're talking about trying to remove Switchscape or trying to lessen it to the point that it's less rewarding, right? Really, that's all you'd be doing. If you make it less rewarding, that's the only way to make it less essential, is you're making RuneScape like other MMOs. So again, maybe I'm just surmising and I could be incorrect, but I think probably some JMods feel like that is a key component to RuneScape combat and design as a whole. So I don't particularly mind, just putting it that way, that Switchscape is not really going anywhere.
And I don't want this to be a huge switch in tangent, because it could probably be a huge topic on its own. But RuneScape isn't the only game that has a ton of switches either, is the thing. There's a lot of other games. Some of the best games with combat out there utilize switches heavily out there, like Devil May Cry. The recent God of War game has switches and stuff like that. And
don't think
they
it's
all
as heavy,
utilize it
though,
to some.
as
It's not
RuneScape.
super heavy, but I mean, Devil May Cry is extremely heavy on the high end side. Is the thing, like because you have 4 different styles. Neo, the recent Souls-like, also uses a ton of switches, and with a stance system that is that combines that with high difficulty that's inspired from like Dark Souls and stuff like that. So, or I guess Ninja Gaiden, because that's the same devs. But basically, switching isn't new to RuneScape. Isn't really that unique to RuneScape. Maybe in the grand scheme of MMOs, I have no idea. Because
that's what I'm
It
just looking at.
is.
Is
Switching
MMOs,
isn't a thing
really.
in other MMOs.
But in a lot of single player games, like some of the best in the business, they have a lot of switches in the game.
I think is it fair to compare though? Like an MMO versus a single player game?
Not completely, because like you have to take into account balance and stuff like that. However, I also feel like that you can also look at what games do beyond your original genre and implement them into your own game.
It could be the other way around,
I
though,
don't-
right? Because switching has been around since the early days of old school. So
Right.
if we go back to old school, maybe Devil May Cry took this is a reach, right? But maybe Devil May Cry took some inspiration from old school.
maybe Hideo Tsuno was playing Devil May Cry on RuneScape on dial-up, just like, this is pretty cool. I'll take it. But I think that's like another can of worms.
I think Switchscape isn't bad, but like, to what extent do they expand it upon? You know, like what? Like, I'd rather have different forms of like, I guess you could say power creep, or like game-changing additions over Switchscape. Like, for example, like mutated barge as an ability, what it does, how it changes you playing the game versus spirit annihilation, right? Or like a more like flanking. Well, I guess flanking isn't a bad one because of positioning. Like, you guys know what I mean.
Yeah,
right.
Things that cause like interesting changes, not just
damage.
Hey, this ability is just good now. Like,
I guess you can differentiate between like good switches and bad switches in that case.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you guys want to talk about the relics from Archaeology?
This is gonna be good because
quickly touch on a few.
Because I actually really like the current list of relics right now, for the most part.
I think the relics are overall really good, I'd say. Several of them are really good for PvM, like Berserker's Fury, Fury of the Small. Death Ward is a really nice addition. Conservation of Energy is kind of not really used, but it's interesting. And then Heightened Senses is also used pretty frequently. I think all of those are really interesting for PvM.
Yeah.
I like how Death's Ward like synergizes with Berserker's Fury as well.
Yeah, that's a really good like interaction.
Yeah.
And they actually kind of planned ahead too with the monolith, and well, maybe not planned ahead, but adjusted the monolith
max
so that you could synergize those things.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of how they currently work. Like, it feels like it feels like switching back and forth between skilling relics and PvM relics
is punishing.
Isn't really like, it doesn't feel right necessarily. Like, you shouldn't have to be pigeonholed into, okay, I'm gonna PvM now, but if I want to go back to skilling, I feel like I have to spend money to switch everything back. And then if I skill for 30 minutes and something comes up, then I have to switch back again. I don't think that's very fun. And also, I think some of the relics are better as like quality of life updates rather than you have to use this relic, such as like even Persistent Rage or something like that would be.
You could argue that
a lot of people that would be nicer for.
You could argue that Persistent Rage should be like a baseline after like another PvM upgrade or something like that.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
You could just upgrade Adrenaline. You could just upgrade Adrenaline to be tool beltable and not manually activated. So I agree that would be good as quality of life. But on the topic of relics, I think what you said is how most people feel. Is that it's too punishing to switch between your loadout, so to speak, for skilling versus
Yeah.
your loadout for Slayer versus your loadout for high level PvM. I don't know if you're going to mitigate or remove the last part of that, it be between different PvM encounters. But I think something that would make people happy is if you just classed every relic as either skilling or PvM, and you had certain energy, like 650
Right.
energy for skilling and 650 energy for PvM. I
Right.
think
Yeah,
that
my,
would
my
be
initial my initial hope for the update, whenever we were hearing about archaeology, was that we'd have an allocated slot or slots, however it was going to work, because we didn't know exactly what was going to come out, but allocated slot for PVM, for skilling, and for utility. So more like those quality of life kind of things. And I mean, I think that's still something that they could do in a way. In some kind of fashion
Right.
that would make it a little bit more convenient.
Mm-hmm.
one thing that hasn't come out yet, but they've talked about is tradable relics. And I think that is something that has a lot of very exciting potential. It remains to be seen how it's implemented, but I think tradable relics, in that you get this relic from a boss, you sell it to somebody, they feed it to the monolith, they get this access to a boost forever. I really like that type of permanent upgrade. So I could see that being really good. It is kind of hamstrung by, okay, I got this new relic. Do I give up Berserker's Fury? Do I give up Fury of the Small? Do I give up Death Ward? Well, I don't know how fun that is, right? To get used to having one thing and then saying, do I want this other thing? So I would like to see the max energy go up even further in the future, but then you got to deal with, is it too OP? Would 750 energy be too OP? Would 1,000? Yeah, well, obviously 1,000 would be at this point, but with new relics, that might not be necessarily super overpowered. So
I think well, there has to be choice, right? The problem is that a lot of these are just straight up upgrades and not really niche. I haven't really thought of any ideas for relics before, so I can't really come up with any suggestions. But is it right for them to make like a relic like specifically for a certain boss? Like, what if there was a relic that was just really good at a certain boss and was purposely like manufactured for that boss? Like, would you
Like
guys,
an X layer?
like a what layer?
X layer, like Demon Slayer, etc.
No, not in terms of damage, but in terms of some sort of effect.
Like Telos fonts charge 2 ticks faster or something like that. Like,
That
or,
might be
yeah,
a little
or
bit.
like Telos fonts charge with 2 golems.
yeah,
as well.
something like that.
That seems. I don't know how I feel about that,
Okay,
because
those are
relics
like
always
examples,
seem
but yeah.
probably. It's just
Well, I
that
mean, yeah, right.
I feel like that relics are a lot more like universal. You just use it.
That's what I mean, right? Like if since they're universal, if a new one comes out or a better one comes out, it just simply replaces it with no real decision making or no real like variety, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't really mind. I don't really care too much for this idea, but just throwing it out there.
I think something that could be interesting is maybe like a relic that like only works in like the God Wars 2 area or something like that, or maybe it's a little bit more broad than like one specific mechanic at one specific thing, but I guess it gives you like diversity in different areas of content, which I think is good.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because if JX were to split up skilling and PvM, obviously a lot less people will be using chronodes, and obviously they want people to use chronodes, so you'd have to justify it in a certain way. But yeah, if I think we're pretty much done with archaeology, if that's fine.
I want to bring up like the fact that we did have a little bit more choice nowadays, because Berserker Sphere isn't always the best thing to use. Now it's like Heightened Senses, which I think is pretty cool. Like Heightened Senses is selectively better than Berserker Sphere for specifically melee and range Telos, because it lets you have more leeway for P1 to 3, while P4 and P5 are effectively time gated by just the amount of damage you're able to do. I just think that stuff like that is pretty cool, and that kind of choice is like what I like to see more from Archaeology.
I would just like to see more tuning from Jagex in general. Like a lot of other games make small changes very frequently. It seems like when Jagex adds something to RuneScape, they may adjust it one time and then that's it. They never touch it again. So, for example, we talked about conservation of energy. Nobody uses conservation of energy. Would they use it if it saved an extra 15%? I don't know. But Jagex can see details on how much people are, and not that player engagement should be the end all be all of good content. But Jagex can see how much people are utilizing things. Would people use it if it was 20%? Probably starting, off with 30% after an ultimate, people would use it.
Absolutely.
But where's the line? You know what I mean? I feel like it's throwing pickles at the wall and seeing what sticks.
And Jagex has stated they don't want to like influence things too much or too quickly, I think, and which is a little bit understandable because they don't want to like always like shift things here and there.
So what's the line though? Because I tend to think they say that, but really that's just easier, right? It's easier to make one change or no change and then forget about it. So Archaeology in 2 months will be a year old, right? At that point, they're not going to spend much dev time likely rehashing these old rewards. I think the window for after releasing something should be better utilized in terms of taking things that are underpowered, maybe giving them a little bit of a buff, taking things that are broken, maybe giving them a little bit of a, tuning down. And they're just reluctant to do that sometimes. So I would like to see, especially in relics, right? Like we all use basically the same relics all the time. If there were some small incremental changes, maybe you'd see even more diversity.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, but that's all I have for relics. I just want to highlight heightened senses. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
Because like there like I said, there are places where it's better than Berserker's Fury. And even now it's a little bit debatable because adrenaline budgets and all, but more testing will have to be done for that.
You're just the man to do it.
Well, we're going to move to the next topic, which is... Drum roll. Can I need a drum roll? Thank you. Essence of Finality. So this was a massive update, as we all know, that changed a lot of things.
Yep.
I don't know where to start. We have the notable ones are probably SGB, Eldritch, Darkbow, Dragon Claws, Dragon Dagger, maybe not? I don't know anymore.
Dagger probably seems like a good first EOF before you get ZGS. After you get ZGS, no.
Oh yeah.
I think maybe a better place to start would maybe be like what the intent of what they were doing was.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, let's start.
The intent was, you guys might be surprised by this, it was to reduce, I believe it was to reduce Switchscape, right?
That was one of the stated
part of it.
intents.
Yeah.
Okay, what was the other intent? I forgot.
And then part of the interest in such an update was sparked by like a lot of it was centered around like debates about things like Stadius Warhammer.
Oh right, yeah.
Where it felt really, really bad to have to keep upkeeping these like weapons that came from very, very outdated content that people didn't want to do. So people were asking for like a permanent form of a Stadius Warhammer, and Jagex's response to that, as well as the things that you stated, was Essence of Finality.
Well, also when they came out with it, they said it was largely in response to the positivity around Alchemical Onyx, the update in general. So your Passages of the Abyss, Luck of the Dwarves, Grace of the Elves. They stated that players like that content. So we're not going to go down that path, but it was how Essence of Finality interfaces with the rest of the game. Like, it's hard to imagine 2 years ago that PvMers would be dependent on useless clue rewards. So I
so
mean,
many
how
things, yeah.
yeah, for so many things, exactly. So it's kind of how it interfaces with the rest of the game as well. We're just talking about the intent of why they came out with it. But if we want to talk about impact, Omid kind of briefly went into the ranged and melee usages. I don't think, did you finish melee what you had? Because I didn't hear hammer.
Melee is just, from what I know, is Dragon Claws and maybe Dragon Dagger, and Mage is just Gothic
Well,
Staff?
hammer. You have Stadius Warhammer as well.
Oh yeah, Stadius Warhammer, right? Yeah.
It's considered more of like a universal thing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's
is technically melee.
Yeah.
Where do you
I
use
guess
Stadius
Dragon
Warhammer
Halberd.
now? Just Nex or
Telos,
AOD and Virago?
AOD, you don't
Virago.
use that Telos if you ranged.
If you range, you don't.
Yeah.
Do you use it while maging?
Yeah,
oh,
you use it on
absolutely.
maging or meleeing.
What's
but
your
if
accuracy
you,
with Mage and Gothic Staff and Reaper? Or obviously EOF has
close.
Reaper
With
integrated.
Inquiz, it's so the thing with Telos is that accuracy is kind of hard to like. You can't just give a flat number because he restores his defense level over time.
Right.
So like initially, like right after you've gone in, you've just G staffed. I think you have like 97, 98% accuracy, but I think it's every like 15, 20 seconds, he restores a couple defense levels. So if you're not consistently G staffing over time, to re-drain that defense level, it doesn't exactly like work out to a flat number.
This is my relentless sunshine rotation, just spam G staffs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So like you, and then with hammer you have well over 100%, and if you're doing like the proper rotations, you'll have 100% for the all the way up till P5 at Telos.
Mm-hmm.
Like with two hammers, like one P1 and one P4.
Right.
So, where do we start? Do we start range? Mage? I mean, Mage is not really much to talk about.
We can talk about Mage for about 8
let's-
seconds.
Yeah.
Like magic literally just like stronger Gothic Staff. You can use Gothic Staff a bit more flexibility because you don't need to always like 4-tick it. You can just like do G Staff and do a 4-tick.
Yeah.
That's really all there is to it for magic, because like what are you gonna use Ceradoma Staff for? What do you use Armadillo Battle Staff for? Nothing.
I guess
Yeah.
Staff of Light is technically magic.
Okay.
right?
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
true.
I mean-
Staff of Light is a magic thing. So let's see. It has the amazing use for pushing the 4K Telos. That's already a little bit niche, and it also has good for solo Beastmaster. That's also pretty niche.
Yeah.
Magic pretty much got the short end of the stick.
I mean, I guess people could in theory use it anywhere they felt like that they're getting meleeed, but it's not something that's really like gonna happen very often.
Yeah, you can use Staff of Light on Lunars if you select Polypore Strike and then just equip a magic weapon, and you can use it on melee or range even without any runes.
Can
But
you switch weapons if with?
yeah, you can switch anything. You can take out
Okay.
everything, and
Okay.
it still works for some reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, then that's like a decent thing to know about at least.
Right, in case we get a new boss that's like all melee attacks, you just no-sell everything.
So we'll go over it after we go through the combat styles, basically the overall impact of Essence of Finality. But for Magic in particular, and I already kind of talked about it a little bit, a good thing about Essence of Finality in general is whereas weapons may become outdated or superseded in terms of best in slot, Essence of Finality is huge in that it gives you your currently used weapon, damage and accuracy. So you can use like T60 gear, and you can take the special from that and use it with T92s. So, for example, if they don't buff Sauce until there's a T95 in the game, it's not over for Sauce. If they buff the spec, it's still something that you can utilize due to Essence of Finality. It would still have demand. But Mage, as we've kind of alluded to, G-Staff and G-Staff and basically G-Staff. So there's not a lot.
But
There's
That's
not a
the
lot.
ultimate relentless rotation. Let's go.
But the thing Essence of Finality also does is that long term you're probably gonna have more Essence of Finalities than you already do, which is kind of crazy for most people, I want to say, in terms of just GP
honestly,
and switches. Because obviously once if we ever get like a tier 95 weapon, we're going to have to translate like our ZGSs over into Essence of Finality, because how much does the damage increase be from tier 92 to 95 in terms of just the bleed damage from ZGS? Does the bleed damage damage like translate?
I actually have a ZGS EOF. It does.
Do?
I do.
Yeah, he does. You made it like right after they came out, right?
No, not
Why?
right after. I bought it. No, I got it because I wanted to see if Telos Mall got the bleed boost.
Oh, right. Okay.
But it didn't work because no, it's just tier 80 flat damage.
Okay.
That was so unfortunate.
Well, because the spec, it rolls on like ability damage, right?
Yeah, it rolls on ability damage.
Yeah.
It doesn't roll on the bonus. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit frightening that like anytime, like any new spec weapons that get added to the game will like eventually turn into an EOF.
Yeah, because their intent with updates these days, especially
Not to
PvM,
release
is for it to be good on release. So yeah.
Well, also that can be a good thing though, because again, minor tuning can result in big changes. So, for example, the D Halley sharing CD with Cleave, like if they were to remove that, it would become useful some places.
Yeah, it'll be real good for Furies, for example.
Yep. Exactly. So I think it's a positive in that all that is required is a small little change to make even, again, tier 60 weapons valuable. And to change, have emergent gameplay. But it's also a negative, as you said, in that every single time they come out with a spec weapon, it costs us 360 mil each.
Well, I think the only way
plus the cost of the weapon, right?
Yeah.
Plus the cost of the weapon, exactly.
I think the only way they're going to make shareable cooldowns, like you forwarded an example about D Halley and Cleave, is if they're similar. And if they're similar in the first place, I don't think it's very exciting. So I wouldn't even want Jace to be forced to release similar kind of like specs or abilities just so they share cooldowns. And I don't think they're willing to add a new ability that is completely different to add like the tier 95 melee weapon spec has a completely different spec compared to ZGS, but they share cooldowns for whatever reason,
So what you're saying is add a cooldown between Dragon 2H spec and Quake.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's what they've done with D Halley and Cleave. So.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Dragon 2H spec is like the same as Quake.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just missed it, but I think for the most part, melee is just a DPS dump, right? You in what situations do you use declaws outside of like the end of a kill or relentless procs into meteor strike into a lot of adrenaline generation, right?
So Telos is completely out because that speaks for itself. I only really use a thing like right before something. Like at Ambassador, I use it right before the spinners by like using inside ZGS and then getting a lot of damage in. He phases below 650k and then off I go to the time gate and stuff like that. It's basically just at the end. It's not good as like a DPS rotation thing. It's just good as like a end of kill.
Like
or if you have a big like setup for a kill.
Meteor,
you're like pre-meteor, pre-natty, like all of that kind of stuff, and you have just so much adrenaline that you can do pretty much whatever you want. Then Dragon Claws are really good.
Right.
There was a point in time when DDS was working its way into rotations, kind of, but it's not really enough of an upgrade over what you normally do for the adrenaline cost. Right. So in most places, even DDS doesn't really get worked into normal rotations. Because DDS is just kind of like a flurry that costs more adrenaline.
Right. which is good before ZGS, but after ZGS, it kind of falls under the wayside.
Do you mean like ZGS spec or what?
Yeah, like ZGS spec takes up too much adrenaline.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we went through the other combat styles in terms of EOF.
The dead
So-
combat styles.
Right.
Well,
You
it's not the
Other combat style.
it's not the fact that they're less relevant now. It's just that they
But
benefit
in terms of
less from
Right.
EOF, and
Right.
they're less interesting as well, in my opinion. But
At the moment. So do you
At
want to
the
go
moment.
over? Do you want to go over how Essence of Finality has transformed ranged?
Oh baby, I can't wait for this.
well, I
Or
mean,
do we want to let Luca do it?
like I don't know how you would do it. Would we like list everything about every
Well,
single
with-
EOF?
Well,
And
it's like almost all of the relevant ones. Okay, so starting from the top, we have Dark Bow. Dark Bow is insanely strong. It does like easy over like 8k plus max outside of Death Swiftness or stuff like that. I'm lowballing here a little bit. Something to be like
Yeah.
9k.
It's
or-
higher than that. Yeah.
Yeah,
key point
then-
is that it has no cooldown as well.
but it costs 58.5% adrenaline with Vigor on, 65%. normally.
65%. Yep.
And then we have SGB inside as a finality, which has some hilarious side effects when you pair it with things like the criminal bolts or chinchampas and
ECB.
or ECB. Well, technically, you were able to get both of them off regardless. Like you can SGB and then ECB right after. You get like only the first hit won't get boosted, I think. But
Well, but that was if you do that with a physical SGB, it's a 2H spec, and then you can't spec right away.
Could
think
you do
it-
it?
I think if
before
you need,
EOF?
I think so. If you did a dual wield ability first
Right
and
before,
then
maybe.
yeah, because like before
I
I
can't remember.
teleportation, what I would do is I would like needle strike it to SGB to dark bow for P1 tendrils, but and that's like a back to back spec, you know.
Okay, yeah, maybe it works. Then I know there's a weird
Yeah.
interaction with like specking back to back,
Yeah,
especially
all-
with 2H.
yeah. All the cooldowns have to do with that, which is really, really weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, SGB with Ruby Bolts hits like a absolute monster because it's based off the first hit. So you get a Ruby proc on the first hit. Everything else will do 10k to 15k.
Is that intended? Has Jake's ever come out and said if that's intended or not?
As far as I'm aware.
Well, then why doesn't it work with Greater Ricochet?
Because Greater Ricochet, see, you can't InGen Greater Ricochet because they're all individual hits. Hits 2 to 5 on SGB are tied to the first hit.
Right.
Apparently.
They scale their damage sort of based on how the first hit goes. Which is why when you get like a Ruby proc on an SGB spec, not all the hits are 15k. So like you'll get a 15k for the first hit or a 12k, whatever, without Grim. And then you can get 4 10ks with a 5-hit SGB spec just because it scales off of the damage, but it still has to roll whether or not it crits. It's not that
Yep,
each
right.
hit is Ruby procking.
That's true. Yep.
It's just because
Basically.
the first hit scaled up, so all of the other hits also got individually scaled, but not as a Ruby proc.
Right.
Mhm.
I didn't
Right.
know.
So
I didn't
it
know
doesn't.
that's-
They don't work the same way.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't InGen Greater Ricochet and get all
Right.
7 hits. You can only get 1 hit in.
But obviously, an InGen on an SGB spec will make.
Yeah,
that
it'll
happen,
work for all 5 hits.
Yeah.
And
All
then
right.
with Chinchampas,
Let's keep going.
okay, so with Chinchampas with SGB, this is hilarious because
I think most
SGB
people were surprised that it worked, right? People were like,
Yeah.
I can't believe it works.
I was surprised. It makes
Okay.
ED2 super fun.
Okay, so I think this has been known for years at this point, actually, though, because to give some background, a long time ago, Decimation spec worked even if you switch it out. And one of my friends tested out with SGB spec at Abyss and did Decimation spec into SGB, and then it cleared the entire room, even outside the original AoE area, which was really, really interesting. So when Essence of Finality came back, I decided I mean, when Essence of Finality came out, I decided to investigate that with Chinchampas and managed to recreate it at Telos and instantly phased P4 within one global cooldown, which was really, really, really insane to see. Because to my understanding, SGB arrows, like when they veer off the original target, they can hit other targets as like sort of AoE stuff. And basically you send out a hailstorm of SGB arrows with like 3 or 4, maybe even more targets, and they all can land on like another square that's occupied by a big boss like Telos or AOD, and then it'll all land and do insane damage that way.
I guess the one redeeming factor is that you can't have more than one arrow per tile. But
yeah, so I think you can only have a max of like 25 or 26 arrows for Telos. I think this is speculation a little bit because I actually am not sure on the real cap, and I think that arrows, if they land on the same tile, one of them is nulled.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, that's
So
what I
you're
heard
not-
as well. I guess I haven't specifically tested it.
I haven't specifically tested it. It's just hard to notice, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it just does insane damage like that. Currently, its uses are limited because you can only really use it at Telos and AOD. But if there were any more like minions that could surround you, and there's like another big boss, it could be very devastating under the right circumstance.
I haven't seen it done before, but have people tried Chin SGB specking P5 Telos? And is it like realistic?
I actually have not tried that before.
Like,
I need to try
so
that.
lining up the
on like
minions in
a
a certain
left beam, I guess.
That I haven't tried. I wanted to try that out because I haven't seriously tried that out. That might
obviously
be pretty
P5 Telos is massive,
huge.
right? But I don't know, like,
I-
if you were to line up the minions, how many SGB hits can you get potentially? I don't know, like, I can't really think of like, the range and the...
I need to know that. Other people might know though, so because I haven't personally tested it myself.
So,
But
sorry, go on.
lost my train of thought. Damn it.
My
Never
bad.
mind.
So,
Oh,
so
wow,
since SGB got all this utility through EOF and its utilization with other weapons, SGB's doubled in price. So it's pretty interesting to see how Essence of Finality has really affected the PvM market, and obviously that's reflective of how in demand these things are. Because you had Ingenuity of the Humans before, and you could SGB spec with Melee and Mage, so people wanted SGB already. Now SGB is like, what should I upgrade next? A lot of people look at an SGB or SGB EOF as potentially one of the earlier ranged upgrades. So continue.
I don't think SGB doubled in price because of Essence of Finality, though. I think it went up a little bit, but
I think that's part of it.
I mean, it's part of it, but I think that the huge jump in SGB price was after Raksha.
Yeah.
Well, more people using range. Yeah. So that is a big component of it. I think it jumps a couple hundred mil in a week. Yeah. But either way, the greater utility is reflective of it being able to be used with chins, you being able to ECB with an SGB EOF, and get the benefits of both. It's fair to say that Essence of Finality has had much more of an impact on ranged as a combat style, even pre-Raksha. Obviously, more people are ranging now, but EOF had more of an impact on range than on the other styles, at least in my opinion.
Right. EOF definitely had that big, huge shift that really helped tip range over the edge. And then,
and then Raksha. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But we went through SGB. Did you want to go through ECB?
Yes, ECB is actually the least interesting one here because this took some time to get good because this relied on Raksha. I don't want to intrude too much. Basically, what ECB EOF does is let you use it under a shield, which is only it's only used at Telos, basically. But the other one is
Is
that you
that
can.
me or
I
Neither.
think, I think he's cutting out.
okay?
It's not. Am I? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, your cam is also freezing a bit.
Do you usually lag? I thought I've never seen your streams lag. Was it
Okay.
me?
Like, uh-oh.
Maybe? No, it can't be me. I don't think.
I'm looking at.
It's a frozen cam, dude. You see frozen cam.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That was a perfect face.
Okay, but oh, leash. Okay,
Are
all
you
right.
back?
Well,
Are you good?
yeah, I'm back now. I think. We're talking about ECB. Okay, ECB barely did anything before Raksha because you could like needle strike and flank. That's really about it. Yeah, like woohoo, great. You can res like under ECB spec,
mean-
but like who's gonna do that?
Yeah.
But it only got better because of Raksha, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
I think like I'll expand more on ECB EOF come Raksha.
I'm sure we'll
Aside
be
from
expanding
that-
a lot of things.
Yeah. aside from like those three, not really anything else for ranged. Actually, like there's magic shortbow for like a 1 tick faster double hit compared to dark bow, which might be useful for like certain 1 tick speeds like Kriara, but that's really about it.
Does like half the damage, but
Yeah, it does half the damage, but it comes out 1 tick quicker, which
Mhm.
you know definitely helps.
Okay, so we went through each of the combat styles. Do you want to talk some about range, Dmo?
I agree with what he said. I think the ECB amulet is good as an item, bad as like how much it costs for how little it does. But
Yeah.
I mean, like the main benefits for the ECB amulet are you can flank in an ECB spec. Needle is a little bit better than dazing generally. It does hit later than dazing does, which is I guess a downside. Like it hits 1 tick later.
Yep.
And then what was the other thing? I guess it allows you to, with greater ricochet, it allows you to have a better perk setup.
Yeah, for roaming offhand switch, you mean?
Right. You get AS4 instead of AS1 all the time, and
Yep.
it's not huge, but it's pretty good. I just think the issue is that ECB is over max cash now, and you also have to buy an extra offhand. You have to get extra perks, and then
Yeah,
you're looking
and
at
if
like a near 3 bill upgrade for something that's
Oh,
really,
yeah.
Yeah,
in
we
the
have
grand
a-
scheme of things, very minor.
Yeah,
an
we have a
exciting
topic.
about that
Yeah.
later on. But
Yeah.
If that's everything, we can move straight over
Mhm.
to the next topic. But we're gonna
Well,
take.
we need to establish that EOF is both a Souls and a Reaper combination.
Also true.
Oh,
Yeah.
so general feelings on EOF. Yeah, that's where we want to go is general EOF as an upgrade. So we'll just go round, and Omid, you can go first. So EOF, not as it impacts any particular combat style, but just as a best in slot necklace, how you get it, its overall stats, marginalizing the need to decide between Reaper and Souls, things like that.
Right.
Well, I think the way it's obtained is fine. I don't know how much more they want to add to, how many more rewards they want to add to Clue Scrolls, because like fortunate components are like ridiculous now, and
Ring
I think the
combination.
demand like outweighs the
Next time.
supply a bit too much. So I think it's fine right now, but I don't think they should add even more to it. I mean, I don't really care too. I'm not really against or for like the stat upgrades. It's just a linear upgrade. It's not very exciting, but it is an upgrade. Combining the Reaper and Souls, I don't know how I really feel about it. I haven't really thought about it, but like, I guess it's good just because it increases accuracy, but people weren't switching it anyways. People weren't like switching. Well, actually, they were at one point, right, at Solak. At Telos, but I don't think that was a thing after people started using Stat Hammer with Ingenuity.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really have much of an opinion on it. It's like, the combination of Reaper and Souls and the stat increases.
I will
guess
say
the thing
that
that-
just
you go
that
ahead.
alone would have been really, really strong.
Which one?
Like
I
it
think
did,
with
like just like the extra stats and the fact that you can combine the two.
Yeah, it was a lot more than we expected.
Yeah,
Like it having having a spec in the amulet, the stat increases and Reaper is like,
yeah.
but I'm not too much against power creep, so
I think with how the game has been going with hit chance and that sort of thing, I don't think the Reaper edition is as big of an addition as it would have been a couple years ago.
Yeah.
that is true.
So it doesn't bother me that much. It just did feel kind of arbitrary, but it's also a good thing because you don't want to have to, since they decided to put specs and amulets and necklaces, whatever you want to call it, you don't have to have multiple sets of them for when you need hit chance of a Reaper, which I think would have been a really, really bad move.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's like makes it okay for me.
Yeah, it definitely mitigated additional switchscape. And I think if they use that as kind of like a precedent for future updates. So I kind of memed it in chat, but I think personally they will add some sort of combination ring in the future. And I think player response to EOF has been predominantly positive. Like I've heard, the grumblings of I still have to switch. Like I have to switch more than I did before because there's so many good EOFs. But by and large, I think people like EOF. So kind of this precedent of taking multiple things that are best in slot situationally, combining them through reward space, such as, these 50 fortunates or whatever it, works out to, with some cost has proven successful. So I kind of really like it, actually, if they do want to reduce switchscape a little bit and they want to use this in the future elsewhere. The one thing I will say about it, though, is one of my favorite parts about RuneScape is how the different areas of the game not are forced to intermingle, but reward space is shared. So people doing clues supports people who hate doing clues in that they can PvM and pay for the forts. So I quite like how that was done and handled. So I would like to see that continue in the future. But as far as it goes for EOF, it's nice to have a clear best in slot, right? So sometimes we want diversity. I think sometimes it's also good to just say, this is a goal. This is something you should work towards. And here's why it's good.
I guess.
I like it that sometimes whenever not having a clear thing would make it so you have to have like a billion different things. Kind of like I said with where you would need like a Reaper version and a Souls version of all of these amulets just in case you had to use them somewhere. I don't know if I really have any issues with something just being best in slot, although I do like diversity because for something like an amulet, it's not the kind of item slot that you really want to have like a billion different options for, I don't think, just because it's such like a small part of your gear setup. Well, not anymore.
Well,
but, like,
now it's like a huge
not
part.
anymore,
Like
right?
it's better than it's like a better first upgrade than like a lot of other things like 292 weapons and stuff like that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with where it is right now. I just think that it could get out of hand in the future, essentially, with
30
what they could
EOFs.
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
all right. I think we're good to move on.
I think that I covered everything I want to say about EOF.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna take a 3-minute break, right, Dmo?
Sure.
Yeah, I could use that. Gotta go do something real quick.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll see you guys. I'm gonna leave you with a little something from Telos Tournament 2019. Enjoy.
Reload. Pay to win.
True.
Prayer.
Okay.
Staff. Adrenaline. Oh my fucking god, dude.
You guys stop dancing. But then, that's when you hit him with the auto attack. Detonate wild magic and you're like, boom, back in anticipate.
Oh my god, if I... Oh my god!
So, yeah, here, boys. Hello, Papery. Oh, there's a lot of papery.
Oh, good God. Pray Melee, you psycho. Oh my god, no! Oh, choke the... No, dude! Oh my god, no!
I'm dead. I am so dead, guys. Oh, my stupid Ripper! Dude!
Let's go! Oh my god! Look at my fucking health! Oh, yo, what's up? See you guys. Oh.
Shit, my mic was muted. Alright, we're back. I hope you guys enjoyed that little break. That was a video made by the one and only Anime Babe. But yeah.
And by we mean the collective minus Dmo.
Unfortunate.
Alright, so we'll just like tease the next topic, which is the last update of 2020. Raksha.
Play the music.
Play,
I was gonna say, play the music with your drawing.
He looks confused. Well, he's got a nice chair. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Dmo.
Hello,
Welcome.
I am back. Sorry about that.
We've already finished Raksha mechanics since you took your time, so we're on rewards.
All right, sounds good. I had no opinions anyway. It's fine.
So, Raksha rewards is the next topic. So, where do we start? So, the main mechanics of the boss are prey flicking, tail swipe / charge, Shadow Bomb, Poison Mine, Shadow Pools, and the P4 Shadow Anima spread and Erebus charge. So a lot of people did not like the prayer flicking aspect of the boss. I personally didn't mind it, but I didn't like that it was the main focus or difficulty of the boss. Like, dealing with most of the mechanics as I listed aren't too difficult on their own, right? Like, if you're just focusing on like dealing with the mechanics, they're not very hard to execute, I think, anyways. So what do you guys think?
I actually kind of like the fact that it puts prayer flicking to the forefront, because they're not exactly common at all. Like, we have Jads, we have Raksha P4. That's it. Maybe Telos P5, but even then, you can get away with that without doing
It's
that
not
at all.
essential, and it's right. Well, I guess at high end rages, but yeah.
High end rage is a bit more essential, but you can still get away without it if you play your cards right.
For me, the only thing I didn't like was that prior to doing Raksha, most of the time I only ever had 2 prayers bound at once. So
I did
had
that
to,
for a very long time.
I had to like rework all of my keybinds, and that's a little bit annoying. And I guess even for a new player, having to figure out keybinds because a boss is forcing you to use all 3 prayers at once can be a little bit of an annoyance, or even just keybinding them in the first place. But I'm not opposed at all to prayer flicking as a mechanic. I don't think it's bad.
Right.
I think it encourages the right kind of like multitasking that I like about PvM.
So what do you think of sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, in the context of Raksha, I thought it was interesting, and we'll talk about the nerf on its own, but I thought it was interesting based on their intended difficulty for the boss, that they saw prayer flicking as the mechanic that they should utilize first and foremost, right? Obviously, you have to count autos to avoid the more damaging attacks. You have to clear pools to prevent enrage, things like that. But in general, what you're dealing with mostly is alternating between prayers to avoid a lot of auto damage. So based on the difficulty, I wonder where they think it slots into your learning progression. So I will say that I don't mind prayer flicking personally, but I'm not sure if it appropriately slots into the difficulty of the rest of the boss or where they intended it to be, because it is so sparsely used. As we went through, it's basically just Jad and Araxi. So I think that's very interesting, because it kind of speaks to how Jagex views where Raksha is in the sequence, basically, of your PvM learning. So I just think that's interesting. I don't, agree or disagree with it, but I think it's good in the context of Raksha. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
I do think that, like, since prayer flicking is like soul split flicking in particular is such a really like a really good skill to learn, Raksha putting it out there on the forefront for people to deal with or suffer really hard, that will help them push people into doing more advanced stuff like soul split flicking and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I was thinking more on the lines of, if there were no soul split flicking, is this a difficult boss? Are the mechanics engaging? Are the mechanics fun? What do you guys think?
I would argue, even if there were no soul split flicking, then that would mean that flicking as a whole isn't really like needed. So that will put prayer flicking as like some sort of like a stance based reaction thing that you have to also juggle with other mechanics, albeit maybe simple, but doing all that on top of making sure you are praying the right prayer against what the boss is doing still makes it for a pretty engaging boss as a whole.
What do you think, Dmo?
So the question was like, do I think the mechanics are like interesting and engaging, right?
Yeah, or fun.
I'd say not really. Because I guess the reactive mechanic is prayer flicking. Which like I don't have any issues with, but I don't think that should be like the main reactive component of a fight. And then the other specs, well, actually no, I guess the orb clicking thing is a bit reactive as well.
When you say
have to,
reactive, you mean a mechanic that is RNG based and you have to like make decisions on it, or do you mean reactive as
I
in
just
the
mean
mechanic
that, like,
happens and you have to do something?
Right, exactly. So for the other spec, which like the main specs, which are the stun mechanics, you're not really reacting to them, you're predicting them.
Right.
Or like maybe not predicting. I don't know if predicting is the right word, but you're following like a count to get to those specs.
You're preempting it, right?
Right, exactly. So I'm not a huge fan of that kind of spec necessarily, but
do you say that in general, specifically to Raksha? Because I feel like mechanics
I guess
can
maybe
be
specifically
complex.
to Raksha because of how they work. So like the tail swipe, if you react to that, you're probably gonna die most of the time, especially as a newer player.
Right.
Like there are ways to like not die, but
I think a good example. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, if you get to the point where you're getting stunned for the tail swipe, you're probably gonna die if you don't know what you're doing. Like you can freedom and disrupt or something like that if you have the reaction to do that. But
I think if you have the reaction to do that, you're probably like doing it properly already.
Exactly. That in that situation, it's somebody who goofed up a little bit and then already knows what they're doing. Yeah. But it's the kind of spec where you just have to know what's coming, and then the mechanic isn't the spec itself; it's knowing the spec is coming.
Right, it's the knowledge side. I was gonna make a comparison of like, what's the first E3 boss, Leviathan, right? Like obviously when you first don't know the rolling thing, you're just gonna get literally rolled, right? But like once you know it, it's very, in my opinion, easy to execute on. Is that kind of mechanic like good or fun or enjoyable in your guys' like subjective opinions? Like where you just like learn something, you might die to it first time, but once you learn it, it's very, very simple and easy to execute.
In the context of Crass and Leviathan is very clearly just a warm-up boss. Right. So that's fine.
Yeah. I was just using that as like an example of.
But it's partly based on context, but also I think that if it also is layered on top of other things, that's fine, because like you can do it like this, right? Now, here's another thing to throw the wrench in, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like if there was like a tail swipe on top of another mechanic that you have to deal with at the same time, that'd be fun, but
just counting to 4 and stepping out is not the most,
right.
Like
perhaps I also think that comparing it to Crassian is a lot more like telegraphed and avoidable. Like at Crassian, he starts moving and you can get out of the way like by reacting. You don't need to be like, it's gonna happen on this tick, I need to move on this tick. You can see it coming and you just move.
You have a lot more time.
For Raksha, it's more like you just have to know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would have liked.
And that
Sorry,
that's just speaking more from my original frustration with the boss. Now it doesn't bother me because I figured it out, but I don't know if that initial frustration is a good thing to like have in the way that I had it.
Do you think the complexity of the mechanics are enough?
I would probably.
In your subjective opinion, obviously. Not
I would probably say so. Well, I was because like it's not just the mechanics; it's also like having to juggle that alongside prey flicking at the same time, which does take some mental like. I don't know, because like I feel like you can't really talk about just the mechanics or just the prey flicking because they have to go hand in hand with each other. Yeah, otherwise, if you just talk about the prey flicking, you get Jad. If you talk about just the mechanics, you get okay mechanics, but nothing too special.
Well, you're
You
doing
know.
like similar inputs at most bosses anyways, right? I mean, sure, there's slight differences and slight like difficulty differences, but like I think generally the reason I don't really focus on like, prayer flicking, rotation switches on top of mechanics is because that's usually you usually have to do that at most other bosses anyways, right?
Yeah,
Or
but
maybe
the
that's an
difference is,
unfair way of looking at it. But
well, the difference with Raksha is that it clearly puts that on the forefront for most players. Like, they'll just like try it after they finish God Wars 2 or Next or Araxor, where they might use a minimal bit of it, but there's less overall stuff to worry about. Now that they go to Raksha, they have to worry about some other mechanics that are mostly new, and then they have to deal with perfect the entire way through and stuff like that.
I personally think the P4 mechanic with picking up the anima and activating the thing, I think that feels like a good mechanic.
Yeah, that's really fun and cathartic.
Right. It feels good. It's not too hard to execute, but you have to like think about how you're doing it. You have to either do it between specs or you have to like anticipate a stun.
Yeah.
Right.
Freedom, whatever you want to use.
Mhm.
So like I think that you have to like go about it in a smart way to do it properly, but it also feels good to be hitting like really hard and kind of choosing how many you want to pick up to hit harder versus how much time you want to lose picking them up. And I think that kind of mechanic is more like is a lot more interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely more fun. The one thing I don't like about maybe you guys will disagree, but I don't like how the spread of anima is just completely RNG, and how like certain areas will just have like 5 and certain areas will just be like completely empty, and the fact that it can land like underneath Raksha where you can't actually see. So my frustration mostly lies with just sometimes you can just like move 2 squares and you get like 8 shadow anima and you're like rolling, right? And it's easy to execute. You just got lucky, right? But sometimes it can be really hard to like, quickly identify where the shadow anima is and quickly make the decision of like where to go, where to step, where to surge, blade dive, etc. So I personally don't like that. I wish there was like it was more like set in stone. What do you guys think?
Well, either that or I think if the arena was, this might be like a hot take, but I think the P4 arena is like horribly designed.
Yeah,
in what sense?
Yeah.
The poles blocking?
The pillars block your abilities, which is really obnoxious. You have to walk up past the pillar up onto the steps to avoid like getting the stun spec. So then you have to step out and go around the pillars and go back into the steps. So it's a lot of navigating like annoyances. And then also once you're in the back part of the arena, the back wall will end up like blocking your clicks a lot of the time.
Oh right,
depending on how your camera is
angled
facing.
There's also the pipes as well.
Just the lack of like polish overall.
So moving around that area feels really, really frustrating.
I agree. Yeah.
So that's a good point. It's in direct conflict with what they want you to do, which is move around and pick up the shadow anima to get that temporary bonus. So that is one thing that I think could be improved. And then Omid, I think what you said is probably a bug, right? With the spawns being under Raksha on P4.
I don't think so. There is a bug though regarding the pillars and regarding rapid fire with fleet.
Rapid fire.
Yeah, it happened to me,
pillars?
and I was like, "What just happened?" I couldn't. I thought I got stunned or something. But if you rapid fire, and it's not just at Raksha, it's at anywhere. By the way, with fleeting boots, if you rapid fire in line of sight and you break your line of sight with like a wall or something or like a obstruction, it will literally just lock you in place until your rapid fire is done. I think you can take off your weapon or something to break it, or like use a defensive to break it, but you can't use an ability because you don't have line of sight, and you just get stuck.
Not only does it lock you in place, it just locks you in place while you do nothing. 'cause
While
it
you
can't-
do
Yeah,
nothing, yeah.
rooting.
Yeah.
They called it rooting. I think there is a fix in for that, but it has to be a cold fix.
I'm pretty sure they talked about that. Yeah,
Did they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
maybe.
Well, there was
I
a
mean, look
tweet
up
about
Ryan's.
there was a tweet about channels locking your movement at the end.
Oh,
or
at the
something like
end,
that.
yeah. That's a thing.
Especially with fleeting boots.
Oh,
was
the
included.
end. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Does that still
but I
happen in
think
Snipe?
the line of sight thing is different.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Does that happen with Snipe?
Does the end of Snipe lock you in place still?
No.
Doesn't feel like
only,
it at all.
Only if you 3-ticks.
Yeah, only if you 3-6 Snipe, but that's just queuing in general.
And it's
Right.
only the end of rapid fire that locks you in place, right? It's one tick.
I don't know exactly. I know
It doesn't feel like that.
definitely-
there is one tick where you will I don't know if you stop moving, but I know that you can't do certain actions. Like
I tried it at dummies.
a friend of mine was having trouble climbing at Solak at the end of a rapid fire with fleeting boots on.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe.
I tried it at dummies like a while ago, and I know there's one tick where I can't move during the rapid fire. It's right at the end. If you try clicking to move, it just won't move you.
Yeah.
So I just wasn't sure if it was one tick or if it was several. But yeah. So what was your initial experiences with Raksha? How I used like 27 Onyxes. I died over and over again.
I died a lot for like 1 or 2 hours, and then I
1 or
got
2
my kill.
Okay, well,
I had a very rough first day with Raksha. I was getting very frustrated.
same. Everyone was like, "Hey, this person has a kill. Do you have a kill yet?" And I'll be like, "No."
It was more than that, Omid. 'Cause it was,
P4 was really weird for me because I didn't initially. It was like, okay, I keep getting stun mass like all the time. There's something I'm doing wrong here, and I didn't figure out until I went in MD. It was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. And then I was thinking to myself, is this an exploit? Am I? Is
2
this
week
what I'm
ban.
doing?
P4.
good luck with the field.
P4 on my initial experience felt so much easier than P1 to 3. Like it felt like a ball in the park to me.
Kind of, yeah. Well, I think it's
Yeah.
because once you've made it to P4, you've had the dying experience
Okay, yeah, you've
P1
had the
to
practice.
P3.
Right.
So
I couldn't believe. I thought people were trolling me that this was. I thought it was gonna like resurrect at the end or something because I thought P4 was just so like simple and easy.
yeah.
But
Well, at first it was like I'm getting mass stunned all the time. It's like, what am I doing wrong? And then after that, I figured it out on my own. It's like, oh, okay. I see.
Change a spec based on where you're standing.
yeah. Did you
Which is
guys
not
break the
inherently
shield
obvious.
or did you guys hide on the first?
I
have
hit
never-
at first.
I've never hit
I
infantry
always,
shield.
I never interacted with Inner Power until a few kills after.
Yeah, same. I was like, I'm just gonna sit here. Then I was like, this is taking longer than I expected. Am I doing something wrong?
There is a safe spot at the very least. Where you can attack the shield and hide at the same time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's like completely lossless. You can still build a Dren there, but yeah.
Omid, didn't you insist on meleeing most of the first day too? So most
Well,
people were saying switch
my
to range.
mentality was melee has decent sustain. It has. Oh, it was mainly okay. I mainly used melee because of Trim Masterwork. I was like, if it has like a one-shot ability, I won't die to it.
You can avoid.
Know? That's the reason I took melee, and it was obviously a mistake because
No, so my preset that I made was melee too, but then so I was working at the time, obviously, so I kept looking back, and Omid kept dying, and I kept looking back, and the chat was like, "Why don't you try range? People are killing it with range." And I would look back like an hour later, he'd still be melee. So I was like, maybe he should try range.
because I didn't have the proper range set up, and I didn't want to move away or step back from Raksha to like set up range. I just wanted to, you know, when the new
That's what
boss
I
comes out,
figured.
new piece
That's
of
what I
content comes out,
figured.
you don't want to like work on like other stuff to prep for it. You just want to keep playing it. I don't know, maybe I have a bad mentality.
I
about it.
I was a mage one trick for the first day or two. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm curious how like a lot of mage one tricks have like transitioned to the dark side.
I wasn't a mage one trick, but I only was using magic at Raksha because it was just what I felt the most comfortable with.
Yeah, that's fair. I think
I tried
definitely-
melee for 1 kill after I got some range kills. Like, I'm out. Goodbye.
Well, I guess the affinity was also wrong.
The affinity was so bad.
Yeah.
Like, you hammer once, you still sometimes splash, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you're using Bruise on day 1, which most people were, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Bruise and Self-Assume and Primal Feast at the time.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think of the nerf?
Initially wasn't really too happy about it. I've come around to it, and I've always like somewhat came around to it, but now I'm like I just haven't really cared enough about it anymore. If it means more people will get into it, fine, whatever. But I still feel like it's a little bit of a missed opportunity to keep it as like a, I don't know, like a wall in order to force yourself to improve still. Maybe it could have been less heavy-handed. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'll just go because I need to be like 2 minutes after I give my point. But sorry to interrupt. Your turn, Dmo.
No worries.
No worries.
I thought that the nerf was unneeded, not because it didn't match the like guidelines, but because like I feel, and this is obviously I'm not all knowing and stuff, but I feel like new PvM content should be challenging, because that way once you do get a kill, it feels good. If everyone just went into Raksha and got a kill within like, you know, a few tries, would that be fun? Would that be satisfying? In my opinion, no. Like, I think the fact that I died so many times made getting the kill satisfying, and not many people want to go through practice mode, because I didn't do practice mode purely because I didn't want to get a kill and not get a drop. You know, that'd feel like complete crap to me. So that's one of the reasons I don't do practice mode. But yeah, I just think people were complaining a bit early. Like, if people were still having a lot of issues and a lot of people were having issues like a while after, then sure, it could be fine-tuned. But I feel like people were just giving up a bit early. I don't know if that's fair to say.
Especially with like an MMO boss that's designed to be farmed. It's different from like a single player boss, basically, whereas like it should be a bit more smooth and not have as much friction, whereas an MMO boss is designed to be farmed and you have to eventually learn its ins and outs and all that, basically. So like within time, people break down easy ways to learn how to preflick better, teach you how to build those skills better, and what to do in order to reduce the amount of multitasking. Stuff like that would have came naturally. And if people were still having problems after that, that would have been something to look into, and then be like, okay, maybe this does require a bit of a fine tuning, you know?
Dmo, you want to go?
Yeah, I think on the point about getting that first kill feeling really satisfying, I think there's a difference between it feeling satisfying, like because the boss was really punishing, or because you had like a fundamental misunderstanding of what you should have been doing, and then you eventually figured it out. If that kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
so, like,
it does.
For me with Raksha, it was the boss just felt like I was getting like owned constantly for like kind of dumb mistakes I was making. So that feels rewarding in a very different way from like trying to think of a boss, like maybe like when Solak came out, where you just didn't know what was happening, like, and you had to spend that time figuring out like what you should be doing, like how you should be doing it, like why things are happening, how to prevent those things, how to deal with them. And I think that's a much more interesting and engaging like initial experience than this boss hits me hard and I don't like it.
Yeah. So just putting this all in context, obviously the three of you guys are, whenever Omen comes back, are really high level PvMers. So when I look at the nerf to Raksha, and let me say, Dmo, I appreciate that you say Raksha, because that's how I would pronounce it. But Jagex says Raksha, which
Oh,
just
do they? I
sounds
don't even
goofy.
know. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think Raksha sounds way cooler. Anyway, so you guys are obviously very high level PvMers. I think it's totally different when you come at it from a slightly more casual perspective in terms of PvM. Like I haven't even really done Raksha, to tell you the truth. But when I do it, I'll do it having watched a bunch of videos with basically max gear. And not everybody goes in with an 11 bill range setup or more. So I think it's one thing for Jagex to look at the numbers and see how many times players have died to the boss versus killing it, and then making adjustments. One thing that I can say from my perspective is that I think the rockfall nerf was warranted.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Just because the rock, it felt a little BS. So I've done it in duo and like a couple solo kills, but I haven't farmed it. But the auto attack damage, it fundamentally changed how you approach the boss, I think. So my logic, if I'm Jagex, would be behind this nerf, would have been the boss was harder than we had intended it. So we had intended this to be a step up from God Wars 2. Really, it's more like, 300% Telos. I'm just, making an approximation with that auto attack damage. So if it's doing 6,000, damage per auto attack when you miss a prayer flick, that might just not have been what they intended the difficulty to be. So I'm just thinking of more of, if somebody else is going to try this and they don't have 27 onyxes to blow like Omid does, it might be very disheartening to try to go to learn that. Whereas somebody who's much more experienced and has a much larger bank might find that more rewarding.
I don't know how much you guys have covered this, but sorry, go on, Dmo.
What I was just gonna say is, I think on the topic of the rockfall, I think the rockfall was absurdly punishing, but I think that a better nerf would have been to shrink the rocks rather than nerf the damage.
The radius. Yeah.
Because the way RuneScape works is obviously like the tick-based system is a very slow tick rate. So high-end players understand that, but for a new player, it doesn't feel very good to feel like you dodged a rock and then have hit you a tick earlier than you thought, because that's when it was determined that it was going to hit you. And even though you surged away, you die. So I think that being able to dodge them more effectively by making them a little bit smaller would have been a better way to go about it. Because also right now, I guess the current meta is for Raksha is range, and then your DS continues into the beginning of P2. And the rocks currently are 7x7, I believe, and that's the same size as your ultimate. So there's just a chance that you get a rock in the middle of your ult, and goodbye.
It just seems a little bit like the formation of the rocks seems like it seems bigger than what it looks. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
I feel like that's the big problem is what I see doesn't line up with what actually happens.
That's the problem with a lot of things, in my opinion, in RuneScape, is that a lot of things are just not what they appear to be, like Sunshine and Death Swiftness not being actually I mean, you imagine Sunshine, Death Swiftness should be one square bigger, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what they actually cover. And that's a lot of mechanics, right? Where you are on the edge of an animation, but you still get hit, right? It doesn't really make sense. And Strayu, the black stuff that comes from the base of its platform.
Yep.
If you stand next to that, you get hit, even though you're not in it. And that's
I guess
it's just a lot.
It's the problem with non-square animations
on a square grid.
I think a lot of them should be just one wider, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but then you might get half of it. Picture Sunshine, for example. If you expand that whole thing one tile, you're gonna get a fraction of a tile that has the animation of the Sunshine, but it doesn't work in. And I guess, well, just based on how the circle would work,
no, it wouldn't.
You can maybe make it so the corners have fractional like.
Well, yeah,
circle
there'd
parts.
be
So
one
I guess
in the corners of the sunshine. There would be like a square where the sunshine isn't, but it still affects you. It's not the other way around though, right?
I mean, it's however
So-
you choose it, but yes, if they expanded the current radii and you get it in the corner where it doesn't display, so that's better
but
than
that's
not
better
getting
than-
it where
it's
it does
better
display.
than how it
Yeah.
is now, right?
Yeah.
And that's just, again, that's just, I feel like a lot of mechanics. There's so many mechanics where I feel like they could just be like one square bigger, and it would just, yeah. But
I just feel like that maybe like the big problem with Raksha is just that yeah, as I said, what you see isn't what you really get. So that contributed to it feeling like a complete crapshoot.
Yeah.
So if they fixed that only, like just made it like display what it's supposed to, I don't think I would have as much of a problem with rocks.
Yeah, I think
because
the
at the
rocks
end
are
of-
just like the biggest offense of that, pretty much that I can think of at both Telos and Raksha.
Yeah, at the because like at Telos, you know where they're gonna land. Like if you're just
you can manipulate
viewer.
them.
You know where they're
You
gonna
know.
land, but they also
You also
So-
have proper hitboxes.
well, the rocks at Telos, the rocks at Raksha, and the floor bombs at Solak, they all hit you, or they all get determined whether or not they hit you the tick prior to them hitting you,
Right.
Yeah.
which high level players can understand that and adjust to it, but it doesn't feel right for like somebody who's learning, because it feels like whenever, say, the Solak floor bombs or the rocks at Raksha, whenever they hit the ground is when they would hit you from like a common understanding point, right? But that's just not how it works, and that's really, really hard to adjust to, because you kind of have to like be thinking ahead of, oh, that one's like up in the ceiling about to drop, so I have to get out of it now rather than one tick later whenever it's going to actually hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
And
there's
I
also
think that, like, sorry, you go ahead.
no, you go. You finish. I thought you finished.
I was just gonna say, I think that it's very, very misleading and leads to like a lot of frustration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you ever hear somebody say, "Oh, that's BS," in this case, it's just not having the experience to understand that the hit's calculated prior. Like you can see
Right.
extreme examples of it elsewhere in the game. So like moss golems will hit you from 15 squares away with melee. So it's like if you have enough experience, you can understand it. But part of Jagex introducing new content, especially if they want it to be a learning experience, like Raksha, realistically, based on what they've said, should be an intermediate/medium level boss. If you have to have a high level understanding of like tick mechanics and when damage is calculated and stuff like that, is it really an intermediate level boss? I don't really know. So
I guess the argument you could make in response to that is that you don't have to dodge them on tick, but
yeah,
like
Yeah, it's like you can just go all the way out. Basically, it's like you don't. If you
Do it
really want
slower
to
and safer.
weave in
Yeah.
and out of the rocks to maximize DPS, then absolutely you have to know how it all works. But for new players, I would imagine they just want to keep a wide berth away and just like
I'm just thinking
Make
of when somebody goes to surge to get out of, the rock fall, and they see the rock hit the ground on the other side of the arena, and then they get hit in case of pre-nerf for 7,000 damage. They're gonna think that's BS, rightly or wrongly.
Now, can that actually be resolved? Because obviously there's some inconsistencies, not necessarily with rock falls, but like with auto attacks. I think with when they hit in regards to the animation hitting the player.
right.
But like obviously I don't know the ins and outs of how the tick system work and how animations work in RuneScape and how they're coded. But I'm curious if something like, it's not necessarily like it being hit like early or late. It's just I wish there was like a consistent line of like when things would actually hit in regards to the animations. Because obviously everyone, one of the core aspects of PvMing is like observing your screen and the information that it gives you, and that's telegraphed rock falls and stuff like that. And it's like it's super important when PvMing, right? Generally speaking, across any MMORPG.
right.
I guess my understanding of how it kind of works is that it seems to check on one tick and then apply the damage on the next tick.
Okay. Can
So
it
like
not happen on the
especially
same?
with the rock. Well, I don't know how RuneScript whatever works, but like I mean I guess the obvious change could be that say you push both back a tick, so animation hits you and then the damage doesn't get applied till the next tick. So like the animation hits you and you don't see damage right away, but then you could die the next tick, which could also be frustrating, but like in a different way, I guess.
Right.
You're saying if it can't check and apply same tick?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the other issue you run into is say a rocket Telos lands on you and then that damages a tick later and you kill Telos in the tick that it lands on you, but
Yeah.
like
I think
you
it
run
might result in,
you run
like,
into issues. Yeah.
similar frustrations.
Right.
Anyways, we've pretty much gone through the mechanics. I mean, we have a topic later on, which a lot of this could be feeded into. So I'm just gonna move on to Raksha Rewards.
Mm-hmm.
So, Raksha Rewards. Pull up your sleeves, boys.
Oh
Right,
boy,
let's
here
start
we
with
go.
a simple one, which is Fleeting Boots. Allows you to rapid fire while moving, decent quality of life, and pretty much most people use it. I mean, just mostly because it's best in slot boots as well, right? It's exactly the same stats as what is it called? Flare Frosts, right? With the upgrade.
Well, yeah.
And
The
it
shouts
doesn't-
like that was also introduced with Raksha.
Yeah,
it might be less. Is it less armor or is it?
No, it's the same armor. I'm pretty sure.
maybe
Okay.
less prayer. It doesn't have prayer.
Who
right?
cares about prayer?
Yeah, but who cares about prayer?
Spiritual prayers, dude.
Yeah. And especially, considering it's not degrade to dust, I think it's more appealing to players, even though that shouldn't really be a factor. We have, should we start with the big boy or should we start with the little boy? Or should we
Lead up.
start with
Lead
like
up,
the
lead up, lead
the
up.
boy who got left
two little
out?
boys. Yeah.
Left out? Little or
Wait.
big?
We didn't even mention the middle child, Divert.
No,
Well,
that's
that's what it's
that's
saying.
the
The
little...
left out one.
No, the left out one's Great Chain.
Oh, okay,
Well, I don't
okay.
know. I just randomly classify.
They're all. There's two bad ones and a good one.
Yeah. All right. So, who wants?
Okay.
Who wants what? Divert?
Let's start with Divert because it's actually quite interesting overall.
So
because-
I'll just read the description. Generate 0.8% adrenaline for every 100 to 200 damage blocked based on the level of shield equipped, with diminishing returns at 3,000, 6,000, 9,000 damage blocked, and it shares the same cooldown as Resonance. Note that when you use this ability, it does null the damage of the next hit alongside generating adrenaline, but obviously doesn't heal you. So I don't know too much about this and its uses. All I know is this is my mentality around it. Range is meta. Range needs HP because you lose sustain due to ECB, making using this hard. That's my mentality. But you two could probably like give us more insight.
I feel like there's like two cases that I can think of right now. The first case is how Zerg rotations can be like defensive, Berserk, Barge. You could use Divert and then Berserk and then Barge and hope you get your Divert after your Berserk. It could be on the same tick. You get hit the same tick as Zerk and then you'll get the Adren. And then you can just Barge like that. No problem.
Yeah. A little boost to Zerkadren.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you're kind of relying on getting hit sometimes.
Yeah. Unless
you can time it with a mechanic that always hits you.
Right.
Oh,
it's
God,
just
I thought about that. If it splashes, it kind of like just like if you're like I don't know, 90% adrenaline, you don't want to leave it to chance for impatient to proc or something like that, and you rely on just any hit, and it doesn't hit you, and you're just sitting there at 99% waiting to Zerg. That'd be a fun time.
you would go Berserk IRL.
Yeah, basically. So
yeah,
like, how good is it? What are its uses? Would you guys use it? How would it be improved? Because I haven't really thought about it too much. So I'm mostly relying on you guys for this.
A lot of people bring up that like you can use it, try to use it without a shield. Might be okay, but the thing about that is that you bring out like a resonance switch, right? So you want like the highest tier shield in order to get the best one. If you, without a shield, you only get 50% effectiveness. Not to mention, you still give up like a damaging ability that could like, you know, that could like outweigh the extra adrenaline given. It's just that I don't know exactly what you could. Well, I mean, the thing about Diver is that you need a place where the extra adrenaline outweighs better damage from other abilities, right? It's just that have we figured out something that lets us do that? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the only situations I could see it really being useful are one, something that you have to res, but you're high HP already. So like, I mean, there aren't really anything. There's not really anything I can think of that you have to res anymore because of like disruption shield and things like that. Or a mechanic where, say that like you've had an opportunity to dump a lot of adren, but then there's a period where you can't do damage to something. But it can still do damage to you. Then you could divert during that just to get back some of the adrenaline you just dumped, but there aren't really many instances of that in the game as of right now.
Right. It's just that.
Sorry, go on.
See, the thing about Diver is that it's somewhere in the like the same vein as like heightened senses was before range Telos became big, because like before then everyone kind of wrote off both heightened senses and conservation of energy because it seemed to just not be as good as Berserker's Fury because, you know, more flat damage and the adrenaline gain you got from that was not worth it overall. I think this is like a similar case where we probably haven't figured out the right place, but implementing it will be difficult because, like, you know, heightened senses still isn't like widely used. It only has a niche use. Diver is probably the same deal there.
Is sustain non-issue then with Diver? Is that not a consideration?
Like,
well, the point. Well, I mean, I say use Diver as an offensive ability in order to eke out your damage, not as a way to like delete, like not as a way to mitigate damage, basically. You know.
Right. Okay. The only thing I could think of, and Ken kind of suggested it in the chat, was for it to be like off global cooldown like Blade Die, but I thought that would be a bit boring, so I thought maybe you could use it off global cooldown only if you use a defensive before it. So you had to like freedom into Diver or something if you were to use it off global cooldown, but it wouldn't just be like available off global cooldown.
Well, I mean, that would turn it into a disruption shield that gives you adrenaline, right?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it would be good then. It would be really good, but like...
Yeah, it'd be very strong.
If you had to use it after a defensive, then as like a combo, then yeah, that could be pretty interesting to do.
Well, I mean, some defensives are already offensive. Like,
that's true.
Say freedom.
So what you'd like?
One of your better offensive basics with like melee and range right now. Say you did a freedom and then diverted, and you basically get like a strong offensive ability that also gives you like 40 adrenaline.
And negates a hit.
Right, exactly.
But so what would you do? You would freedom auto and two-handed auto into shield divert? Wait, what's the second-handed? What's the two-handed?
You have to have your shield on. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, it would definitely be
good.
Probably
skip the offhand auto, replace that with the
shield.
You
only have like 2 ticks worth of time in order to get that divert.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering like when does the second hand auto come out? What tick?
It's like tick 1 after GCD.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, you can manipulate it to come out later if you want to, but
yeah, but then it will be very hard to get use out of it.
Right.
But yeah, it'd be like I'd be interested in like not just like straight up off global cooldown, but like situational. So you had to do something before it, and I thought like a defensive would be pretty cool, like any defensive ability, and then you can use divert off global cooldown. But outside that, you'd have to use it on like if you use a normal ability after it, you'd have to use it on global cooldown. But I don't know if
Would the implication be that the divert would persist past whenever you cast it?
no,
Like
it works.
Okay,
I mean, it
so
doesn't
it
divert
just-
work the same way as Rez's. If you take off your shield, it breaks it.
Right, yeah, but I was just like, if you cast it off global cooldown, you're saying that essentially you'd be on tick with something and then continuing normally, right?
Sorry, what?
You'd be like casting the divert on tick with like some hit, right? And then continuing normally after you get the adren, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, I guess that would like open up a bit because you don't ever have to stand around waiting for it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to, because like certain things happen on certain ticks, and the global cooldown kind of interrupts that if you have to get something on the 5th tick or something like that.
I mean, you might. I don't know. I mean, I just threw an idea out there. It's not like, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like most of the time when it comes to abilities in RuneScape, the possibilities and are just endless, right? Like you can do so much, you can add so many synergies, right? Like I think a Greater Barge is like revered as like one of the best forms of power creep just because of how it works and how it has changed people's like rotations but
A ton. I do feel like that maybe divert isn't as bad as people envision, because like this probably like, this might sound stupid, but dark bow autos are really good damage and adren, and if you combine that with divert, just as like an offensive way of doing damage and getting massive adren, because like, you know, divert will give you 9% adren with Fury to Small, and then you get adrenaline from that, and they can immediately switch to your dark bow for another 8% adrenaline. That could be like massive adrenaline gains plus a little bit of extra damage there, and then you can work your magic from there. Maybe that could work, but then you have to deal with divert actually needing to be landed and not get destroyed by RNG.
So here's a question.
Or of course you splash a dark bow auto and then you ruin your entire rotation.
We're talking about it as an offensive ability. So not having done the math, do we think if you generated, say, 36% adrenaline plus your Debo auto, would it be worthwhile in terms of adrenaline gain to have sacrificed a range ability? So like a needle strike.
I can't answer that without doing it myself.
Right, exactly. So I think this is
most
just food for thought.
in most situations, because of outside of range, I'd say in general, no.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Range, you always can use more adrenaline, so you can always use the Debo spec.
Yeah,
so,
dark bow spec is basically like a spamble thing, and like if you can keep
what I
going
was
and gen more to do that, then you can easily do even more damage inside all of that. Now the big problem with that is that you have to give up ECB, which has its own can of worms, unfortunately. Because like if you want to upkeep ECB up the entire time, you can't dark bow auto. So there's a lot of hoops and hurdles to jump over there, which makes divert even more questionable. Even though it's really, really cool, I just need to like really, I think just the community in general just needs to really try to use it as like an offensive ability before really judging it. I don't think it's been rigorously tested overall.
how much do you think if they up the adren gain, people will be more inclined to use it, and if so, by how much?
I
Like,
can't.
roughly?
I
guess
mean, I assume
because
so.
again, I want to use it first, like as like a in a rotation first before seeing if it needs a buff or not. Because like I actually like the fact that it's not immediately obvious if it's good or not. Like it has to be worked in properly.
But
if it's not what's up?
What if it generates more adrenaline? Another idea I just want to throw out. What if it generates more adren? What if it generates adren based on missing health? So let's say you're missing 90% health. It will multiply it by 1.9 times. It'll multiply by what? Huh?
So like it'll get better the lower your health
Yeah,
is.
so it's obviously rezzing
giving
seems
up a heal.
really good at like 10% HP left. But
I
if
like
you sacrifice it for divert,
And then it'll have synergy with Berserker's Fury.
It also just makes sense, right? Because you're giving up a more valuable res.
at
You
a
could
risky
be getting
point
more-
as well.
Yeah, I really like that idea.
I mean, obviously numbers will
Yeah,
throwing it
subject to
out there,
balance.
but like
Like I think that divert is strong. It just hasn't found its like
Usage.
No one
hasn't
has
worked its way
really
in yet.
documented. Yeah, no one has really documented the use yet, so I'm not writing it off just
I would
yet.
imagine theoretically it's good, but like
Yeah, exactly.
people, I guess people just, I don't know. Why do people not use it then? Is it not because of sustain?
I think
I don't have a
just
keybind
that-
for it yet.
It's just
is
that
that why you're not
That
using
too.
it?
That's it. I have no room for keybinds. But aside from that, I just haven't used it. That's it. That's really about it.
How much would it like change your rotation? And obviously it's dependent on, I don't know like the range of it. Like what's the range of like you getting, like what's the minimum adren gain at Solak versus the maximum adren gain at Solak? I don't know. Like how would that impact your rotation, that adren gain? Like I haven't, like on top of like all the other like RNG adren like procs, like Relentless, Hydrix. It's just like, what do you do all this adren and all this like RNG? I don't know.
I guess melee can jump with Dragon Claw spec in the same vein as Dark Bow, maybe.
I guess we have specs to dump them on, but yeah, I don't know.
Magic has nothing.
Yeah. All right. I think moving swiftly on to the next one, if that's fine.
That's okay.
All right. So chain, the next ability activated whilst using magic weapons within 6 seconds will also damage each of the secondary targets for 50% of the ability damage range used on the primary target.
One quick note: we're still on mechanics on the screen. They should be changed to rewards.
Oh, my bad. You're correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right. So chain. Obviously. Sorry, go on.
It's neat. It's just that it's a little bit undertuned for what it's originally supposed to do. And I think, well, we'll get into Ricochet later, but it's just that for 1v1 scenarios, it just doesn't cut it for that at all.
Yeah, for me personally, I think it's actually a pretty interesting ability. It just pales in comparison to what range got, and then also like going foreshadowing later talks. It also they gave the weaker ability to the already weaker style, which makes it feel even more underwhelming.
Yeah, that I think that was very frustrating for a lot of people. Is
Right.
the fact that, well, it seemed like Jakes did not recognize the actual balance of the styles.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, obviously they were meant for different scenarios, but there's a
Right.
couple problems with Greater Chain. Mostly being that if you kill your target with Greater Chain, you don't get the effect.
Yeah,
Right,
you
yeah.
don't get the
Yeah.
effect, which is
Oh,
a
I
bit
didn't know
iffy
that.
for mass AoE Slayer.
If they
It's not a
fix-
player status; it's a target status.
yeah, so if they
Right.
changed that, it would it still wouldn't be Greco status, but it would be a little bit better. So if I could suggest anything, that's what it would be. But obviously, yeah, the frustrating part is it's likely that these abilities were designed, or at least going through their philosophical discussions between JMods months and months prior to Raksha release. So it might feel frustrating, or that Jagex doesn't recognize player sentiment. It's just probably that was before everybody was saying, Mage is dead, blah blah blah, which was EOF time frame, right? So EOF made the change very swiftly, to the point where people were maging 1 week, and then really it's less utilized. So it does feel frustrating. If they just reversed the effects, it probably would have gone over better, I think. If Chain had Rico's effect, and Rico had Chain's effect. So I don't know. I don't know if that would have changed player response, but I think it probably would have.
I think the issue with that argument is that it like having one be so strong and the other be so underwhelming, regardless of even the differences in the styles, is just kind of problematic. In a lot of ways, both looking at the reward space and looking at how they change the styles respectively.
I mean, it could be, but if you have one style that's vastly underpowered, it's okay for a subsequent reward to give a greater benefit to the underpowered. Personal opinion, obviously.
I just think coming from the same place, kind of, and being like the same branch of abilities, like Chain and Ricochet are kind of like range of magic's equivalency.
They used to be.
Right,
now,
sure.
Now they're not.
Right.
Yeah.
It just feels like having one get such a significant buff and the other one getting like a more niche kind of buff.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like the way I see it is like you're saying that essentially you get a boss, then it drops tier 95 mage weapon, but tier 93 range weapon just because mage is weaker, right?
Right, exactly.
But I think that's a bit hard, I feel like, to do with like an ability. And obviously, distinguishing them as well. But I do agree that one is obviously just pales in comparison, right?
If the difference wasn't so extreme, I don't think it would be.
Yeah, obviously small differences obviously not gonna bother too much, but also like kind of destabilizes the like value of the drops as well
for those styles. No, all gear. So if you have a reward,
no, I'm just saying, like, you
good.
go to Raksha and you get like divert, it feels like shit. You get like basically nothing, but then you get Grey Ricochet and boom, you
get 900 mil. Yeah. Well, no, but looking at it on an even larger scale, right? So Gricko is so good that ancient scales have gone up several hundred K and draconic energy have gone down several hundred, like it affects the market to such a degree. That's the argument I could see for if a piece of content comes out like Raksha and creates an imbalance between the styles, it throws a lot of things into turmoil. So that's one of the ways I see it as problematic. But as for having one be much better than the other, I think, that's happened in the past in terms of Telos spec weapons and stuff like that, whereas one has many more usage cases than the other. Same thing with Nox weapons, even if you go further back, right? So I don't know if it's necessarily problematic for one to be slightly better, but I think we're all in agreement that Rico is
Lucario.
What's up?
We can hear that.
Sorry, that was my bad.
I agree with you. I don't know if using past reward spaces to like make it okay is really the right way to think about it. Like, just because they did it before and people didn't like outrage at it, I don't think that makes it like okay to keep doing it necessarily.
I think it's just fundamentally different looks at game design, right? So there's the thought that one style can be much better than another style for some period of time, and then there's the more prevalent opinion that all of them should be roughly the same at all times. I think one is more realistic. I think one is easier for game developers to provide meaningful rewards. I guess it just depends. We'll get into that.
Yeah, I was going to say we'll get into that like later. We have a whole topic for it. So sorry to cut you guys off. Lucario, you want to say something on Grey Chain? I don't know if you did.
I feel like I think all it really needs is that because in terms of AoE, it's outpaced by melee and ranged for different reasons. Like melee can handle like 5x5 or like 7x7 stuff a lot more easily than magic does, and range is unparalleled in 3x3 AoE.
Yeah, is melee better than mage? Than
for AoE
in large AoE like Solak arms and legs?
Okay, that is one place where magic beats melee in terms of that. But at the same time,
is there anywhere that melee beats magic but range, like melee sits at the top in terms of like AoE outside of Slayer?
E3. ED3.
Okay, yeah. I
Chin,
guess the
chins are
consistent. So melee has a consistent AOE, like large range AOE, and
Yeah.
mage has like burst large
burst
AOE.
AOE with like detonate and stuff like that.
Longer cooldowns.
But and then
Horrific corruption
chins of
abilities
course
as
are
well.
very confined to 3x3, but very good at that. But melee just beats out both ranged and magic in terms of that.
Right.
So for greater chain, I would probably say either the extra hit should be 100%, or it should be all abilities within 6 seconds.
That's a bit.
Well, I mean, that's a
Well,
bit, but like compared to greater
you're just
chain,
bringing
is
it up to Greco.
Sorry, greater
Yeah.
ricochet. Is it
Yeah,
really
that's
that?
fair. Yeah, that's like, now I said it, and then I immediately was like, well, maybe not.
I mean, the thing about that is that it will serve a different niche to chins, right? It'll still be at 50% damage then.
Right.
And it's still not applicable for 1v1, which is what Greater Ricochet excels at, you know. And chins, of course, can compete heavily there already because it's full damage, not like full damage on one thing, 50% damage on other things.
And it's constant as well.
Yeah, right, it's constant. Like you have 60% upkeep with Greater Chain in that case, but you know, it still won't be that great.
Yeah.
Compared to it will be great, it's just not compared to ranged. It can probably be comparable to melee in that case.
All right, so I think we'll move on to Greater Ricochet. So, Greater Ricochet, 20 to 100% main hit. If there are no suitable targets for the secondary hits, it will instead hit the primary target for 10 to 50% ability damage each, up to 6 hits with Coroming. So this obviously synergizes absurdly with Hydrix and Eldritch Crossbow, and has single-handedly pushed range to the top. What do you guys think?
Should also include Blackstone Arrows because it made that really good as well. Special equipment in general.
Can you explain how? For people?
Because okay, so Blackstone Arrows, they drain armor for every ability you do. Or some like hit blast, like so one will be used for every two will be used for every snapshot, it will be used for every rapid fire, etc. Greater Ricochet, because with Corrowing 4, it can hit up to 7 times on one target. It will consume 7 arrows and 1 global cooldown, which will drain the armor extremely quickly. And basically acts as a sort of ranged Stasis Warhammer. And makes it very, very quick to apply, and then you can go back to your criminal bolts very quickly after that.
So?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the ability overall? We're going to go round robin, starting with you, Luca.
It's really, 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 really overpowered.
Someone said it.
It's so busted. Like,
yeah.
The more I think about it, the more it's like, yeah, this is like actually super unhealthy.
Yeah, I initially thought I read it like on
you thought you read
like
it wrong.
seven or 9 times. Yeah. I was like, I read this wrong. Like, there's no way this means this, you know. And then I thought it was just gonna be one big hit, and then they split it up into 6 individual hits.
Which
and
is
my mind
much
even
better.
blew up
Yeah.
even further. Yeah, I don't know.
There's so many things to parse with it.
Yeah. How would it be if it was one hit?
It would be a lot worse.
It would be a
lot worse. But
it'll be way worse already because you cannot synergize as disgustingly with Hydrix bolts and
Hydrix bolts, the ECB spec as well.
Yeah, ECB spec will also be.
The ECB spec damage would be way, way, way lower.
Yeah. Would you
because
hit,
of how Soul Split works? Obviously.
Would you hit cap? You'd get capped a lot of times as well, right?
You'll get capped a lot of the time there.
Yeah. So it'll be like a lot less damage than it actually is described as in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
And as like a little side note,
still would be good. Like it's still
it'll be
like,
good.
really good relative to
That's
most...
a huge nerf, and it's still really good.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ripper Demon. Ripper Demon got like an insane nerf, but it's still like pretty absurd,
Yeah.
But yeah, so
And you,
sorry, go on.
no, I was just gonna say that you also heal less of Soul Split if you don't have
Right.
ECB up.
How much does Great Ricochet heal on average?
Probably
Like
1K, like around 1K ballpark. Which is insane.
Yeah. So do you guys think that it should be nerfed?
Yes.
Or do you think
Oh, I think there are a lot of aspects about it that need to be addressed, and then overall, some of them need to be nerfed in some way, so that the collective nerf is fair.
how would you like to see it nerfed or changed?
Well, because you can talk about, as we said, there are 7 individual hits with Chroming 4, and that one heals you a lot, avoids the hit cap, works really well with ECB, and then on top of that works with Hydrix bolts, and then it kind of works with Ruby bolts, but the damage with Ruby bolts is not the normal Ruby bolt damage.
Yeah, it's like half, like 5.5K
like,
for it.
Right.
Even though it's lower, I forgot. I think Couchy told me, but I forgot. But like, it's still worth using Ruby bolts with them, right? With it.
If you don't need a Dren, then yeah.
Well, on average, like you're looking at Ruby bolt spec going on a quicker cooldown, right? Because you're obviously getting it earlier most of the time, versus getting the Adren from Hydrix and being able to use and that feeding into a Debo spec. Has anyone like mathed that out to know whether it's? I assume it's better to just camp rubies on ricochet attacks, but I don't know.
Well, I guess the issue is that if you ruby proc on your ricochet and then it's on cooldown for 6 seconds, you could have missed out on a 15k or whatever.
Yeah, but obviously it just comes down to averages.
Right, of course, but I like the math is very hard to do, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. But I was just curious if you guys knew.
Well, because the thing with if you use Hydrix bolts intelligently with Ricochet, I guess, it allows you to like use more thresholds in like ultimates and that sort of thing, because you can get them off earlier and then have a Dren to still do like an SGB spec, a Darkbow spec at some point, and then so like having that more well-rounded rotation versus having like an extra 1 or
little
2
bit of
like
damage. Yeah.
3,000 damage boosts from that Ruby proc.
Right.
That's why I initially said if you don't really care about the Adren too much, the rubies on the Rico would definitely be better, just because it's a damage buff and
yeah,
It
the
sounds
chance
like
of getting the proc is pretty high.
Yeah. It sounds like keeping the ruby proc cooldown though. So if you're going to be using more thresholds, that could be valuable. But as you said, the math is very complicated and situational to determine, if it's worthwhile.
So do you guys think that Great Ricochet should just be hard nerfed, or do you guys think that it should get like a nerf while also Greater Chain getting a buff to the point where it kind of competes?
Well, yeah, I already said that.
Do you guys? Sorry, just to further elaborate, do you guys? Are you guys fine with Greater Chain staying as like a AoE Slayer type of ability, or do you guys want it to compete in single target boss scenarios?
I'm okay with it staying as AoE. If they want to increase magic 1v1 damage, I would like to see it with something else. We didn't get that with Raksha, but
Could get it with Padward 3, yeah.
We can get it elsewhere. I just hope it comes quicker, sooner than later.
I'm surprised they haven't done anything. Like, not even like they don't need to like I feel like with something like Greater Ricochet, they don't need to perfect the nerf. I guess because it affects like an economy or like G per hour and etc. They kind of want to be careful with it. But I feel like a quick like reasonable nerf really early would have been really good. But
so two problems. The boss has been out for 5 weeks, and Jagex was off for 2 of those weeks.
That's true.
So
But they
they're still
decided to nerf
taking
the damage, but not nerf. I feel like
right. So, but
Maybe-
also you're assuming there is going to be a nerf. So
Dude,
you
there's
guys
no way.
seem to agree. I'm gonna take
I've
the
been-
hot take. I'll take the hot
wake
take.
up
It's not gonna get nerfed.
every
It's not gonna
day.
get nerfed.
Every day in the morning, I wake up and I just look at my ceiling. I'm like, there's no way they don't nerf Great Ricochet. There's absolutely no chance. That's
I mean,
how
I
I
think
wake up
they-
every day.
I think they said that it's functioning as they wanted it to.
Right. And yet every day you wake up and Gricko is still the same.
Well-
So I'm gonna take the hot take. They are not going to nerf it. And they will just buff chain. Slightly. And that's it. Period.
Well, the
and I
problem-
don't think they necessarily need to nerf Gricko. I didn't want to disagree in the middle of your discussion. But I don't think it needs a nerf. I just think the
Whew.
other styles need a
That's a
buff.
hot take right there.
The issue with RuneScape is not that power creep has become too much. It's
That's
that
not
PvM challenges are too few.
I'm not saying that power creep is bad. Well, we're gonna get to the combat styles.
Yeah, we'll get to this.
like,
But I'm
later.
going to say no nerf to Gricko. We'll leave it at that.
I think that the existence of an ability like Ricochet isn't necessarily bad, but the fact that it is a basic ability with a 10-second cooldown and like has the ability to use 7 bolts or arrows or whatever, all packaged into one ability is a little much.
It is a
Like
lot.
I don't think like if this was like a something like a dark bow spec where you had to burn 50, 60 adrenaline, whatever, to use something like that.
But it gains adrenaline. Yeah. So I get
You know?
I get how all of these things combine to make Gricko insanely good. However, I don't necessarily think the right answer is to nerf it. It's okay for range to be super good for a couple months, as long as something like Elder God Wars Dungeon comes out and provides additional mage utility or damage or something that gives the other combat styles a usage case. So anyway, that's my controversial opinion.
I was gonna say something I forgot. Sorry, go on, Lucario.
But the thing about Jag is that they take a notoriously long time to nerf stuff. Like, even Ripper Demon took a month to nerf, and they gave us heads up with that, you know? Like, that took like a full month to nerf.
Yeah. And Ripper Demons don't cost 900 mil. So,
right.
Oh, the one thing
Right.
I wanted to say that Great Ricochet is also not a very like interesting ability to use or fun ability to use, in my opinion. You know,
It's really just like another damage ability.
damage modifier. The one power creep I don't like is just simple, straightforward damage modifiers that, even if it includes just a switch, in my opinion.
Right.
So
I mean, I guess the only thing that's interesting that's a side effect is that you have to think about what bolts you're using a little bit more, or like what ammunition you're using a little bit more.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it changed
Like,
perk setups. It
deeply.
changed perk setups to the point where if you're camping an ECB, you're using a roaming ECB. If you don't want to
I don't know
EOF an
if,
ECB.
I don't know if that's interesting. Like it changed
It's
perk
part of the
setup,
trade-off.
for somebody who didn't have range gear, they're not changing anything. They're just using something different, I guess. Like if they didn't already have it, there's no change to them. It's just now this is what you aim to get whenever you're buying the gear. I mean, I guess it revitalized like Greg a little bit.
Greg. Well, yeah, Greg prices. So I'm just saying it impacted other parts of the game.
Yeah, sure.
Where a little bit more involved.
Right. And also, just because something's intended doesn't mean it's gonna stay that way forever. Remember Blade Dive off global cooldown damage?
Yeah.
They said that was intended. They wanted you to do that, but they removed it anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if there aren't any more comments on Greater Ricochet, we can just move on to the next subject, which will probably touch heavily on Greater Ricochet anyways. So
yeah, may as well, because like they bleed into each other. It will make for a good segue.
Do you want to say anything?
The one thing I was gonna say is, or ask, is how would you feel if instead of the 3 codices for Raksha, there was one where you had to pick
And
the
you got to
reward?
pick? It would be better. Personal opinion, it would be better.
How would
It would make the price and the reward feel a little bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Yep. It would make the
But
log
then,
quicker.
then
What would
then
be-
the issue is you pay more for divert and more for chain.
Right.
That's
So
that's
there's
the thing.
pros and
Unless
cons.
it's more common, you know, like 3 times the supply.
Well-
We'd assume it would be 3 times.
Well,
The
yeah,
assumption would
yeah,
be
yeah.
the assumption would be like, I guess overall you pay like a sort of similar amount if you get all 3. It would be a little bit lower,
Okay,
but it's similar. But then you could pay if you just wanted Ricochet, you could pay a little bit less. And it would make the money return from Raksha a little bit more consistent.
It would also make people do the boss on average for a lot less time. Because if you think about the amount of people who just do bosses for logs, it's quite a few.
True.
So
I
a
disagree.
lot of people would finish sooner.
And the reason I disagree is because I think the price of Divert and Chain will push people away from unlocking it and trying it. That's my argument.
Right.
And
Yeah. That's the counter.
and I think the difference in price, like compared to like Mazcab codices, if they were separated, I don't think the cost would be big just because of the change in meta over the years. But I don't think it would be as big as the difference between Raksha's codex prices. But yeah, that would be my main reason. But I like the idea in general. I think that like codices like that from a single boss should be just one.
Yep.
All right.
Sorry. I had one more thing that. Do you feel that the Shadow Spike should be as rare as it?
Oh, I have an opinion about Shadow Spike. Let me know how you feel about this. Shadow should be untradable. Shadow Spike should be
not. I'd say not in its current state, but
untradable and 3 times more common. Personal opinion on it. So I'm a big fan of untradable upgrades.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we will get to that later.
Right.
But as for Shadow Spike, it's too rare. Because my understanding is it's not on the boot drop table, it's on the codice drop table. It's the same rarity as the codices. That's my understanding.
Right.
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe it should be more common because players need it to upgrade Laceration and Blast Diffusion. But again, that's my least controversial part of the opinion, is that it should be more common. The controversial part is I also think it should be untradable.
Yeah, I mean, we'll on the untradable side is like very, very a big discussion to be had later. So
yeah.
Just gonna
But more common. All right,
more
less
common.
controversial. It should be more common.
Lucario, do you think it should be more common?
Yeah, like it's such a minuscule upgrade. Like, why is it so rare? Like,
I agree.
Like I paid 150 mil per spike because I'm crazy. No one else.
Is that really a lot in current day and age, though?
Probably not because
It
you
is
know
a permanent upgrade as well, which is very attractive.
I mean-
like the idea of upgrading those boots and having it forever versus constantly adding on to your Glavens. I feel like for a lot of players, that's a huge deal.
I mean,
Practically,
these-
it shouldn't make a difference, but I think.
I mean, it's like I don't know. It's like the difference between like doing like, I don't know, 100 damage, doing 102 damage or whatever. It's like, really? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't really know. I haven't really thought about it, but yeah. At the same time, it's such a small upgrade and it's a permanent upgrade. Like, I don't really mind it being as expensive as it is.
Like Trim
should it
Masterwork
cost-
is like double the price, I'm pretty sure.
Should it cost 20 times as much as Laceration boots? I don't know, but
probably not.
I mean, because you made the argument that it's a permanent upgrade, and like buying Laceration boots, it's a permanent unlock, basically. I mean, you can sell it. But...
Well, usually like the very like generally in RuneScape, and it's like the slight upgrades till best in slot is like is much more expensive than the actual like tier 0 to 80 is cheap, but then tier 80 to 90 is expensive and 92 to 92 is absurd. Not actually tier, like not. I'm just saying in terms of like general upgrades. I'm not referring to actual tier.
I guess
80s
if you also want to bring in pre-EOC, glaciite boots were really expensive while being a bit minimal as well, I suppose.
Yeah, remember when the add-ons were the frost flares and stuff?
Well,
no one used them because they were absurdly expensive.
I mean, yeah, but like pre-EOC, the normal glaciite boots still had like strength bonuses and all that.
Yeah, but you could like the add-ons were EOC, right? I don't.
Yeah, EOC. I'm talking about pre-EOC,
right?
When they were new in 2011. But yeah,
right. I think we should move on because
Sure.
I don't want to be here till 5 a.m.
That is true.
All right, so next one is current state of PvM, and the first topic we'll be talking about is combat styles, the strength, use, and balance of each one we'll be discussing. Now, my Pepega perception is I thought, so this might be grossly incorrect, but I'll say what my perception was. Before Raksha, I felt that styles were in like decent spots, right? They all had their uses and they all had their niches. It wasn't like perfectly balanced, sure, but like I thought they was like reasonably balanced, right? Realistically well balanced. But then Raksha hit and just completely destabilized everything and made range ridiculous. And I think range being better than mage at certain timelines is fine, but it being better than melee in certain circumstances. Actually, I don't know, like raw, like you guys are probably like correct me and stuff, but I don't know how it compares to melee, generally speaking, across like all bosses. But
I think for elite dungeons, range can outpace range, or at the very least compete really well, even if melee can use Terrasol Mall.
I think in any kind of sustained fight, range will always win. There are a few circumstances where in shorter fights, melee will still beat out range just because it can hit so hard consistently, like in a short period of time. But
like a really short time.
So, for example, if you were to do Solak, you main melee versus main ranged, which would perform better? Range?
Range, absolutely.
Yeah, range, absolutely.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can actually camp range at Solak and keep up with hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
hybrid melee mage or melee range?
Melee range.
Really?
Yeah, you can keep up.
Is that because
I don't think it's better, but you can keep up pretty well.
Is that possibly because like melee range hasn't been like optimized, or has it been optimized?
Yeah, I mean, it could be partially. Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot of trying, but I know that people have been getting. Like, I know Death's Office has been doing a lot of range camping at Solak, and
Who?
Death's Office.
Who's that?
He's in chat.
I'm messing. I know who he is.
Okay.
That's Sons of the Flame.
Like he's been doing range camping. I think he's got some pretty solid times, and like they may not be what you could get with like melee range hybrid necessarily, but they are at least as good as what people were getting before. Which I think is really interesting.
Is that partially because you can stay on reckless instead of using a mage for a hybrid setup?
Yeah. I mean,
probably, yeah, because even in depth swiftness, reckless is like 4% damage increase, which competes with Majorat.
Gotcha.
So, going to Lucario on first in line. What do you think? Not what I said, just generally like.
So I would say like before Essence of Finality, even all the styles were in a really well balanced state for the most part. Then EOF hit, and then it shifted a lot more to range. But I think the range meta hasn't really developed enough sense. Like it was better at Telos then, but we just didn't really super figure it out then. But until like the months lead up to Raksha, and then Raksha, of course, pushed it way over the edge there.
Was it
While
a lot better? Like, how better was it than?
like 20 seconds faster than Melee and Magic at Telos, I think.
Okay.
At the best of times, I think.
So
And then
you already had Gen SGB and Debo spec, right? So.
yeah, you already had that with EOF. And EOF like made range the best style at Telos. It just took some time to learn and like figure that out. But then like Magic just like got nothing this entire year. I'm pretty sure. Well, it got Inquisitor staff, but like that's like the only thing. And then Melee got Spear. I think Melee is just in a pretty alright spot right now.
even compared to range?
Probably.
Should range outperform melee?
No, I don't think so, because Melee has to get up close, which is a detriment in some cases.
I mean, I don't think it's that like clear cut of a decision to make. Like, I think they should both have their like instances where they perform better than like one another. But
range has less sustain,
I think
right?
that melee should have more instances where it performs better.
Well, so the issue that the issue that I see with Melee is, so for Melee, you have the best power armor also being incredibly tanky, having a set effect that the mage and range do not.
Right.
So it's kind of like where we talked about going against the intent of like the original design philosophy. So if the Melee T92 effect meant that you added to damage instead of being more tanky, it would kind of coincide with that. Oh, I'm up close, I should be taking more damage, I should also be doing more damage. But right now, I agree with both what Omid said about Raksha tipping the scales and Lucario saying EOF release disproportionately affected range. And it's not that Mage has gotten any worse. It's just that the others have outpaced it so incredibly.
Yeah. Like, realistically, Magic hasn't got anything since 2000. Like, big stuff. Not like stuff like greater abilities for Melee and EOF / well, ECB Bracona bolts are huge for range as well. Like, Magic hasn't got any of that since 2017.
Wait, what happened? 2017?
I guess that's when forticking really became popular.
Oh, I was thinking like the last time was like either Detto boots or corruption from raids.
Okay, corruption would fit, but Blast Diffusion boots is pretty good, but I don't think it's the same level as ECB or
it's not even close. Yeah.
So they're good. It's just that it's not that good.
So one thing I wanted to point out is that we were talking about how like melee is up front and it's usually the style that should take more damage, but isn't range is less sustained than melee, right? Like,
right,
easily,
which ends up as like the more glass cannon-y style right now, which is hilarious.
Which is kind of weird, right? So what do you guys think of that? I mean, oh no.
Is that predominantly Vamp Scrim? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well,
ECB
even without
spec,
Vamp Scrim.
ECB spec. Okay. Yeah. I got you.
I mean, I guess you have Onyx bolts, but there aren't many places where those are optimal to use.
Actually, I wonder if people use Onyx Bolt as Solak now, if they
Storm
you do.
Tank. Even without Storm Tank, you tend to use Onyx quite a bit.
Really?
Okay.
Wait, in what situation do you use it? Like over Hydrix?
Over Hydrix? I mean, if you don't necessarily need a Dren for something.
Is there such a thing as not necessarily needing a Dren on range when you have Debo?
Kind of. I mean, like, it's hard to think of a specific situation.
I mean, I guess if you hit certain phases at certain...
right, exactly. Like, if you're kind of, like, time-gated or...
right.
Okay.
You know, like, you're gonna hit a cap anyway. And then I think you don't use Ruby Bolts as much at Solak because his HP pool is so large. that they proc less often or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
For every million HP,
Right.
has a lower 1% less chance.
I don't know if that actually makes it like worse than just like camping Onyx or something like that.
Wait, how
or
does
camping Hydrix.
How does Onyx work on? Does it proc on every single, or can it proc on every single hit of Ricochet?
Ricochet? Yeah, there's no cooldown.
Yeah, there's no
Interesting.
cooldown
So
on.
you can
on
just
that.
get like 5 heal splats.
I use it
Yeah.
at the beginning. I use it at
Interesting.
Masuda at the beginning of Masuda. It's pretty good.
If you dark bow with Onyx bolts and get a proc, it heals you like 1500 HP.
And Onyx Pulse does more damage than Dragon? Question.
It's a 25% buff to damage, I think, before considering like hit caps and all.
Is it better than Dragon Bolts?
Like Dragon
Damage
Stone
wise?
Bolt?
Dragon
I
Stone
don't know.
Bolt. Sorry, I don't know why I said Dragon Bolts. My bad.
I'm not actually sure. I
think
assume so
they're
because
better.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody use Dragonstone bolts outside of like old necks.
Do you know Lucario?
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure Onyx is like better for the most part.
Okay.
I think. Let me look it up. Let's see.
Learning stream
Because-
over here.
Let's go, boys. Okay, Onyx. Onyx, but criminal bolts. It's in the name criminal. Let me see. 25% extra damage, 10%. Yeah. Dragonstone bolts is 5% chance for 25%. Yep.
Okay.
So way better.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess the selling point for Dragonstone is that it's a separate hit splat.
Separate
right?
hit splat. Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Wait, does that work on?
Doesn't work with ECB apparently.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
That's literally what I was gonna ask.
Apparently, but I remember someone testing it.
What if
But
it worked with ECB? Because Onyx is just an add-on, like an increased damage to your like normal hit.
it's
whereas-
like but it's like doubled.
If it
proc
procs
chance
twice
on
as
Onyx.
often, then the
I still
ECB wouldn't
would.
make up for the difference.
Yeah, I still wouldn't. Yeah, unfortunately. It will be funny at Raksha with the hit caps, but then again, ECB doesn't boost the damage with inner power, I think. So that's unfortunate.
Right. So, what do you guys like? Do you guys? What do you guys envision the styles to be, and where in the balance sheets? Like, do you want melee to be best single target? Do you want melee to be like? Do you want melee to be more punishing in terms of like damage taken? Like, because like we said, like we mentioned, ECB or range is less sustain and more essentially more glass cannon than melee is currently, even though you
Right.
can the KO potential of, well, I want to say the KO potential is higher on melee, but then because of Zerk, but then you've got Trim Masterwork. Trim Masterwork
Right.
is kind of weird because like it's tanky, but it's not on tank armor.
Right.
Well, it's tanky, but you also don't take any less damage in total. You just take
It's just
less.
that
lower
damage
damage.
offset. Damage offset
Yeah.
can let you cover a lot more easily.
Right, for sure. But like if you take a 12k and you're out of food and you have 6k health, you're still gonna die.
Right.
So-
unless you barricade the
Right.
offset damage.
Right.
But basically, what I'm asking, if you guys were head developers at Jagex, what would you do? What would you change? What would you like push forward in terms of balancing and use?
So you go
you go ahead.
first,
Before.
Dmo.
No, you go.
Oh,
We're
never
going-
mind.
we're
Okay,
going
then.
that way around. You go. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so what I would do, I'll put melee as the forefront of a single target DPS, basically. I think that it would be really, really good. And medium AoE damage, basically. And then it can also be punishing as well. But in general, it should do the most single target damage. And then you get magic, which I think should have the best AoE capabilities, period. Like you can buff Greater Chain to what I proposed earlier, like, 6 seconds of all of your abilities within those 6 seconds, and then you can just wreck things with that in a very large area compared to like ranged chins or more frequent than melee AoEs and stuff like that, I think that would be pretty cool. And then range could be like, pretty good in almost every category, I guess. Like jack of all trades. Like chins have like worse accuracy, but like really good like consistent 3x3 AOE. It could be, but it has drawbacks there. It's single target could also have some drawbacks. Like the lack of sustain could on ECB could really hurt it. Like more than Zerk and stuff like that. And I think I also forgot about magic like having a bit more utility as well. With I think Siren spells and the ancient magic should probably get like another do over.
Yeah.
Personally speaking.
What do you think, DMO?
So I think melee is actually like still in a really good place of like in the ultimate where I'd like the game to be kind of state. Like I think that it offers like it feels good to use. It's a little straightforward to use, I suppose, and it gets a little repetitive, but I don't know if that's really a bad thing.
Yeah,
it feels good to use. It has good burst damage. With the ZGS spec, you have pretty good like long-term sustained damage as well. You can heal quite well with melee, but you also take a little bit more damage to make up for that during your Zerks. So I think that melee is currently in like the best place. There are obviously like things you could do looking forward, like adding abilities or adding more niche things, but considering changing things as of now, I think melee needs the least work.
Right.
Range, I think that so like something's gotta go with range. Whether it be ricochet or add a cooldown on dark bow or something
cooldown dark bow. You're upsetting
something
Lucario.
Along those. I know.
He's looking for his sword.
Here's the thing. I don't care if dark bow gets nerfed. Just replace it with magic short bow.
Fair.
How good is magic short bow?
Like you look at well, magic short bow is very similar. I think it's a lot of adrenaline, right, to use, but it does about half the damage of dark bow.
Yeah, but Death Swiftness on P5 can carry it back.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Right.
I look at P5 Telos and it's funny to see somebody dark bow like 12 times in a row, but I don't know if funny is what the style should be.
No. Although on the other hand, Telos P5 is a special case because
right,
of
course.
Adrenaline. So,
but like, yeah, like that's the kind of thing that motivates me to think that way. But I guess it is like a very specific case. So I'd say probably if you're not gonna just hard buff both of the other styles, probably get rid of some of the effects of Rico. Like reduce the number of hits or make it so that every hit doesn't roll for bolt arrow effects, something like that. I don't know which one of those is the right answer, but we talked about that before, and you can make your own decision there. And
looking at potential buffs for magic, because I think that's what a lot of people are thinking.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, that's where I was headed as well. Yeah, I was gonna say magic needs. You have a few options. You can kind of say, well, magic is like more of a utility support kind of thing, and like Lucario said, you can add more AOE improvements, or you can add effects that synergize with other players in group fights. Some of those already exist, but they're not very good.
I feel like they
things
can do
like
so much
like the Ruby Aurora spell, I think it is, that like buffs damage for other
which
players.
Which is bugged, by the way.
But it doesn't work. Yeah, like things like that would make magic more interesting, but not necessarily just equal damage to the other two. Could be interesting.
So
I also think that more specs would be interesting for magic.
Right.
Mm.
So more specs to add to EOF probably would help.
Unfortunately,
Magic.
yes.
Unfortunately.
Because of how the other
EOS.
styles have gone, like Magic needs something to keep up, and without the spec weapons, you feel like you're missing out on that whole
Adren dump.
whole area of the game
Yeah,
where you can
yeah.
just dump these really, really hard hitting things.
So one thing that both of you touched on that I think is really interesting, and I tend to compare RuneScape to other games. Some of the like core concepts in other games that could be applied to RuneScape combat would most likely go into Magic. So if you had something like a haste, meaning all GCDs or all cooldowns were, 20% less. So that would be something that Magic could give to teammates. So something like a haste, something like a slow to enemies, all these random buffs that could be slotted into Saren spells or ancient spells. I see Magic as more of the support arm of combat. It doesn't have to be the best damage in terms of AoE. It doesn't have to be the best damage for single target. But I think at the end of the game, you should have a mage on every single squad, and Vuln Bombs took that away. Like, they just
Or
did.
Ingenuity.
So, Ingenuity followed by Vuln Bombs just took away any need for a major.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they could literally just convert mage into just a full, like, what if they're like abilities, not even just spells, just abilities that supported other players, and you would have like a support rotation essentially.
So you're saying we're gonna see the return of the DPS crystal, aka the Ice Asylum?
I mean, it's an interesting argument.
DPS crystal.
Because RuneScape has never really had roles.
Yeah.
In like a traditional MMO sense, like you don't really have a tank. You have a DPS that prays a different prayer. You have
pretty much.
You don't have a healer. Everybody does their own healing, pretty much.
Or you heal other. And
I mean, you could heal other, but like, yeah.
It's like non-traditional healing.
Yeah.
Right, because you're sacrificing yourself to heal.
I actually don't mind that.
No, I don't mind that either. I'm just saying that like by going that route, you'd be saying, okay, now we're gonna be introducing these role-based fights where whoever is the mage has a completely different role from whoever else is on the team. Yeah, where those other players tend to just do damage, because the other issue you run into is that as of right now, with all of the bosses in the game, you don't need a healer. Like, you don't need a tank. You don't need.
Yeah, but the mage, like what I was suggesting is the mage role could just be a damage modifier. Like,
right.
Like it would just have just a bunch.
Haste would allow that, or giving you like Calgarian spec, how that works. If the mage had something that powered up everybody around them.
It wouldn't. One thing I wouldn't want it to be is just like simple static, just damage increase.
No.
Like,
You'd have to
on
reapply and
you, and you just do more
yeah.
damage. It would have to be like more situational, or like synergistic in some way, right? Like,
man, I'm so sad about Sunshine and Death Swiftness still to this day, because when I saw that, I was like, you have to let everyone step in for a massive buff. Or you just make everything inside take the AoE damage. No, it's lame.
I agree. I thought that way as well. I thought it'd be like some kind of like AoE buff to all players inside your group, or like.
Or it would have been.
Yeah, but okay, so
that's so lame. Whatever.
What do you guys think of range as a style, in terms of like, obviously mostly like it comes down to manips of auto attacks versus like range where you're juggling bolts and managing a dren? Or maybe I misrepresented them, and you guys can correct me if I ever say anything like incorrect. Just correct me, by the way.
I'm pretty sure that's still kind of on the money though, not gonna lie. Like, the only auto attack manipulation you do of range is like Freedom, which applies to every style, and Dark Bow 5-tick, which is probably not that great because of ECB and Greater Ricochet.
So what do you guys think of them personally? Like, do you like
I think that the range, like the way you play range, is more intuitive on first glance than 4-ticking. in my opinion, because like everything has their set function. You switch to things dedicated for X thing, and you just immediately know, like, okay, I use it for this thing, I use it for that thing. Whereas with forticking, you have to know how to manipulate auto attack speed with your weapons and such like that, which doesn't come immediately. Whereas you can like say like this is for X, this is for Y, this is for Z, and you can immediately grasp it there.
Yeah. But at a high level, from your perspective, at your skill level, which one do you enjoy the most? Which one do you think is, I don't know, take it however you want.
At the end of the day, I do prefer ranged over magic currently, but under the caveat that's because magic hasn't had anything in years.
It's nothing new and refreshing. So it's just
right. So it just doesn't have anything to play around with that makes it like that makes it completely new. Like melee was reborn with greater abilities. Same for range. As OP as its Finality and Greater Ricochet are, they at least have changed the play style to require different mindset and different rotation. That's completely different from what you used to do. Magic hasn't had that. The most it has is forticking, but
So here's a question: if the buffs, we're assuming that Jagex realizes based on how many people are using, or rather not using magic, that something needs to be added. If there were to be a lot of buffs to magic, let's just use an example with God Wars Dungeon 3.
Right.
What if it came with the removal of Fortic auto attacking? Would that homogenize mage and range too much? Would you like to see Fortic auto attack remain just to keep mage unique in that regard? Or would it be okay if you added, 3 or 4 greater ability codices to magic to also remove Fortic auto attack?
See, it doesn't have to just be like you remove Fortic and you killed magic permanently. No, you can still do things like you can make that up for like make ancient magics 100% chance. Like you can bring back Ice Barrage, freeze on every ability. We can make blood spells like I don't know, a permanent Vamp Scrim. That might be OP, but we can make smoke and shadow spells like always debuff no matter what, and then we can further buff like Saren spells, and then you can incentivize switching spells in between what you need, and we can like introduce a little bit of that kind of switching. Maybe that infringes a bit into range bolt switching though, so that might be a problem there if we want to talk about non-homogenizing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how they feel to use. Obviously, mage is very different at the moment.
Right.
So in current state, for me, I feel that forticking with magic is very, like, I don't know if I want to say monotonous, but like there's not much thought that goes into it.
Right.
Whereas with range, right? I mean, kind of set rotations, or even like set guidelines for rotations. Like you're gonna be using one spell most of the time. Sometimes you'll use a freeze, but like you're not really like thinking very hard about what you're doing. There's a very obvious answer. Whereas with range, whenever you're picking bolts, there is not always an obvious answer. You have to be actively like balancing the benefits from all of these different kinds of ammunition. That it keeps you engaged and keeps you thinking, rather than just, hey, blood barrage is good, I'm just gonna use blood barrage.
Do you prefer range as a
I mean, I like the way that magic feels better, if that makes sense, just like the inputs and
right,
that kind of thing. But range, I think, is more interesting.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say something, but I forgot.
Well, I still do like melee the most as like a combat style, because melee is in general just my favorite way to play any game. Like I don't really like long range combat as much as just being up close and personal. That's just me though. I don't know if that's rooted in like actual like play style in terms of like what's different between the two. I think I just like the concept of melee more. I don't know, maybe. So like at the end of the day, even though range is like super strong, super like improvising, I still something about melee is like coming back home.
I don't think I'm a fan of just how RNG range feels. I understand that you're constantly like reacting to it and actively, like you said, DMO, thinking about like what to do with the adren and the bolt switches, but it's just like, and it's obviously realistic to like execute perfectly. I just don't like it being just heavily dictated by just RNG rather than like I think a set rotation can be good and like difficult to execute. It's just the problem is that there aren't many abilities in each style for in RuneScape, right? In most other games there's much more abilities that you use, but in RuneScape there's not that many, right? And that's why I it probably feels like a bit monotonous, especially considering that Mage hasn't gotten anything. I think when forticking became a thing and free like initially like defense autoing became a thing and then continuous forticking became a thing, I think it was like a lot of fun, but because like not much has changed about the mechanics of forticking, it's just kind of grown old.
Possibly, yeah.
But generally I think I prefer magic to range. Like magic just also range also feels very just volatile. Like sometimes you go boom 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 with Ruby, and sometimes you go bang with fucking SGB, and sometimes it just flops.
Those are quite the onomatopoeias.
If if magic and melee was like a more methodical game of rock paper scissors, range is like a thumb war.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just I just don't like hitting one arrow at Raksha and being like, woohoo! You know, like, well,
I hit a 10k.
Well, I've been shafted, or like sometimes I get like a Ruby Bolt spec and it hits 5 times. I'm like, okay, well, the damage difference between that and one arrow hitting is like absurd, right? There's nothing in your power to dictate that. It's just, but then you could argue like based on that damage you change your rotation, you do things differently, etc., which is true. It just doesn't feel very good to just be shafted by RNG, in my opinion. And it also doesn't feel good that you can just like literally camp rubies and just get good RNG and get a good kill, right? Whereas if you were to do something incorrectly with another style, you can't rely on RNG that heavily to actually get a fast kill. If anyone disagrees with me, or feel free to
maybe grab my relentless armor and just spam dark bow over and over again. Or giant claws as melee. Okay, I'm just messing. I don't really have anything.
So I do want to omit something you said, was that it doesn't feel that magic has really changed because it hasn't really had
in terms of like mechanics, like your inputs and stuff.
Yeah, so I think it's promising, though, that recent combat-related updates, Raksha, EOF, are taking a non-traditional approach as far as RuneScape goes, right? So RuneScape was always, we went from T60 to T70, T70 to T80, T80 to T90 at the time, T90 to T92, which is so much more boring than something like EOF or something like greater abilities. So I see it as promising that they're doing more of these greater abilities and ability codices. And if anything, I would think that's going to continue.
Yeah, I definitely think it's way more enjoyable form of Powercreep, which we'll get on to later. So, if anyone has anything else to say on combat styles, how you feel about them and what you prefer.
One other way we can buff combat styles is through magic, like buffing old abilities. I feel like that melee and range, every ability they have is like good now. Even something like backhand is good for flanking. Smash and Havoc are good sub-style camping abilities.
Except for the damage ultimates.
Yeah, those are bad, but Incendiary Shot is good for I guess wrong reasons technically, but like
you can stall it and chin it.
Shinseng. But like Meteor Strike is a very good position right now. It doesn't need any more buffs, and Tsunami is also in a pretty decent position right now. It's just
Massacre
that
and Frenzy though are garbage.
What?
they're all bad.
How would you guys feel about certain like ability? Like, what if they added new abilities that require like 20% adren, 25% adren? Why is it 15% or 100%?
I wanted that for years.
Yeah, but okay, so let me just like present it and let you guys, and then I'll present like a devil's advocate point of view. But basically, what if like certain ultimates that are completely dead content get changed in the sense that it doesn't require 100% adren, and it doesn't use 100% adren, etc., to the point where it's actually situationally useful, but it doesn't just overwhelm like everything else.
Would they be thresholds then? Would you need 50%?
I'm saying like why does threshold need 50%? Why they could be certain thresholds? I'm just saying
you're hypothetical. I don't know why
boundaries should be malleable. They shouldn't be just set in stone.
Right.
It's either 50% and it uses 15% adren, or it's 100% and it uses 100% adren.
No,
right?
you're totally right. I'm just saying in this hypothetical for your
I feel like
reduced.
that doesn't really need to exist.
Yeah, so I think most of us would be like, yes, just create more diversity, because then it requires different adren, and it uses different adren. It vastly would change rotations, I would imagine. But would JX step into this because it would make, so this is the point I'm trying to make, would JX do this because it would create more rules and complicate things? Do you think they would?
I think to be fair, that would be a little bit of a concern, because it's straightforward. Every threshold costs 15% adren, and then every ultimate costs 100% adren. Simple, gets to the point. Even if it's limiting, it's consistent for the most part.
Right. So, do you think they would or wouldn't because of that reason?
I think that maybe that ship sailed years ago. Like ModPie has expressed interest in doing that in like 2015, 2016-ish era, but that ship has sailed.
I think special attacks
hopefully
have taken
not
their
with
place.
Hostilius.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that I think a lot of this kind of exists through special attacks, but they work differently, obviously.
That is true. Essence of Finality effectively introduced this as a whole.
Yeah, they don't all have cooldowns.
Yeah,
they don't all like.
The thing is,
there's no adren like floor requirement necessarily. If that was going to be discussed.
The thing is that you can make something more powerful than it could be by just adding a cooldown to it, right?
Right.
Like, for example, if SGB didn't have a cooldown, it wouldn't be as strong as it is. But because it has a cooldown, it's, I guess you could say, justified to be as strong as it is, And that's, I think by adding more abilities in the future, you could like open, just make rotations less linear, less monotonous, and more like complicated and situational.
Yeah, I agree with that. And by having abilities, they would automatically have cooldowns, and I mean, I guess the only issue, the nice thing with specs is that you don't need another like keybind. You don't need it on an ability bar.
True.
But the downside is that you need another item, obviously.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like inventory switch instead of having an extra keybind.
Right.
Are we ever gonna get new hotbars, or like additional hotbars?
They've said
on display on screen. Probably not.
Right.
So what I've always heard is that they're not going to add another ability bar on the screen because the updating of the ability bar causes the game the client to lag or something.
Is it the animations? Because I've always
I don't know if it's the animation or if it's like the processing and calculation.
I've always hated the whole GCD radial animation for every single slot that is usually very common across most MMORPGs. I've never liked that. I don't I'd rather have just one bar that would fill every time you have like your global cooldown, but like the rotation of every single one is so like, to me, like disorienting at times. It just can be
also
hard to
flashes
see like
at the end.
I
it
never really
flashes at the
considered
end as well,
that.
yeah.
The flash is kind of nice just from a timing.
Yeah,
but
it tells
what
you
if-
that
what
it
if
tells you
also
that
the
it's
flash-
available.
Sorry, we're
Oh,
all talking.
that's it.
No, I was about to say like the flashing stopping the problem since 2015 when they introduced they synced it up because like before 2015, like the circle would go in 2 ticks and then stop flash and then like hover there for a bit and then you do it again for like 2 more ticks. Now it's like 3 tick, 3 tick, 3 tick, 3 tick.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Before it's like 2 tick, 2 tick, 2 tick.
Right.
So that's
the
not as much of a problem. It's only a problem if you 4 tick now.
the thing that I've heard proposed is to add extra bars on screen where you can only put things that don't update.
Right.
So you could put like your food on there or like
Gear
things
switches.
that don't have like cooldowns.
Is there anything that
um,
has like a visual cooldown other than abilities?
Well, I mean, I guess the sigils are abilities now.
What are sigils?
Blubbers
True.
update when you use them, and potions also update when you use
Yeah,
them.
they update graphically. That's
Oh,
fair.
right. True.
But I don't know if a graphical update is the same as the GCD.
Yeah, GC.
Sure,
thing
maybe
does
they've
processing,
like thought
whatever.
about like ways of doing this. Maybe they just don't see it as like a big of a deal and they just aren't willing to put in the resources. I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering if it's possible to work around it and how complicated it actually is. And if they've looked, I just want to know if they've looked at it like thoroughly, you know?
I think they can fix it. It's just that is this worth like spending a year or so? I'm just on here. I think they can fix it. It's just that it's always a matter of like, is this worth the time? Is this worth the money, the manpower? I think it'll be worth the manpower personally, but like I don't call the shots at Jax.
Funny story. The idea of a PvM hub had existed in a lot of for a lot of like J mods, right? For like years. I think pretty much like a year after Max Guild and Boss Portal at Max Guild, the idea of a PvM hub had existed, but I think because they were never given enough time and the green light to like flesh it out, it never really gained traction, right?
Right.
But like, it's not like PvM hub was just, oh, we just thought PvM hub now. No, the PvM hub had been like in circulation within JX based on people I've talked to for like a while before it happened. So I think like stuff like tap and game jam are super important that can like help these things. Like, for example, I would imagine like something like additional action bars or like action bar rework or something like that being developed on tap, and once it gets fleshed out and it gets released to the public, it might gain a lot more traction than they expected, similar to the PvM hub, right? Because obviously if they knew PvM hub was going to get as much traction as it did, I would imagine they would have made it a lot sooner.
Right.
But yeah, and anyways, I think we should move on, if that's fine.
Yeah, move
with
on.
everyone.
Yeah.
So next topic is the big boy, cost of PvM.
Ho, 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 ho.
Cost of PvM. This includes the money you need to get into PvM initially, the capital to start PvMing, and def costs.
Def and supply costs.
Def and supply costs.
Yep.
So I think we should start with the most agreeable one, which is def costs.
Yeah.
So I'll just give my pitch. I think def costs should be reduced significantly, and that there should be like a resurrection ability to like res people in fights that would like use 100% adrenaline, whatever, right? I'm not going to go too much into it. But I think the main reason I want this is so people don't get as frustrated with bosses, right? I think one of the core issues of like going back to it is Raksha is because of def costs, not necessarily because people were failing it, but because of def costs. And I think this like reducing def costs and giving people an ability to come back. Like, for example, you're doing like, I don't know, duo Solak and your partner dies. Well, unlucky, dude, you just gotta die now, you know? Like, I think it'd be a cool way to just come back, right? And I think the reason I want this is because it gives JX room to make more difficult bosses, or like they wouldn't be as scrutinized on making difficult bosses. So that's the main reason I really, really want death costs to go down. And I think people are too like stuck on it traditionally being punishing, right? Like, yeah, RuneScape traditionally has been punishing with deaths, but I don't think it fits anymore in the game.
Right.
I don't see it. Maybe I've never really seen a good argument for death costs. In my opinion.
Yeah,
Other
gold
than
sync and risk reward
gold
are the
sync,
two
dude.
main-
Okay, so you say gold sync, but then they give like 200 mils to everyone. It's like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
You know,
There has to be some gold syncs in there.
And how important? I think so. Obviously, with every idea, with every suggestion, there's pros and cons. Even like we talked about War's Retreat, right? Even though the cons were very, very small and like negligible, or like to a degree elitist, I think the pros just heavily outweigh the cons, and I believe that's the case with this as well. So that's what I think.
It's also counterintuitive, just to put it out there. Like, it dissuades players from learning to get better. So when you talk about getting better, usually you're limiting how much food you bring by bringing switches to do more damage. By doing so, by bringing more switches, your death cost goes up. Yeah. So it dissuades you trying to get better, which seems like the opposite of what they should be trying to do. So I totally support reducing the death cost by like 75%. So like typically a lot of hybrids have between like 15 mil death costs and 20 mil.
I think
so
Rod should be like,
should be 5 mil.
Barely better than just dying, just because Rod is good as it is, you know, outside of
it already has a good adrenaline effect.
It's insane at Slayer, for example. Like, it's actually insane.
I don't think it necessarily needs like the death
effect
thing. Like, I'll go into more of my thoughts later, but basically it's just like ROD doesn't really need a death cost saving thing when the original adrenaline it's not original because it replaces the healing effect that it used to have, but it doesn't really need it on top of the adrenaline effect because like that does exist overall.
So
I do think they'll remove the need to have Ring of Death equipped in some way, whether it's combining rings through some reward space. But just speaking to as it is right now, everybody says just can't bring a death, just can't bring a death. If the game and combat in general is going to be focused on switching and bringing multiple items, it's just totally not congruous with 20 mil death costs. You're punishing people for playing the game the way you want it to be played. So I think they do have to do it, but Omid, to your question of what is the argument for it? So PvM is very good money. A lot of people think it's risk versus reward. Obviously, it seems like we don't agree with that. But there are so few gold sinks. Personally, I would like to see them add more before they just flat out reduce death costs by 75%.
My problem is that they say, or it feels like they're not like doing like reducing death costs because of gold sync, but then they do shit like 200 mil from Treasure Hunter isn't even a big deal. My biggest issue, and I lost my mind when this happened, is invention machines. I think invention machines was literally one of the craziest updates in terms of like anti-gold sync or like gold inflation. It's like absolutely absurd, but no one talks about that.
It's between that and Spirit Warriors, and the fact that some people do 40 Spirit Warrior accounts.
I mean, doesn't like the vast majority of gold come into the game through Alk?
So when they last gave the numbers, which was years ago, yes, it was mostly Elk. And so whether that's the same with machines, I don't know.
It's also plank make machines as well. I don't think they use money, so that saves money as well, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So it's just
I don't know if they do or don't, but if they don't, then yeah.
I just remember my brain just blowing up when they released invention machines, because it's just like, I feel like, now people might disagree, like I feel like, and I don't have the numbers for this, but if you removed invention machines, you could reduce dev costs and it would balance things out. And I think reducing dev costs is, dare I say, more beneficial than invention machines. Invention machines are mostly for Iron Man, no?
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe that's not the intent, but like, it has the greatest benefit to Iron Man for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Because for mains, all that would happen would be that the alk price gap between the item price and the alk price would grow, right? Because less people will be alking it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just very frustrating to see like things being added that just pump money into the game, and them also saying that they can't reduce dev costs. It just kind of tilts me.
So my opinion on the death costs is that, like, as of right now, there's like most deaths in the game are not crazy expensive. They're, for most players, they're in probably the like 3 to 7 mil range. But then you make like 10 minor upgrades to like your weapons, your gear, what you're bringing, your switches, and all that, and then suddenly your death cost is close to 30 mil. And like that huge disparity like doesn't really feel like good or right. Like if you bring range melee hybrid to Solak and you have ECB amulet, like a roaming switch, flanking, all of that, it's pushing 30 mil already.
Jesus
Christ.
And like it feels like you should be doing these things because they make the game more enjoyable and they make the combat more interesting. But you're getting like disproportionately punished for doing it.
Yeah,
and like I just think that if you scale down more on, like, focus more on scaling down on the extreme deaths rather than just say, hey, all deaths are 75% less or something like that.
Yeah.
If you kind of like flatten out the curve, like flatten out the curve, or like add something to mitigate these extreme deaths where it's not even the majority of deaths, so you can't even argue that it's really for the gold sync because it's the minority.
Yep.
So if you do that, then like people will be more willing to try new things, people will be more willing to improve. But then I guess the other argument you can make is, why does it cost like 100k to save a tier 90 weapon or whatever, and then 3 mil to save a tier 92? Like why is that the case?
Yeah.
Because that's where a lot of that extra cost comes from, is you're adding like 3 mil to your death cost 7 times.
Yep.
So I think that the solution is somewhere in that area of,
there's two
like,
ways to combat it, right? You can make it so you always have like a rod effect. If you have a rod, basically, so what do people use? People use a luck ring, ring of death, asylum surgeons, and vigor. The only times I've ever paid exorbitant death costs are when I'm planted feet switching or sunshine switching in the past when magic existed, and I die with vigor equipped. Those are like the only times I've paid exorbitant death costs. So if you were to alleviate the need to switch rings as frequently, you might remove some of that, but I don't think that really deals with the crux of the issue. And when I was talking with Omid before this, one thing that I thought of that other games do is you have like a gear rating in a lot of other games. If RuneScape had the death cost attributed to gear rating, and so extra switches didn't change your death costs, I think it would be in a lot better place. Like kind of what you said, instead of like just flattening the curve, just changing it to more of like a step ladder. So you have a certain gear rating, you pay a certain death cost. If you're already at the highest, you can add as many switches as you want. Your death cost is capped at X. So
is that like saying if the highest tier you have is tier 92, then you get tier 92 death costs?
I mean, there's a lot of ways to implement it, but that is one way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually it's a combination.
I haven't played other MMOs.
So usually it's like a combination. It's usually like a combination. So if your whole equipment screen, look at your whole equipment screen, add up all the numbers. So if you're wearing T90s and T92s, that end resulting number is your equipment score. So if you have an equipment score that's full T92s and you add more T92s in your inventory, it wouldn't change your death cost. That's the easiest way that I've thought of to implement something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be more intuitive as well. Like, I didn't even know the difference between tier 90 and 92. Death cost was 100k to.
I don't
mil?
I don't know if that's actually what it is.
Oh,
I can
okay.
check real quick.
I thought that was
But
okay.
It's something. I mean, it depends on
like
what the weapon is because it's scaled to like the cost of the weapon. But
right. Yeah. So like for someone who doesn't know that scaling would be just, it wouldn't make sense to them, right?
I mean, it doesn't make sense as is right now.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So cost to save my offhand blight bounds is about 4 mil.
What?
And cost
Wait.
I guess cost to save an offhand ascension is 1 mil.
Yeah.
But ascensions are quite expensive right now, so I like they're a quarter of the price, so it makes sense for the death cost to be about a quarter. But yeah, like say like saving a dry gore versus saving a
Kopesh.
A Kopesh, it's like a 20th of the price or like a 15th of the price or something like that.
What do you think, Lucario?
Okay, so okay, finally I got a controversial podcast. Opinion, blah. Okay, English hard, but like I feel like that death costs don't really affect people as much as like let me rephrase. Death costs impact the learners by far the most. Like
Right.
I did like a I did a look with like with Virtus Obliteration Staff, which is tier 87, a Seismic Wand, and a Merciless Kaishio, and that added up to 1.1 mil death cost around that ballpark. And that's not even including like the supply costs and like degradation costs and losing a yak/mammoth full of stuff, and that can add up a lot more. Contrast to like a high level PvMer, I can eat multiple 20 mil deaths at like 83 or something like that. I can still make money. So people like high-end PvMers aren't really affected as much there. It may be annoying, but it's not as like demotivating when you're at that point compared to when you're a beginner or something like that, already trying to claw your way into PvM, stuff like that.
So the thing I would say for that is, sure, practically it doesn't make a difference, but it does make it, in my opinion, a lot less fun for people to just having to pay that, you know?
Which is fair. I'm just saying that
yeah, practically obviously it doesn't like impact you too much just because you're probably making a buttload,
like,
right? But
I'm not even talking about Telos, because Telos is just an anomaly in terms of that. I'm talking about like, stuff like Elite Dungeons and stuff like that.
As death costs have gone up due to increases of increased price of items, so have profits, right? But I just think it basically just makes it unfun. And going back to the point I was trying to make is that I think, in my opinion, Raksha was hated a lot on, and people wanted a nerf because one of the strains is the death cost, in my opinion. That kind of like puts them off or stops them from having fun. And I think like reducing it will allow them to make more difficult bosses, you know.
Right. It's just that one part of like death cost that probably doesn't get said a lot, because a lot of high-end PvMers complain about their death cost, is that the beginners probably struggle with it the most because they don't have a steady supply of revenue and all that before they can make the big bucks. And that part will drive it away quicker, and then that will like trickle down to like less people getting into PvM and stuff like that.
Yeah, it also can be like, you imagine you like saving up for like a upgrade and getting it, and then you have like barely anything, and you're still not like very good at the game.
And then you die,
and you die, and you just like go bankrupt, and you go, hey, can you lend me like 10 mil gold? I'm at Dev's office.
Yeah, that part was suck a lot, and definitely
It's happened to me recently.
unfortunate.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But yeah, but that's definitely not fun. If you reduce that for people, it'll inevitably fix like the rest of the problems with like top end dev costs. I feel like because you reduce it for like the you already reduce it like to like a more reasonable price for the beginner's part, and then it'll just trickle down to the top end naturally enough. Basically,
I think that like high end players should be punished more for deaths because like obviously the gear is more expensive, should cost a bit more to save. But I just think that the
disparity is
the
crazy.
steepness of that curve is kind of crazy.
Like you go from like instantly like fairly low amount with tier 90s to insanely high of tier 92, despite the difference between them being minimal at best.
Here's a
and all that.
question: if gold sync wasn't an issue, would you guys support or be against zero death costs? If gold sync was not an issue.
Honestly, at that point in time,
I'd be against
thinking.
I would be very against it, but
Really? Okay. Why?
like no death cost all the time, just because you play very differently whenever you don't have that thought in the back of your head.
But you
and,
still lose time if you die. It's
You
not
lose
Sure,
the time
yeah.
and supplies.
and the kill, and like
Yeah,
let's say
that's
some
fair.
kills are pretty long as well. Like
Yeah.
you lose that. I mean, that
Fair,
alone
yeah.
can still tilt some people.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know?
Yeah, that's true.
as someone who
Well, I
loves
suppose
punishing
if that
games-
was the case, you like PvM would become more accessible, and then more people would be PvMing, and you'd make proportionately less money in some way, and that would like end up being the same anyway, but it would feel better.
Yeah. I
For
mean,
me-
better people would be making less, right? Because the value of all drops would go down because more people could get kills. Something that came up in chat though, which I wonder how you guys feel about it. What if you just had no death costs for the first X kills at a boss? So
Yeah,
up until
I was
up until
thinking
50
like-
kills or something.
I was thinking about that, like for practice mode, up to 5 kills or whatever, will practice mode will let you have 0 death costs, but you still get loot from the first 1 to 5 kills. I was thinking about that to like help ease
okay.
people and like that. Like
Right.
maybe
so,
for unreleased bosses like Raksha, maybe reconsider it, and make it like half death costs or whatever. Because like it's new content and all that, but like after a bit of time, it's like okay, we lifted the restrictions. You can just die whenever you want until you get your 5 kills and stuff
I
like
guess
that.
the other nice thing is that if like you're not pigeonholed into like a ring of death either.
Yeah, I think that the ROD meta is a bit much. I would rather be able to use other, and I do use other rings right now, and I'll gladly eat death cost personally, but I think for the average person, they will rather not be pigeonholed into a ROD.
So, what do you think of the cost of getting into PvM and the capital requirement to start PvMing?
I'm admittedly a bit out of touch here because the prices of everything has soared up quite considerably. Like Ascension's apparently like 2 mil each or something like that. 200
Wait,
mil.
I was
But
gonna say
200.
2 mil.
200. I missed the
I'm
memo.
logging in right now.
I was
They're a bit over
okay.
200.
Yeah, just like their alc price now, baby. Let's go.
You
But
heard
yeah.
it here first. 2
You
million.
heard it. This is the way you can duplicate signets. You heard it here first.
I think up until tier 90, most stuff is pretty reasonable, except
Yeah.
for the things that are like invention heavy items. But getting from like entry to even intermediate level of PvM, it's a huge steep curve.
Right.
Um,
Intermediate. What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you consider intermediate?
So like maybe like getting a tier 90 weapon and camping that, and like not having tier 90 on prayer, not having crazy perks.
Okay.
Okay.
So kind of like whenever people go from like I can do God Wars 1 to like, hey, I'm soloing Vindicta or like doing some Araxor, like, because those are now like that's kind of the intermediate realm of PvM, and you don't really need very much to do those things. But getting even to that point right now, like with Nox weapons being quite expensive, Ascensions being quite expensive, I mean,
Do you see
can
that
use
as a
magic,
problem?
I
Do you
guess.
see the price increase of all these PvM
Well, so
items?
the other thing,
as a
I
problem?
was gonna say is that it kind of feels like they're trying to keep like lower end content somewhat relevant.
Yeah.
Like Nex is still quite good money.
But where does
I guess
that
Iraq,
chain? Where does that chain end? You know, constantly
right?
keeping every old piece of content needed, because as
Yeah.
as you do that, the new items and new editions get more expensive if they require the older version, right? So,
Yeah.
what is your
And then
opinion on all these? Hard
I
questions.
guess the other
but-
thing you could bring up before we get to that is that like clues are a thing, and clues are really good money now, and you can make money off of skilling, I guess, with like archaeology, and well, I don't even know if archaeology is good money anymore.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. But
unfortunate.
you make a good point with clues, though, and I'm not going to go deep into this, but basically, if you're starting from zero, easy clues are about the best thing you can do by far.
Yeah.
So for there to be a moderate gap to start PvM, to me, is okay. It's like gear that is usable at a decent level at bossing should cost a good amount, because somebody has to go get that gear. And then it makes the bossing that drops, let's just say like Armadil, right? Like some people disassemble it, but some people use it as introductory ranged armor. The fact that it's whatever it is, 7 mil per piece or whatever, I think that's a good thing, right? And you have kind of this clear progression of tier 70 gear to tier 80 gear to tier 85, like that middling Masuda's War Spear like area and Dragon Rider Lance and stuff like that, to T90 gear before it gets ridiculous. From T90 to T92 is an order of magnitude more expensive. And God forbid you want to start with range. Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Start with melee. Do yourself a favor. But the cost of getting into PvM, I don't actually see as that much of an issue, to be honest. Again, assuming you don't screw yourself and say, I want a range, and you have no money to start with, you're not going to have a good time. But if you go with a logical progression, I think it's in a decent place.
I think even then, though, for any of the three styles, the price that you need to pay to just entry level PvM is not very high.
Yeah, exactly.
You can get into like entry level. You can do like a day or two of clues, or do a day or two of skilling to make some money or whatever, and you can buy some stuff.
Yep.
I mean, assuming you have like the levels already, which
in-game knowledge
is a whole
right?
It's a whole different argument, but there are very, very, very easy avenues to go to get to that entry level without even really having to try very hard.
Yep.
And I think that's how it should be for like the bare minimum.
So does anybody think that the gap between like a practiced PvMer, so somebody who's using, let's just use an example. So if you're using like Nex gear, right? If you're using Nex gear and a T85 weapon, from there to if you're doing, say, Solak hybriding and you need a total of 15 bill in gear, is that good for the game, or does it make people who are into PvMing but haven't spent a lot of time PvMing, is it too intimidating or is it too off-putting to have so far to go? I personally, I think it's aspirational, not to lead the witness. I think it's a good thing, but is it too big of a gap between practiced and elite?
I think it's good for longevity.
I think it's cool as like a carrot on a stick.
That's a good
Oh,
way to
like
put
a
it, yeah.
yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that having things that are expensive encourage you to do like you said, Solak quote unquote requires whatever for the high end you need like 15 billion gear, 20 billion gear, whatever it is. But like that encourages you to do more of the content that kind of comes before Solak to make that money, and that like increases your longevity in the game. So for like a long-standing MMO, I think that's a benefit.
Yeah.
Although it can be like an intimidating thing as well.
So somebody made a good point, and this, I think we totally miss this because we take it for granted. One of the most important things about getting into PvM isn't even like T70 gear, like starting gear. 96 Herblore. It's 95 prayer. It's having all the quests done to access the content you want to do. Like, if you then take into account those things, it does take more than a couple days of doing easy clues to get into PvM.
Yeah, I was assuming you were starting from like a point where you had already done all of that. Yeah,
RuneScape overlaps more than like, I mean, it just overlaps like everything together, right? And I'm pretty sure most games don't really do that. But that's, I don't know if that's like, is there a balance between that's something niche about RuneScape and what makes RuneScape great, and between that and it being just straight up overwhelming and just too much to do? Because getting into PvM, just getting into anything on RuneScape takes longer, has a greater investment time than most games. But do you guys see a problem with the price of things, like price of ECB, outside of having to buy it through a trade rather than GE and possibly being manipulated? Say that's like not a thing, right? Say like you can't, there's like platinum tokens and you can buy it through GE with platinum tokens.
Yeah.
Is the price of ECB constantly going up and the price of everything going up necessarily a bad thing, especially considering everything in RuneScape revolves around GP, right? Like pretty much everything revolves around GP in terms of PvM. Like everything you get, everything you buy is just, everything's GP oriented. Not much of it is like untradables. So do you guys think this is a problem? Do you guys think the prices just constantly going up is a problem that should be addressed by JX? Do you think inflation?
How would you even address it beyond like deflation?
I don't know.
I mean, that is one of the key ways.
Yeah,
I mean, old things to the extent that there is deflation, and Omid kind of made an assumption.
First off, is it a problem? Do you guys
think?
If it's not one specific case where there is a problem, like the overall issue you're talking about, I think that if prices are going up, then the profits from PvMing are also going up.
Yep.
So you kind of, I mean, like for the ECBians, like in particular, it's kind of one of those outliers where it's accelerating in price a lot more than everything else in the game just because of how useful it's suddenly become.
Yeah.
But I think the overall trend in prices with inflation or whatever isn't too big of a deal. It matters more when people like come back after breaks and then their money is devalued.
True. That's
but
true.
I think if you're actively playing,
I feel like that's every game of an economy, right? Like devaluation does exist, and
right.
Yeah. If you leave the game with best in slot and you come back, you're probably gonna have like complete garbage and your money's not gonna be worth anything, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that's just a natural process of any game with an economy. But Gunnar, you had a point that we talked about privately about the perception of these prices. You wanna?
Yeah, sure. So we'll continue with some of the examples we already had. So things like Eldritch, or if you're going to have multiple Blight Bounds, somebody who's looking to get into PvM, even if the profits you'd make from doing PvM are increased per hour, looking at the sheer size of the bank required to do PvM at a high level can be off-putting to some people. So, I mean, we talk about range just because it's the combat style du jour. Is that an issue? Do you think that the absolute massive capital required to PvM at an elite level is off-putting to people who are looking to get into PvM? Because that was one of my thoughts. Maybe inflation itself isn't a problem because money-making methods go up commensurate with the cost of doing PvM, but the perception of it can be an issue. What do you guys think?
It could definitely play a huge part of it because, like, someone would put out like a really, really fast kill of a boss or whatever, and there'll be like 5 million items there that require heavy starting capital. Like you get a ECB, cool, but now you got an ECB amulet alongside it. That's already like double, like over a max cash stack. Which is like crazy overall. And then you get even more like stuff like, okay, now I got Blight Bounce, even more insane stuff. Like, yes, you can downgrade, but because like RuneScape players are so into like the meta, the most efficient way to play and all that, it can create this warped paradigm that's the only way to play. You can't just jump in with less gear and have a good time. You have to play on the same level as all of us.
Yeah, I think a lot of players who still play MMOs, right? The MMO audience is different than it was 15 years ago. I think a lot of the players who play today aren't going to waste their time, quote unquote, doing something suboptimally. So that's where I come from, is like, am I going to PvM? Okay, well then here's what I need. I'll go do something else optimally until I have the money to PvM. Whereas in other games, it's kind of just like, oh, you can PvM at 92% efficacy with 5% of the starting capital. It just doesn't work like that in RuneScape.
Right.
So I think it's kind of an issue. I love aspirational content and like watching you guys stream and saying, I would love to be able to do that. What do I have to do? And then going and trying to do it. But I don't know if a lot of people have that patience.
It's
part of it.
Sorry, go on. Kara.
Part of it though is like, how much of that is it down to the community itself? Like, is this really enforced by the game, or is it like, it's just like the overwhelming, like the loudest voices in the community would like push people towards like do this.
I think it's a mentality that's just developed over time, right? Like,
Yep.
In my opinion, it started a complicate where everyone just started having like an efficiency mindset, and it just kind of bled into every aspect of the game. And now it's just how I feel like maybe not how most people like vocalize their opinions and stuff, but definitely how most people like think about when playing RuneScape. Like, a lot of people just have a hard time logging out of RuneScape and doing something else, or like watching the movie completely independently, or playing another game, just because they feel like as soon as they log out, they're wasting time, right? And that,
are you talking about anybody in particular?
You.
Get owned.
But
that's fair.
I don't know. I definitely like one of the most restrictive points of money making, like I'm saying, like money making outside that activity to get items from that activity. Like, for example, if you wanted Telos gear, like items from Telos, you could easily get it in like no time by doing other things, right? But like one of the most restrictive periods was like when Nex was released. If you wanted to get into Nex and you wanted like Pernix and Divine, and you weren't doing Nex, you're gonna be grinding for a while, right?
Yeah, that was like a massive.
Yeah, it was also the same thing with with Virago on release, when
Virago felt impenetrable when
one was
on
2.6
release.
bill and Orb was 1.
Like, I felt like, okay, like speaking personally here, I felt like that because like I only own Drygors and like a royal crossbow, I couldn't do Virago because like teams wouldn't take me because of that. You know, like I'd have to get Ascensions, which will still be looked down upon, or get Seismics, or at least a verse one in book.
Yeah, but like to get like Seismic outside of doing Virago, I don't even know what the best method was. Probably like KK, right? Probably.
Dagannoth Kings were like 10 mil plus back then, and I did a lot of that
Like
for
10
money.
mil, 10 mil an hour to make like 3 point something bill for Seismic.
Well, Virtus 1 back then was 180-ish and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Virtus 1 and Book were really expensive.
Ascensions were around 300, 200-ish.
But my point is that I feel like now, even with ECB at the price as it is, it's not as bad as it used to be. And people never really complained then, so I'm like curious if people like complaining about like such high prices is just the trend that people have just that's tractioned, or is just, I don't know.
I actually have a pretty, I feel, different perspective from you guys, because I was much more recently like a new player.
Fair enough.
Because I started RuneScape 3 like very end of 2018.
Oh wow!
And I didn't really get into PvM until the end of 2019. So I've got like a year and some change of like high end PvMing, whatever you want to call it.
Fair enough.
Wait, why did you start playing RuneScape? Curious.
I played old school for a little while because a friend of mine got me into it, and then I got very bored of old school and tried RS3.
Okay.
So I did have a bit. I had a bit of money whenever I started out, so I didn't have to do that like very initial, like find out a way to get money. But I had to work for almost all of my like PvM stuff. What were you gonna ask about? Like on my own,
no, don't worry about it.
Found the game. I mean, I played as a kid as well, but it's on a different account, and I don't have anything from then. And so like my perspective was, I would see like Couchy, and like at the time I watched Artiferns a lot.
Oh my god, you watch Artiferns? I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I think I might be like one of his longest subs too, actually. But he like seeing them do things with like all of the gear and like all of the high effort and all of that, it motivated me more than discouraged me. Like I wanted to be able to do it, so I used that as like motivation to grind out like the money making and the learning and all of that, rather than using them as, oh, that's something I'll never reach because it takes too much effort to get there. And I think, I don't know if that's like a against the norm kind of opinion or perspective.
I think it is I don't think it's the norm, but I think it's very aspirational for people to see people like that, and I think I love seeing people like that. I love when people strive to get better or get inspired by like others, or it's a very admirable feature in my opinion. And also like I feel like if you're the content creator that the person is looking up to, it's also very, very like empowering for that content creator.
Right.
That's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was. But so, what was your experience? What was your like? Did you enjoy making money from scratch? Did you have any issues?
So I mean, I guess what I kind of did was like, I started out with like the easy, well, quote unquote easy stuff like God Wars 2, like Vindicta, that kind of thing, grinding. And like, rather than just considering it like a grind, I tried to use it as like a tool for improving in other ways at the same time. So like I would practice things that I saw other people doing, like at Vindicta or at low level Virago, like masses, kind of like bigger teams. Like I would practice those things with lower level gear, with anything I had. So I used that time to like acquire knowledge about the game if I could, and that made the grind a lot less like painful. And then at the same time, I was obviously making money. And then I eventually got into AOD, and then I had all the money I needed.
Then you became a slave.
How this grind started, and then I had more money than I ever needed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I personally do whenever I like go back to older content for like boss pets and logs. I don't really grind for it. I just see it as an opportunity to just learn it, optimize it, and have fun with it, you know? Because I think as soon as you grind for money and your incentive is money and your goal is money, I feel like RuneScape becomes incredibly boring. Like insanely.
Right.
I remember I staked all my money. I went to make money. I quit after an hour and didn't come back for a month because I was like, holy shit, like making money just to make money is so boring.
Right. If you've already if you're going back to content that you're already super familiar with, it gets very, very repetitive and boring.
You have to make it interesting for yourself, basically.
Yeah.
Set goals, but that's another thing, is that you can do that kind of by adding like unlocks and achievements to certain bosses that like benefit you and push you to improve at like a low, mid, and high level, right?
Small rewards throughout, basically.
Yeah.
Make sure like they're always getting something and getting the dopamine rush.
Dopamine rush.
Omid, we're all behind your PvM hub improvement ideas.
Let's go.
Tweet them at Jama.
I was thinking, do we skip the next topic? I put it in the thing. I didn't know if you guys want to skip it, or since we've kind of talked about it and we're kind of behind schedule a little bit, I think.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think we already addressed most of.
Yeah, I think we addressed pretty much all of it.
All right. Well, next topic is.
I will need to be right back for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next topic is tradable versus untradables. So, obviously, there aren't many untradable rewards in the game. I guess this kind of bleeds into rewards as well, that we're going to talk about later. So I guess we could like. Yeah. So. What do you think of tradables and untradables? Would you like to see more untradable rewards? Would you like to see bosses rather than like just pump out GP, pump out benefits for PvM? Or do you think that because RuneScape currently is super GP centric, right? Like everything just revolves around money. Like is Raksha good G per hour? Yes or no? That's all it is, right? Raksha, or like most bosses just the incentive is G per hour, right?
Right.
Outside of just subjective enjoyability and stuff. So basically, my question is, should RuneScape try to move away from that and give like best in slot untradables, or would you like to see it just continue down the path of everything is tradable? Everything is accessible as long as you have the money?
I think that tradable stuff is a fine for majority of things. I think that there should just be a bow once in a while for untradable things that you have to grind out on your own. Basically, like say that like challenge mode God Wars 2 was like, this is hypothetical. Say challenge mode God Wars 2 was the only place you can get Aftershock and all that. That would be pretty interesting, wouldn't it? Like you get like common drops that you can disassemble to sometimes get those components for.
Yeah. Or it could be like it could be like you could get Aftershock components normally, but in challenge mode you get twice the rates of Aftershock components. You wouldn't be getting like actual items, obviously, but like if you're looking at like Aftershock components per hour at normal mode Vindicta versus hard mode would be like twice as much.
Yeah, and challenge mode would give more.
Sorry, challenge mode. Also, I wish challenge mode and hard mode variants of bosses would be worth doing outside of pets.
Just in general, they need to be better
incentivized. I agree. So welcome back, DMO. We were talking about
Sorry
just
again.
tradables versus untradables and how
Okay.
RuneScape is 100% GP centric, and if you'd prefer it to move away from tradables into untradables, more like so basically I'm suggesting at the extreme, let's say for example all best in slot had like an upgrade option that would be untradable. Like every best in slot, like let's say you could like upgrade everything by like 1 tier and have like certain upgraded abilities that would just be untradable.
You could just use the example from before where if Shadow Spike were untradable.
Or yeah. Like would you like to see more untradable benefits that require
I'd like to see
to PvM?
more, yeah, but I don't want to see like all per se.
Okay, yeah, that's
Because like I mean I hate to reference old school, but like if you look at the Inferno offering
No.
like a best in slot untradable, you see somebody with that cape in old school and you get like an idea of like
I think
that
that's the
person
best
accomplished something really, really like challenging. They put in a lot of effort.
Exactly.
And now that they get this, like, even though it's not a huge upgrade, like they get this upgrade that benefits them even further because they put in that effort. And if you could just buy that cape, it wouldn't have that same like air to it. But I don't think everything needs that.
Oh yeah, of course. I didn't mean everything. I just meant
right.
There's barely anything. But I think like there's no problem referencing old school. I think the Inferno is the perfect example.
Right, exactly.
But then like you have people, I think this is where the controversy may not exist within us, but like within the community and even JX is it worth it for them to make a piece of content that appeals to only like a small group of people and only a small group of people will attempt it and only a much smaller group will actually get it, right? How valuable is that piece of content?
I think it's valuable not just in the sense that people can do it, but also in the sense of the hype it can build.
I agree.
And stuff like that. This is completely different from like the tradable versus tradable thing. I'm just going on like the content creation part of it, but like that's what could be valuable to Jagex. For the players though, like that want to try it, then it will be much less obvious, but it provides them a goal that they can do, which I think we can all agree on that. But like, are they willing to go with it? That's the question that we probably need to answer.
Well, again, looking to the Inferno, like, how many people are watching Wooks when he finished his first run?
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
20,000, something crazy. I don't like like that hype. Even if people aren't using it as hype to do the content themselves, it keeps them interested in the game as a whole.
Exactly. It might even strive them to do better or do some of the like specific methods that they're using and stuff. There's this. I personally think there's a lot of value to it. Like another good example would be RS3 related. When Sadden got 4K in Rage, he had 2.7k viewers, which is like insane for RS3, right?
That's huge.
So, like, I think like the question I always enjoy asking is like which is a more valuable piece of content for the game as a whole, Telos or Vindicta? You know, like two very different bosses, two very different probably like engagement rates, but which is more valuable to the game? You know, which attracts more players, aspires more players, keeps more players playing the game, you know, which makes the player happier, you know, etc., like just value in that sense. And I don't know, I personally would always like, I'm not saying that every piece of content should be like Inferno Telos, but I think
I think that would be like too limiting for people. You gotta throw like mid players a bone once in a while, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
Like once in a while.
But like, I'm saying like, I think that there should be something like that once a year, which I don't think is asking for too much based on what I've seen other games do.
Yeah, I don't think that's
obviously we don't really get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We used to.
Well, I feel like we just
yeah.
don't get a lot of stuff. Period.
Well,
I think that might change this year.
Do you
hopefully.
do you think that's the
but-
do you think that they have that mentality? Like, do you think that they envision there being a high level, like, epic boss, challenging boss once a year, or do you think that they don't?
I don't know. I feel like that they still want to strive for engagement numbers.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's the only thing they really see, because like they'll see like stuff like archaeology, they see Raksha and all that, be like, we want more people doing this. Slap on some other stipulation in order to get them in.
Yeah.
It also kind of feels like ever since mobile has been a thing, they've always used that as an excuse for we can't devote extra dev time to splitting everybody up into all of these things because we already have this huge force of people split off doing mobile. And my hope is that if and when mobile ever gets finished and those devs kind of come back,
right,
maybe you could have more of these, like, yeah, this is going to happen once a year, like high-end players going to get this, mid-level players going to get this. But it feels like right now, I don't even know how true it is that those people are that, like, they're that limited, but it seems like they tell us that they can only do so much as of right now because they're working on all these other things.
Mm-hmm. But to tie it back to like untradable and tradable stuff, I feel like that,
Lucario.
like honestly speaking though, like if they ever made like a really, really hard boss that dropped untradables and like beating it was a badge of honor, I think stuff like that is like that's a big milestone. You did it once, you're on top of the world, I guess, and you can reap the benefits, like a really strong like cape. I don't know how strong the reward could be because like it's so hard. Like it will be locked behind yet another thing. Like, do you want it to be super strong? Do you want it to be like medium strength, but not like not useless or niche, or like super strong, stuff like that?
I think if you're investing a lot of time and effort in learning and doing it, it should be significant. You should actually like, it shouldn't be just like 5 damage, like 5 strength more. Like it should actually like feel stronger, you know?
But do you think that it will cause like a greater divide between like the top end and the people right below that?
Should everything be accessible and doable by everyone?
That's not what Lucario is saying.
I think there's also a misconception about like about that divide, because you have like the very, very, very top end like speed killing, whatever community you want to call it, of like group PvMers, but if you exclude that like extreme, I don't think that there's really that much of a divide between people who have like pretty much everything and people who don't quite have that, because like those, a lot of the time the people who have pretty much everything are willing to like accept things that are not like if somebody had an Inferno cape in RS3 and like they had the option to PvM with like fire cape users, I don't think that would be an issue.
Yeah, definitely would not be an issue.
Yeah,
I think it's more the fact, I don't know if this is right for me to say, but like I feel like a lot of RS3 players look at some, like they already have like best in slot everything because they can just buy it, right? And they see something that is best in slot that they just can't get. I think there would be a lot of complaint around that, right? I
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
You don't?
You have the precedent already in the kiln capes.
I think
so. In the future, if they release Fight Noun V4, you know what I mean? I don't think people would be upset if it were super challenging. If it were similar to the Inferno.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I feel sometimes that people on RS3 have just, I don't want to say spoiled, but like spoiled to the point where they want to be able to do everything and have access to everything without like having to really, I don't know. It's just like if I play the game and I could just get everything like best in slot without really learning the game or putting a lot of effort into the game, I think I'd just be bored of it personally. Like if I wasn't pushed to improve to achieve best in slot, I think I'd be incredibly bored. But that's how I feel. Maybe that's like an elitist point of view or something. But I just
No,
feel,
I think you're right.
I just
I
feel
think
like
you're right.
like locking like some best in slot and some rewards behind like challenging encounters would be fun.
Right.
I don't know.
So, I mean, I think we're negating
how-
or we're neglecting to mention that a lot of things are untradable that are beneficial to PvM. It's just that gear itself.
Hey, we want to
is
talk
by
about
and
Blessed
large
Flask.
No, I'm not just talking about Blessed Flask. I'm
Oh.
talking about overloads. I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay,
armor spikes.
okay.
I'm talking everything. If you look at your inventory when you're PvMing, a large percentage of it is untradable.
Yeah, I mean, skilling has that, right? In benefit to PvM. But PvM doesn't really have that to PvM.
Yeah, exactly. And that's I'm totally in agreement that some rewards, some non-cosmetic rewards should be untradable and they should come from PvM itself. I feel like we don't really have that. I never look at somebody and say, wow, that person did, unless I see Gold Warden, right? Or if I see Gold Warden, or if I see at the moment Gold Reaper, I say, that person's probably pretty decent at PvM. But besides those titles, there really isn't anything that inspires the same feelings as seeing an Inferno Cape in old school. And I think that's an issue. And it's a missed opportunity at a minimum.
I would say that where am I going with this? That actually I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought again. I had something going and it just poof.
It happens.
We are over 5 hours in, so
I do definitely. I don't want like cosmetics though. I will say like I don't want to do something super challenging and get a cosmetic out of it.
I think I remember now. It was about
Okay.
quest rewards. Like Karasi's sword pre-EOC was a decent replacement for claws. Not as good, but like a good replacement for it, basically, and stuff like that. And some unlockables like Glycor boost for Nex also exist, and I think they could leverage more rewards and quests and stuff like that. Like Elder God Wars, that coming this year hopefully is also launching a lot of other quests and bonuses there. That could also like tie it. Or like untradable small boosts here and there on the same level as the Glycor boost from Ritual de Madrat.
Yep. So somebody made a good point in chat, and I didn't even think about this one, but and this is a cosmetic, so you'd have to kind of use your imagination a little bit. But the 6-minute gold nomad cape, that if it were a little bit more difficult, and when it came out, it was a lot more difficult than it is today. But that shows you actually understand at least a modicum of PvM abilities and rotations, and you just kind of know what you're doing.
Well,
so for example, if something like the Nomad Challenge, say they came out with a 5-minute cape and it did give a bonus, obviously the people here could do it, but it would show that you kind of know what you're doing, which is like the ultimate end goal. So I thought that was a good example. Somebody brought that up. Even if it is easy today and it's a cosmetic at the moment, it does show that you understand DPS rotations. So they could do something like that in the future. I think that would be nice.
I agree.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna introduce something new, because obviously Nomad came from a quest, so there's like a different context for why it was in the game.
Yep.
But if you're gonna introduce something new that's PvM related, if you're gonna make something cosmetic, it can't be the only.
It can't be the only
Yeah.
what? Sorry.
It can't be the only thing you're introducing. Like,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like
say
Harbo Vrago.
say
Harbo
there's
Vrago's dead
tradable.
now.
Yeah, say there's like tradable loot that you can get from it, but there's also cosmetic that you get from completing it yourself. Even that to me would be okay. But
It should actually just be increased rewards as well. Like if it has existing rewards. Like
yeah,
I mean,
for
higher
sure.
rage Telos is good, but like most hard mode variants aren't, right?
Yeah.
God Wars 1 is worth it
Is it?
for the most part. Zilly sucks, but
Wait,
in general,
is it better than normal?
yeah. Oh, for me at the very least. Like you can't AFK as much, but I feel like it's better overall.
Because
I have no idea.
Do you make a lot of money from normals then, normal drops, right? Because
Yeah, okay, back in when I did some hard mode Kriara, he would drop like Black Dragon High, I think some Crushed Nest as well, which are worth a ton more than his normal drops in normal mode, which are like you get some grimy dwarf weeds time to time, maybe some potions, whatever.
But I thought most of the money was from the uniques. But if it's at certain bosses, how much slower? It's like a lot slower, isn't it? Then
it shouldn't be that much slower because
Free's not that much slower.
Is it not?
Not
Interesting.
at all. I did almost nowadays, all my kills in
because like power creep and all that, it's definitely a lot. Like the gap is much smaller. So like while you can kill things like a little bit quicker, you still have to wait for respawn times and all that. So in reality, it could be like marginally less overall.
Right,
but on the whole, yeah, our mode's bad. They need to be way better. If they had untradable rewards, like what I propose, like with God Wars 2, like you get more invention components that way. That could be like a pretty neat reward. Like, oh wait, actually, I want to bring up like the double escape and double surge. They're from scaling, but I think they can apply to PvM. What if that like getting to something is like what about if like the untradable perk of making something yourself is cheaper? What if that happened and you rebalance it around? So
I can understand what you're saying.
I like the idea.
If you put in the effort yourself, you save some money, I guess.
So like if Raksha gave a currency, and you could buy either untradable or tradable codices, I get what you mean.
What if it was stronger? I said it.
Oh, you like scrims? You're talking like scrims?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
What if
preferably not like ports? Yeah.
Huh?
I said preferably not like ports, but yeah.
Like untradable components would be more potent.
I love ports.
They'd have like higher rates, so you'd have to like go get it yourself. Well, that's like the thing is, that's like a grindy thing that you're adding to something that isn't at the high end, I feel. Right? And if they were to do something like this, if they were to add a new best in slot, I'd personally prefer it to a new piece of content that is also like at the high end, right? But like these are things that they would add to like revitalize content, which I personally don't like too much. I'd prefer generally new content over revitalized content. But I think the reason they lean towards revitalized content is so people feel familiar, right?
Yeah. They've done a lot of that though in the recent 2 years with making sure that things like God Wars 1 and God Wars 2, the perks are extremely valuable. Even for the best players in the game, you're still dependent upon, unless you're scav farming, you're still dependent on people doing God Wars 1, people doing God Wars 2, things like that. So I think they've done a pretty good job in that regard, but I completely agree, Omid. If they went back and they said, oh, we want to add a double-bladed dive, I would like to see it come from something new instead of something old.
Right, I agree.
So I think we can move to boss versus player mechanics. Is that fine?
Yeah. I think I said all I wanted to about tradable versus untradables.
DMO, you.
I think I got my thoughts across for them.
Okay.
For most of the stuff we brought up.
All right, so boss versus player mechanics. So this is probably, in my opinion, the most interesting conversation to be had. Basically, what this topic covers is how much effort, thought, input you have on the player side when PvMing and boss mechanics side when PvMing. Meaning, how much when I'm doing Raksha, how much of my effort, how much of my inputs, how much of my thought process decision making is my Hydrix bolt, Ruby bolt switches, my rotation, my it's everything, my prayer flicks, my item switches, right? Versus dealing with the boss's mechanic, like dodging the rocks, dodging the tail swipe, getting ready for blade diving, the pools, etc. Right? So I feel like RuneScape has gotten to the point where the player side is so heavy that it's hard for JX to make a difficult boss, because people feel the need to have to execute up on like for example, like Raksha. Like if you just revolution Raksha and you just focus on just overheads, I feel like with some guidance and some VOD reviewing and stuff help and some suggestions, I believe pretty much anyone can kill Raksha, right?
Agreed.
But a lot of people just feel the need to go full manual and do everything, right? Optimal, and that kind of pushes them. It just pressures them, or it makes them tunnel vision out off boss mechanics. So basically, I'm just curious, do you think how difficult it is on the player side de-incentivizes JX from making super difficult or complex bosses? And do you guys like that it's super heavy on the player side, rather because super realistically, when comparing RuneScape to most other games, it's probably the most mechanical, most other MMORPGs. It's probably the most mechanical player side easily, but it's probably the most simple in terms of boss mechanics, right? So it's very hard to execute APM mechanics when it comes to the player side, but the boss mechanics are pretty damn simple compared to most MMORPGs. And I think that's a huge missed opportunity. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna listen to what you guys think.
So I see this in other single player games. I call this a scaling sliding scale between less player expression. It's between player expression and boss mechanics, boss complexity, and there's always a slide between that. You can put games that one game has really complex boss design, but because of that you can't really have a more in-depth combat system because you don't want to overwhelm the players, or you have a sliding scale that pushes it to the other direction, but also has to reduce some more things in combination of that. So on one end, where it's mostly boss mechanics but very little player expression, I'll put in Dark Souls game, where your base movement and actions are very simple. You basically have an attack and a slightly stronger attack and some parries. That's really about it. But the boss designs and how you react to them is part of the challenge, and part of the fun in that game is finding out the best way to take down every boss with your very limited moveset. Not necessarily I'm gonna style and floss on this dude, no problem. Then you contrast with another game like Devil May Cry, where you can basically just fool around and just beat the boss however you want, and it still has a healthy degree of complexity on the normal difficulties, on the base difficulties basically, but it's not quite as much as maybe a Souls game, because they go for different approaches. RuneScape is firmly on like the player expression side currently, but the boss complexity can vary just depending on the boss. Like Telos is pretty good with it, but then you get others like Elite Dungeons, which are fine, but not super complex, and they're pretty straightforward overall and stuff like that. So I think for RuneScape, they can attempt to bridge the gap between the two, because at the very least for RuneScape, you can get into it pretty easily. You don't need to do all sorts of fancy tech and stuff like that. You just focus on the boss and then circumvent all the mechanics, and then you just hyper focus on that instead of, okay, I'm gonna try to switch everything here and try to min-max all my DPS. That comes later, and I feel like that you can still just ramp up boss complexity. And
Do you think it'd be popular for them to ramp up boss complexity and possibly, and usually boss complexity is easier to ramp up and more fun in group bosses? Do you think it's a popular idea, or do you think JX would do stuff like that again?
I don't know we talked about this earlier, but we don't know what Jag is thinking in terms of like player engagement numbers and all that.
Right.
So like they very well could be like, this is not popular. Yeah, like hardcore people will love it, but it doesn't trickle down to the low end as much as we like,
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think that they should lean more towards? Would you enjoy more complicated bosses, or do you think that the player side is already so much for people that complicating the bosses further than, let's say, Telos or hard mode Viragos is probably going to be too much?
I don't think so, because like on a base level, RuneScape combat isn't too bad. It's only when you add in like so much other meta stuff that it becomes difficult. But like if it's not too bad on a base level, like it's still challenging. It requires a lot of multitasking, but doable. That just pushes the skill ceiling into even more crazy, unimaginable numbers. That could be pretty cool to see, and that might have the unintended side effect of just making players too good at the game, and then causing all the other content need to be power creeped even further in terms of difficulty, which will lock out other people.
Yeah.
So
the big factor there is I think in RuneScape there's such a big difference between like a casual player and like a top end player, right? The gap is just bigger than like pretty much any game, any like MMORPG I've played. So I think that's one of the reasons it's so difficult for them to create content, like high-end content, right?
So here's a question. So there are bosses that have mechanics that are unique to them, and they're also irrespective of player expression, as Lucario said. So Raksha, you do choose when to activate your inner power, which that part is player expression, but it's part of the boss in that it's separate from your equipment, it's separate from your inventory. Something like the Araxor wall charge, right? That's something that's different from the vast majority. Any of these extra action buttons, if there were a boss that locked you into a specific equipment setup, so there was no switching, and then they decided to go all in on the boss mechanics, so it required, and I'm going to use you as an example, Luca, because you have it on your stream a lot of the time. If it required StarCraft level APM to deal with the boss mechanics, do you think that would be popular?
No.
Or would it be too different than everything else in RuneScape?
It'll clash far too much with RuneScape. It will not be popular in any circumstance.
Yeah, I think you need to make it somewhat like relatable to RuneScape as a game. Like I would enjoy it personally, like I enjoy like pretty much any challenge in video games I'm more interested in, but I think that clashes too much with what RuneScape is.
Yeah, RuneScape would definitely not welcome that at all, and would be rightfully criticized because that just doesn't fit what RuneScape goes for.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I
don't disagree. Continue, Dmo.
I'm of the opinion that for RuneScape there is that like slider that Luca was talking about, where there's like player expression and boss mechanics on the other end. But I think the really interesting thing with RuneScape is that the player also has control over that slider to a certain degree.
Right.
So for like using something like Solak, for example, just because it's something I do a lot and I have it on my mind, the player can choose whether they want to, like how they want to deal with each mechanic, if they want to take things slowly, if they want to take things quickly and skip things, if they want to, like on P3, you can choose whether you want to go in and kill the elf and be quick about things, or you can be casual, take your time, go around, charge every pad.
P2 eruptions as well. You can just
P2 eruptions. You can do you can go up 6 times each if you need to.
Yeah.
Not to say that in like a mocking sense or anything.
Oh yeah,
but,
of course not.
You can genuinely like decide how you want to do it, and you have control over that slider. And I think that for RuneScape, I think that's a really, really like neat way to go about it, because it avoids the issue where like whenever you go into a boss for the first time and you're trying to learn a rotation, you're trying to figure out mechanics, you're trying to figure out inventory management, all at the same time. And you can kind of like, people who are just getting into it can go one route and decide how they want to do it, and higher end players who have a better background and don't have to think about it or think about what they're doing as much, can go a very different route. And I think that kind of design of bossing mitigates some of the issue. I don't know how other people feel.
I actually 100% agree with what you said. I've not really thought about it like that, so thank you for enlightening me. Yeah, I actually really
think
agree.
Solak is actually like the perfect example for it too.
Yeah, the fact I've never really thought about the fact that players can really like decide that slider more than most games, where it's just like set, I feel, based on my personal experience. But
even
RuneScape,
Devil May Cry, you can choose to play just like without much quote unquote switching. Basically, you can play with just like mainly one thing.
I just feel like the adjustment in RuneScape is just massive, just because of the fact that the skill level between a casual player and a high level player is so big, right? Yeah, I like that.
It's incremental though. It's incremental. So I think that's kind of, it's not necessarily just dealing with mechanics differently. It's, as you said, there's a huge difference between somebody who's learning and like an absolute elite player, but there's also 100 steps in between. And I think personally, that's one of the things that's best about this game, is you can slowly move towards your ideal elite PvMing status. So a lot of these things are just me playing devil's advocate, but RuneScape does that very well in allowing the player to either go from basically no switching to their whole entire inventory being switches, basically. So I think that's a good thing. Hold on.
Here's a bit of a tangent. I think one of the issues is that I feel like RuneScape doesn't endorse or teach a lot of the aspects of PvM, and that includes like even the base level of like RuneScape is a 0.6 second tick game, right? Like a lot of people just come into the game going like, this game is
why
so
is my game so laggy?
Yeah, like why doesn't
it's an acquired taste.
Why doesn't JX like teach players about this? Why doesn't JX teach players about, I'm not saying like they log into the game and they get this in the face, and JX are teaching them of 0.6 second tick timer, 4 ticking, etc., like being able to like auto manip autos and etc., right? I'm just saying that information should be there. It should be integrated in the game. It should be available. It should be endorsed by JX. I feel like a lot of the time they like kind of like hide it as like a flaw of RuneScape and they don't want to admit it, you know. But I feel like I just feel like information is just lacking in RuneScape. Like the resources,
at least inside first party resources. At least first party
Oh
resources.
yeah. I mean, like traditionally with RuneScape, we have a metric ton of third party resources, not just in terms of information, but like grouping as well. Like we don't really have a matchmaking system, so what have we done? We've just created like 10 Discords where you can group up with other people that want to do stuff. So, but I don't think that's a good thing, you know. Like,
well, I think
it can be a good thing, is because it fosters like a more tightly knit community.
Yeah.
But but it's a double-edged sword. Because like, where are you gonna find this? There's so many resources. Which one is legit? Which one's bad? Which one's good?
And
like,
someone might not even know it exists. You know, that's
Right.
why there's still people.
That's the big thing.
That's why there's still people to this day just randomly queue. Like I like to just like once a month, I just randomly queue into a Vindicta group, like a matchmaking system, and it's actually like a legit player looking for a partner, just because they have no idea that like Discord groups exist.
Right, and you can't really blame them. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
you
this
can't.
game's really dead. Why is no one using the
no one
system?
grouping up for any boss? Yeah, because that's how it is normally in every other game.
Like I think these third-party things should exist, but more as a supplement than the main driving force as they currently are. Because like even in other MMOs, you're gonna have these third-party like sources of information that like you simulate like DPS rotations and figure out what's best, or you.
Oh, I'm not saying like
right.
I'm saying like the basics. People need
Right,
to know
but
like
yeah,
what how the game runs and like what they can do. You
Exactly, and I think that part should be like directly integrated, and then the additional stuff should be
third party.
coming from these third party
I
sources,
agree.
because you don't want to throw everything.
Yeah, it'd be too overwhelming.
Right, and also you can't really be expecting Jagex to optimize what you're doing at bosses for you. Like that just doesn't really make sense. So that should be dealt with in other ways.
Do you think Jagex should endorse like the fact that the game runs on a 0.6 tick timer, or do you think that they should?
Not if they're gonna change it.
Oh, you think they're gonna change it actually? Like sometime soon?
Tried. They've already tried, and
I don't think it'll ever happen.
I don't think it.
Didn't they recently on the stream say that they tried it and it was like way more work than they originally expected, which they had stated was insane. So I'm gonna assume that it's probably never gonna happen.
Unless they just rewrite the game engine. No.
Yeah.
But if they do that, you can have my bank. So.
Okay.
So if they don't do that,
my bank
answer to that
consists
question,
of one cabbage. Take it.
My answer to that question is yes. They should endorse that. Here's how the game works, so that people don't have to first thing when they're trying to be good at the game they're playing, go to YouTube and search why is my RuneScape so laggy and not get good answers. You know what I mean?
I think that's also one of the reasons why there's such a big gap. It's just because the basic information is just not there and people just don't know. I don't know.
And it's too much to ask. And it legitimately is too much to ask for like them to infer themselves sometimes.
Yeah.
Because there's so much information. They'll just get overwhelmed.
Yeah. There's also some things that just don't make sense. Like how certain abilities like overpower are like an ultimate and suck complete, ass. Like they're like, holy shit, this requires 100% adrenaline and it has like big numbers. Me go smork, but it's actually like
every game has balancing issues, and some people, and there will always be noob traps. So that they need to find ways to. They need to find ways to reduce them at all completely.
there's definitely noob traps, but not as big as the ones in RuneScape.
Yeah,
I feel.
I
RuneScape has,
100% agree. They need that. They need it. They need to like find them and just shoot them.
Wait, the noobs?
No, the noob traps.
Wait, Lucario just
No.
just said that we should go out calling
Shoot
all
the
the
noobs,
noobs.
Lucario 2020. What?
Wow, this is truly the controversial podcast.
Oh god. All right, well, I think we can. Wait, what happened to my Google Docs? It got deleted.
Well, next up is like future PvM, Powercreep Rewards.
Yep. So next topic is, so we're going to talk about the future of PvM. Now, I feel like we've talked about most of these in some way or another, so I can't imagine them being too long. So Powercreep and rewards, we kind of talked about rewards in the sense of tradables and untradables, but Powercreep, mostly I just want your personal opinion on like what kind of power creep, like what's your favorite form of power creep, what kind of power creep do you like to see more of, you know, etc. etc. Who wants to go first?
Same order. We'll go first.
No,
I'll bite. Oh, never
not
mind.
same order. Okay, you don't decide things around here, Gunner. No,
Oh,
you can
all
go.
right.
Okay, I'll bite then. Okay, my favorite forms of power creep are what actively changes how you play the game, basically.
Okay.
Like I complained a ton about Greater Ricochet and Essence Finality, but at the very least they did change your rotations. They did change, like, I'm gonna do this now, like on like a huge scale for the most part. So like, and then you got stuff like greater melee abilities that also change your rotation. Like now you can use Flurry more often in order to grab your Berserk a lot quicker. Barge changes everything and all that.
Yeah, I still think Grey Barge is like easily like sits way above the rest for me. Than
Right.
like,
Right. It's like it's not spammable. It's it combos well into other abilities and it plays into melee strength with burst damage super well. It's like all around a class act.
Yeah.
And I think another super interesting thing about Barge that's kind of unique is the ability itself is decent, but like not amazing, I guess you would say. It's what it does to everything else that makes it amazing.
Right, it sets a stage for bigger things to come. That being said, it is a really strong ability if you charge it up. Enough.
Sure. Yeah.
Like it can hit 15Ks, I think, if you are lucky. Maybe 12Ks.
And it has like timing to it as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that most don't.
Detonate has timing, but that's really about it.
Yeah.
I mean, then it has timing, but if you mess up the timing, it doesn't like cancel the effect essentially.
Right.
I mean, it kind of does.
If you execute detonate early, you're losing out on how much range and damage.
Well, I mean,
if you mess up your barge, you lose out on a lot. Not just because you don't get your next combo as a bleed, but because your rotation probably will like go out the window, right?
Right.
But yeah, what do you think? Do you know what's your?
Yeah, So for me, I'm always a fan of anything that makes you think about what you're doing.
Right.
I'm not a huge I don't mind flat buffs like every once in a while. It kind of allows you to tier your PvM in a sense where like I guess sometimes certain things should be like I don't want to say inaccessible, but like you shouldn't be able to use like tier 70 gear to do like high-end combat. Just because that doesn't really make sense. So it like flat bonuses give you a chance to like have progression, but I think that the much better updates are the ones that make you think about new rotations, new ability prioritization, new not even just rotations, but new like strats even.
Yeah.
like for some speed kills and stuff, you can like pre-barge a dummy and then start the fight on tick with the bleed, and like things like that are just like completely different to any strat that you would have had prior to like that ability or that item being added to the game. And I think that's what keeps things interesting, and it's what makes people want to go back to old content and retry that content with like new upgrades. And
Yeah.
And that's kind of how you keep the game going for so long with so few PvM updates, I suppose.
Do you guys think that power creep? Okay, let's say for example, their boss release lineup is the same as it is, right? Like, so we basically, so we got Elite Dungeons 3 into Raksha, or am I missing something? Right. Was this something in between? Am I?
The select scaling, but do you really want to count that?
No,
it's
no,
not.
It wasn't a new boss. So
yeah, it's not.
Let's say the timeline, no matter what, was ED3 into Raksha, and there's obviously a ton of power creep in between those, right? Would you guys rather have that power creep exist or not, or be removed due to just there not being content to match it? You know what I mean? Like, do you guys like there being power creep with no content, or do you guys dislike that power creep is going up and content is staying the same?
I want new content alongside of power creep. Like, I think I can swallow like Grid or Ricochet a bit more. Like, I can accept it a bit more if it came from like the next best thing.
Yeah.
Then I'll be like, yeah, this is broken as all things can be, but it's like, it's coming from the next best thing, so is it warranted? Oh no,
but
I guess it's a bit more warranted there.
A lot of people like insinuate that power creep is bad rather than there being no content to match it. I'm just wondering if you guys like.
Yeah, I mean that's the most common false.
A lot of people are like, "Oh my god, another power creep," when in fact the issue is that, "Oh my god, there hasn't been a new boss in ages."
Right. Well, I feel like that power creep will make some bosses just hard to design if they keep accelerated even further, right?
Well, so you say that. I don't think so. So if you look at other MMOs, and I always go back to this and just look at things that are well known. So World of Warcraft came out 4 years after RuneScape. World of Warcraft had a max level of 60. RuneScape's was 99. World of Warcraft went from 60 to 70 to 80 to 100 to 120, back down to 60 in the same time RuneScape has stayed at 99. So obviously there's other components of power creep, right? Your gear and your potions and things like that and all your food. But the real issue, I don't think, is any amount of power creep. Because really you can just scale the numbers in any magnitude you want. The real issue is the timeline for releasing PvM content, and not just PvM content, but PvM challenges. So if they just came out with... So God Wars 3 is supposed to be only slightly harder than God Wars 2. The player is a lot more powerful than when God Wars 2 came out. I think it's probably not... And it hasn't come out yet, so this is pure speculation. If it's only slightly harder than God Wars 2, then it's probably not hard enough to warrant the amount of power creep that we have. Personal opinion. I totally agree with Omid in that it's content, it's not power creep.
Right. What do you think, Dmo?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of torn because I do find it fun to, even if there isn't a new boss or like a new challenge or something like that, I do find it fun to go back to earlier things and redo those things with the new power creep items. But I think that's more purely from I'm bored because there's no new content, so I'm just forcing myself to try those old things again. I'd much rather prefer if I could like get those things from new content and then use them for that new content.
Yeah.
I think it would make it a much more enjoyable and less boring, repetitive kind of. Well, because like how many times can I go back to AOD with new things and get a 3-second faster kill? Like it gets old pretty quickly, I suppose.
Yeah, I assume the theory
so
crafting side of it is fun, but once that's done
yeah.
and you've executed consistently on the mechanics, then it's just a grind after that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and once you've done it a few times, like even getting a little bit faster is not crazy fun or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's
less
just,
satisfying, diminishing
right.
returns.
Exactly.
To go back to it, kind of, do you guys think that, for example, something like AOD is, from a boss's perspective, mechanically enjoyable?
No, I don't personally.
I mean, it depends on what you consider mechanics, but like from a traditional boss mechanic standpoint, no, not really. But
Okay.
I mean, like obviously I am biased, but for a long time there were things that I enjoyed about AOD quite a lot. Like there's a lot of player optimization to be done,
Yeah.
which I think is fun and makes you better at certain things in the game. But like handling mechanics, no, there's not really a whole lot of anything. And the mechanics that do exist are like very, very straightforward. Very little choice involved. You just kind of do it the way the game intends you to.
How would you guys feel about mechanics being incredibly, like, much more punishing than they are currently?
I love
to
that.
the point that if you don't do it, you're dead. You know,
I love that.
For example, lines at AOD. Lines at AOD will do have as much damage as they normally do to you, but if other players are hit by it, they get hit 4 times the amount.
Oh, like the smoke line.
Smoke
things?
lines. I mean, you can do this with everything. Like the pad. How much you get hit if you don't stand on it? Currently, if you don't split it, everyone gets
6k-ish.
For
7k-ish.
No, sorry,
No.
for AOD.
AOD,
The
smoke
shadow
pool.
pad, the pool, the
Smoke pool.
smoke pool.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's some number divided by the team size. I don't remember.
So what if like you
50K?
don't do it, you get hit, everyone gets hit like 9k. Like, it's just make it so like if you ignore mechanics,
skipping mechanics is
you get
less
slapped.
viable.
You don't just get like you don't just force your way through it. Because I feel like one of the things of RuneScape is that some of the mechanics are just so like they're not punishing enough to the point that it's
They're
like
relevant. Yeah.
you can just skip it and just ignore it. And I don't think that's good personally.
Well, but okay, so are they irrelevant to only the high level players, or are they irrelevant to everybody? I guess is the question.
Well, that relevance doesn't matter to like most players because they're already doing it, right? And it's, to a degree, they'll be rewarded more for doing it after they are buffed, if that makes sense, because like it becomes more important to execute on, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So I don't know if that made sense, but
Well, you're saying that like the people who are already not skipping it are the ones who would like, I don't know how to I think we're thinking the same thing, but
yeah, I'm sure you
like they're already doing it, so
it feels more
they're
satisfying
not
to do it
skipping
because you're
and it's
avoiding
not
a much
punishing them.
greater punishment, basically. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that mechanics should be like, for example, like Solak pads are punishing, but they're garbage in the sense that you just can't realistically coordinate it. Like Solak pads are very punishing.
I agree.
You
Actually,
miss
like
2
the
pads,
punishment
you go
level
boom.
from pads is pretty good.
But it's funny because that's one mechanic that's like hard to coordinate because it's just so random, right? If they just color coded or like added a symbol to the pads, maybe
or like
just anything, dude. Like
Yes.
right. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, but I think that level of punishment is good.
Yeah.
You take a big hit and you take 5% more damage because of it. So
Yeah.
um,
So that's one thing I'd like to see more. That I felt like wasn't the case at AOD. And I felt like
I agree.
people didn't. I feel like people didn't, based on like the feedback and the changes they made to AOD. I feel like people just didn't want to deal with mechanics that prevented them from DPSing, like right. That was my perception on it with the ice changes, ice prison changes, and
interrupting mechanics essentially, like mechanics that interrupt what you're doing. Like I understand why people get frustrated by that, because it doesn't feel fun to go like stand somewhere and do nothing for 5 seconds and then go back to the fight.
Yeah,
but it like not all mechanics are like that.
Yeah, that's true. And to be fair, like, I do think that they could be better. Like
right, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like if they have mechanics that are designed well, and it's not just go stand here for X amount of time and do nothing, and then the team doesn't get PK'd.
Right.
Then that's good.
The one thing that I'm always passionate about is that I feel like RuneScape, like, bossing could be just like the ability system in RuneScape could be so much greater than it is, and so much more fun than it is. Like the possibilities are honestly like endless, in my opinion, when it comes to RuneScape, and that's one of the reasons I continue playing it. Right, like you could, like, for example, you almost don't need to be in voice chat to be able to coordinate a fight in RuneScape, right? Like that's crazy.
If everybody has an understanding of what's going on, you don't need to be at all.
Like, what if, for example, you were in a fight, right, and you had to go into the Shadow Realm and you had to look at like a certain symbol in the Shadow Realm while doing something in the Shadow Realm that would coordinate to the people outside the Shadow Realm to do something with that symbol. Like there's like 5 pads with different symbols, and if you stand on a certain one, I mean, maybe that could be coordinated in chat, but like there'd be some kind of communication between a team, right? Exchange of information to do the boss. Like there's so much. Like there's so much you can do with. I just feel like I just want RuneScape to be more like team oriented and coordinated.
That would also allow for more like variety in a fight.
Yeah. Like,
would be interesting.
I think like bosses don't need to, but there could be a boss that hits like 0 every time, but the mechanics are so complex that people struggle with the boss, right? Like a boss, in my opinion, doesn't need to be hard hitting for it to be difficult or challenging.
Yeah. So what you're saying is bring back quick chat.
Bring back quick chat?
Wait, for what? You haven't seen the Dagonoth Kings or God Wars 1 quick chat messages? Bring those back.
Oh, where it like tells you to do a certain thing.
Attack the boss. Attack the sub boss.
Yeah,
I got Dagonoth Prime.
Okay, or you could speak like a normal human being on Discord or some kind of voice chat, you know? Or you can be like Couchy, who just types out everything, you know? But then again, you could probably type out everything and still perform better than you. So.
He seems to type pretty quickly, yeah. What was I gonna say? Completely forgot
about that.
I feel like it was something interesting, but I guess we'll just have to take my word.
Fair enough.
I imagine it's interesting. All right. I'm thinking we skip Quality of Life and bosses and just go to God Wars Dungeon 3 with the interview context. What do you guys think?
Quality of Life has macros in it.
Do we just want to say macros, yes or no, and then move on with our lives?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, macros is a... Right. Wait. Okay. Macros. Slippery slope. What gets picked? Go. Like. So when it comes to macros, like, what gets decided? Like, what do we do? Like macros for like armor switch, dual wield, prayer switch, is it a slippery slope? What do you guys personally think? What do you personally think should happen? When I say macros, by the way, for just context for chat, we're talking about like Jagex integrating macros into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm like, I don't use any macros. I don't think that the like barring like exceptions with like disabilities or something like that, I don't think that anybody really has to use macros. But the game does get pretty input intensive and at the high end. Again, looking at something like Solak, where you're doing full armor switches, prayer switches, you have weapons. I don't think that everything needs to be macroable. Like, I don't think you should be able to press one button and you're using a different style now with everything set up properly. But I think that if Jagex has control over what they want to be able to be macroed, so say like your dual wield macro, whatever, even like have a separate weapon macro and then like an armor switching macro or something like that. That's like a few items to one input. I think that that's like pretty manageable and probably wouldn't get out of hand. It's just with third-party macros where you can do countless things that things get out of hand, in my opinion.
So,
but I think it would be a nice convenience.
So you would support
even
it?
if you don't need them. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even use them if, like, outside of a couple like very difficult to input things. But I think that they would be convenient even if I didn't feel the need to use them.
What would you think is what would you say is like the suitable amount of macros? Like, what would be too much, for example? Would be like dual wield switches plus armor switches plus prayer switches, or just dual wield switch?
I mean, I think that having ways to do all of those things individually is okay, but if you're doing everything at once,
no, I meant individually.
Yeah. I think that's all okay. As long as your macro is executing one like goal, kind of.
Right.
Like, you shouldn't be able to like macro your like P1 Raksha rotation.
Oh,
Like,
when I mean macro, I mean like this would be integrated by Jagex in
right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just basic ones where like it's seen as more of an annoyance than really a skill necessarily. I think that that's where you can throw in some room for macros.
All right, Lucario, what do you think?
I largely agree, except the fact that like I feel like that like being able to juggle a lot of binds and such is part of mechanical skill, whenever you like it or not.
Yeah.
But getting rid of some of that does allow Jagex the opportunity in order to integrate it as part of the game itself and expect you to switch even more and stuff like that. So they can further lean in on the entire thing and push people towards being more efficient with combat on a base level. They can do that if they introduce in-game macros, which is something I'm okay with, but like just third-party stuff is a no-no for me.
Yeah. Gunnar, what do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, I feel the same way largely, but for different reasons. I think if Jagex integrated macros, some of the most used macros in the way DMO said, which is like executing one goal. So for example, if you need to change your equipment, whether that be armor, weapons, your whole loadout, the way a preset works, I could see that would be the limit for me, as long as it doesn't extend to like prayers, activating your scrim, activating, like separate objectives. The reason I think that is because then Jagex could actually punish people who do more extreme macros. Right now, I think there's just an apprehension to go after anybody because some of the things are so inundative.
Do you think they can't? Or there's the
I think it's a combination.
Required?
I think it's a combination.
I don't think I mean, it feels like they can look at what you're doing, but they don't have any like automated detection.
Yeah. So unless they have a reason to,
The automated detection usually just detect like, I mean, people know this, but like it usually just detects like repeated stuff.
Yeah,
like if you
with the same
if you're
interval of
pressing
time
your
between
macro
them.
every like 5 minutes or like every like minute or 30 seconds, it won't matter. But if you press it like constantly for like every second for like 5 minutes, you'll probably be picked up.
So Luca made a really good point though. If Jagex expects you to be able to switch to dual wield melee, bladed dive, and switch back to a different combat style easily, they can then integrate that into boss design. So that's why I feel that it would be largely a good idea for the most part.
If they made though.
Right.
That's
So I imagine it working the way they do, like the eat food ability. It just eats the first piece of food.
Yeah.
Like wield ability would use the first main hand and offhand weapon in your inventory. They'd be simple things like that. Like a bladed dive macro, I think, would use the first main hand and offhand melee weapon in your inventory and then activate bladed dive. That's all I think.
Going to DMO, what do you think of blade dive macro, since that is both item switch and ability in one?
So like it puts on dual wield and activates the ability.
Activates blade.
Yeah, you still have to click where you want to go.
Yeah, but
okay. I
I
don't really have an issue with that, I suppose, because it's still overall like one action sort of, but
right. Okay.
Do I think it's necessary? No.
No, none of these are necessary. That's I think we're all in agreement that it's not necessary that Jagex do any of this. It's just whether it would make it more accessible.
I'm just mostly afraid of it being a slippery slope.
Right.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Then adding another thing, then another thing. I mean, the fact is that a lot of people like reference like other games having macros, but in most other games, macros are usually just much worse than actually like it's basically, the best way of putting it is like Revolution versus manual. Like, yeah, you can have like automated features, but it's just worse than manually doing it. So I see a lot of people like all the time like referencing like other games having macros, but it's just not the same. And if you've played like other MMOs, you know that macros are generally, it's basically like, think of it like, let's say RuneScape wasn't on the 0.6 tick timer, but the GCD was 1.8 seconds, right? If you were to use macros, it would be 2 seconds instead of 1.8 seconds. So it would be slightly delayed. It'll be slightly slower. That's basically how most macros work in other games. It's like, it's just slower. It does execute multiple things at once perfectly, but you will just get the execution slower. So I think we just move to essentially the last topic, which is God Wars Dungeon 3, if that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, that's okay.
Sure.
So, Gunnar, do you have the quote? Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, so the quote was in the context of the ideal bossing experience, but we'll just go for it based on God Wars.
It kind of links in with God Wars Dungeon 3.
Yeah. No, it definitely does.
So you want to take the lead?
Yeah, sure. So basically, Jagex did an interview recently. I'm reading it from mspoweruser.com, and it was Mod Osborne, basically. And they were talking about their philosophy behind God Wars Dungeon 3, or the Elder God Wars Dungeon. I think they're very set on the EGWD. People are going to call it God Wars Dungeon 3. Anyway, so Osborne said, if you're identifying an iconic element of RuneScape that is worth celebrating, the God Wars dungeons are one of the biggest. Players love them as they are very social, and you can mass bosses with as many friends as you'd like. It's a very communal combat experience. End quote.
Yeah. So basically, I felt when I read this that it was the selling point and the pitch of Elder God Wars Dungeon, and I mean, how I feel about God Wars Dungeon does not align with that, and that's not how I see God Wars Dungeon to be iconic. Like, even if you take like people who played back in 2007 or old school, I don't think their connection with, or their idea of God Wars Dungeon is being able to mass it and for it to be a communal experience. So to me, it's just always been like this epic, challenging PvM content, right? That's my vision of God Wars Dungeon. That's what makes it iconic to me.
On the other hand, God Wars 2 was not that initially. Telos eventually had that, but God Wars 2, the base bosses didn't have any of that. It was what, as they said, like pretty communal. There's a lot of like low level groups that will team up and do that stuff.
But do you think? Okay, my point is that, do you think players are looking forward to God Wars Dungeon for the more for the communal experience, or more for the like the new PvM experience / challenge? Because some people did find,
probably the
God Wars Dungeon
latter,
2
but
release.
like being able to like meet up with other people and make friends that way is definitely still like a draw for some people, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, I'm saying it's definitely a draw for some people. Like 100% people, love PvMing with others and stuff. But my point is that I don't think that's what the majority view is, maybe, or what the majority get excited by when they think of God Wars Dungeon.
I mean, I think that like there is a bit of like a social aspect to it. Like people enjoy going with like a couple friends or whatever, but I think the focus of what everybody is there for collectively is to like experience a new challenge that has like interesting rewards, kind of. It's not really about like doing something with your friends necessarily. It's nice to do it with your friends, but it's more about like achieving the goal of the actual content together.
Yeah. I mean, I thought on God Wars Dungeon 2 release, the 4 bosses were pretty like good. Like I enjoyed them. Their mechanics were like pretty fun to deal with, pretty fun to like learn and optimize around.
Right.
Like
they're decent, yeah.
It wasn't like anything crazy or like to the point where it's like you're gonna die constantly and stuff, but it was definitely a fun and story based and epic experience, especially like the challenge mode. I remember like challenge mode Hellway being really fun like initially, but
yeah,
I don't know.
So the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is, say you go on a Vindicta trip with 3 of your friends. Are most people going to be happy if they get nothing on that trip, but they did a mass with their friends or whatever? Probably not. I think more people are like happy when they get rewarded for the content, not just because they're doing something social.
Right.
If that makes any sense, kind of in context of the quote.
No,
maybe. I don't know. Do we have any perspective of what these mid-level players think? Because like that's the thing. Because like maybe did they ever do surveys of this stuff? Probably not.
I'm sure they do. No, they do an annual survey, and they do focus groups for sure. The 4 of us talking now, do not have the same amount of information or perspective that Jagex has. Maybe, and this is just stepping outside. Whoa!
No, it's fine.
What are you doing?
It's fine.
The elite player bubble, and saying maybe a larger percentage of the player base does care more about killing bosses with their friends, but we're just looking at it from our individual perspective. It seems a little off. At least it seemed a little off to Omid and I upon first read. They do follow that quote up though with what is, and DMO, you kind of alluded to it, what kind of is the draw of God Wars Dungeon 3 is that it's a new challenge, and also it's a new story. Like it's an epic continuation of what we've been doing in the game, and it's just something new to experience. So they talk about like a trigger event, like almost like a world event, and then the continuation of the RuneScape story. So those things to me are kind of why I would like to be involved in a God Wars Dungeon, rather than, hey, 20 friends of mine, let's go see if we can kill this slightly harder Vindicta in 2 ticks. Like, I don't know if that's really the vast majority of the, what people are trying to do. So
Well,
we could be wrong.
I'm gonna turn on the lights because it's
Are you-
getting really dark.
Are you
Give me
guys
a
looking
second. No,
forward to
I mean-
God Wars Dungeon 3?
No worries.
or-
No worries. I'll still be here.
Are we looking forward? You said.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What do you do? You expect
I'm like
it?
tentative to be like hyped up about it at this point in time because I don't want to be overwhelmingly disappointed, I guess. But
Yeah.
like it's something that I do hope is gonna make like content fun again.
Yeah. Do you think in terms of its reward, it's gonna make it more fun, or do you think in terms of the content itself?
So for me, I'm hoping more that the content is fun, and then for me, like personally, the rewards are kind of a secondary thing. That's more just because like that's the point I'm at in the game where like I want to do things, not get things, I guess.
Yeah.
But if getting new things like having new interesting rewards that like change how combat kind of works as a whole is part of the God Wars dungeon, then yeah, I'd be really excited for that.
I'm hoping most of the fun I'm going to have is at the dungeon itself.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
Even
what
though I
I'm getting
like
at,
going back to things, it's just I've been doing that for like too long now.
Right.
Like I don't want to have to go back so soon. That's why I kind of like don't want to leave Raksha, because I don't want to go back to the usual stuff again.
Mhm.
But at the same time, there's not really that much to do at Raksha in terms of like, improvement and goals. But
Yeah, I'm on the exact same page where I'd rather have the fun at God Wars 3 than
yeah.
have God Wars 3 as a source of potential fun other places.
I mean, look, I feel like they could just make normal mode slightly more difficult than God Wars Dungeon 2, then make the hard mode really challenging and also worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'd be happy with it. It's just I feel like, I don't know. Like that's fine, because then there's the entry level for people, like for anyone to like do the boss, but then there's also stuff for people who want a bit more of a challenge. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like one thing.
I largely agree that I don't really care about rewards at the moment. I just care about fun. That's why I did a lot of ED3, even though if I want to like efficiency mindset, I do nothing but Telos. But just doing that will burn me out a ton. So I would like mix it up, just do other things, learn more things, and have fun that way. Because just doing one thing over and over again, that has its perks, like being able to like really master, be a god at it. But that's also limiting to your perspective, and I feel like that spreading your wings and like expanding your comfort zone is also very, very fun in of its own right. And I'm far more motivated to play for intrinsic value rather than extrinsic and stuff like that. Personally speaking, so it doesn't really matter what they release to me as rewards as of now. I think it's more of like a reactive person rather than proactive in terms of rewards.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much in agreement. What do you think, Gunnar?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree because I think all of us don't really need money-making opportunities. So it's hard to look forward to doing it for that reason. It's just we'd rather have it be enjoyable in and of itself. I do think it will be enjoyable. It's just the question of how they design the reward structure and the difficulty as to whether we do it for, 6 weeks and then don't touch it ever again, or if they do it well and we get the 4 bosses and then some sort of lead up towards the end of the year for like a 5th boss, a next Telos, as it were. I think scaling is probably essential to that longevity. Some sort of scaling, not scaling by amount of players, but scaling as in like in Rage.
Scaling has its own issues though.
Yeah.
As we know from Telos, right?
Telos is incredibly out of control.
Yeah,
it can be abused in a sense very easily.
Yeah.
It's just hard to one up as well in terms of
Yeah.
I mean, like Telos is a very, very good boss, right? Like they have to like one up it in terms of complexity, difficulty, and GP. Good luck, dude.
They don't have to beat it. They don't have. So that's the thing is, I don't think they necessarily have to make it better GP than
better
Telos.
GP. I think that
It doesn't have to be.
I think that's a. Okay, I don't know. I was gonna say
It could be
might
very
like
good.
That might be a bit too idealistic.
Yeah.
That might be
It
a
could
bit
be
too
very good.
idealistic because of the efficiency sets.
Especially if it
Also,
had
my
untradables.
webcam's lagging again.
Yeah.
If it has
fine.
We're good now.
untradables and challenges associated with it, I don't think it necessarily needs to be better money. But you'd hope Telos will have been out for 5 years by the time they come out with a 5th Elder God Wars dungeon boss, if they do. So in 5 years, you'd hope that they've learned a little bit and made some adjustments
It's been
to
5 years.
endgame
I
bosses.
didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, it will have been. It hasn't been yet.
Yeah. All right.
Almost.
I think we're gonna finalize it with Discord Q&A. So if you have questions, Discord will have priority. Then I might take some questions from Twitch chat, but we're gonna kind of like blitz through these. Yeah. So exclamation point Q&A, and I might pick up some from the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask now. All right. So first question: favorite PAG update from the year? Combat related. I don't.
Adrenaline potion reset on crystals. Done.
What were some of the other ones?
Clues. Power burst on Link from Adrenaline pots.
Oh right.
That's a pretty good one.
Was EOF? EOF wasn't
I think
PAG, right?
so.
Yeah, I think I do agree.
I mean, I guess EOF was probably inspired by some of the PAG stuff, right?
Yeah.
I would imagine
Maybe.
so.
I actually don't know.
I do really like the decoupling of the power bursts, to be honest.
that was good.
If only because I've been doing Elite Dungeons and you want that power burst of acceleration to be unlinked from the adrenaline when you're bossing.
It also changed. It changed strats at a few places, like Telos,
Vitality.
like Mage Telos. Like you can Vitality pot P2 and P5 and like
Yep.
tank some autos and live without any trouble. Things like that. Like I like that because it gives you more options, sort of, without being just like inherently overpowered.
Yeah.
So I think that was a really good update. Yeah.
I think some of it was just obvious too, and sometimes the best updates are the ones that you're like, why wasn't it like that from the beginning? So
Yeah.
I'd say that's my answer for sure.
So Penguin asks, are you guys excited for God Wars Dungeon 3 music?
Yes.
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 I think God Wars Dungeon 2 music was pretty damn good.
Music as a whole, like, say what you will about Jagex as a whole, their music team is
Nutty.
amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, I haven't really played the game with music on, but whenever I do hear the music tracks, I think they're always great.
Yeah.
Solak
Right.
had some good audio stuff going on. I think, does Raksha have good music?
It
Yeah.
sounds like
100%. Dude,
it
it's
sounds
so
like
good.
Raining Blood by Slayer.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
very
Yeah,
inspired by
right.
Raining Blood.
Have you heard the AOD music?
Oh,
you should turn it on next time you go.
That's the best part. That's the best part of the fight.
Unless like you had it on while you were streaming your solo attempts, Luca, but I don't remember if you did.
I never did, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I have it on my playlist, but not you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Yeah, it's something that I'd have to like think about doing before.
It's
'cause
so
it
good.
just doesn't cross my mind very often.
Alpu asks, what requirement is Luca AFKing during the podcast?
Nothing. I have no AFK requirements.
All right. Dark Soul asks, what do you think most causes many people's apprehension to learn PvM in RS3? What can JX and or the community do to help them transition to higher tier PvM?
Well, if you want the community to help, I'm sorry. I was about to do the plug thing, but that was cursed at the last second. But on a serious note, I'm not sure on like other people, but I'm personally working on stuff like PvME guides in the background and trying to like improve the guide quality there. And as for Jagex, they really, really have to implement some sort of tutorial in
Yeah.
some way or form, like to guide some people on how to like get better or not, because it's currently pathetic right now.
It's such a big thing to do, to be fair, but they have to like do it, in my opinion. Like,
and it's
try.
RuneScape is such a open game in the sense that there's no real direction, there's no real like linear way of playing. When I say linear, I mean you don't go from like A to B to C and you get all the upgrades, like all the, like you go from like all tier 60s to 70s by going through this linear path, right? It's just you can either go do quests, or you can do this one skill, you can do this one boss. It's just so many different paths at like every level, and to a degree it's like arbitrary, but that's what makes RuneScape, and that's what
like that's a double-edged sword, and I don't know how you can get around that, because that's one of RuneScape's amazing quirks. I mean qualities, not quirks. Qualities is that you know, you can just do things in a non-linear order.
Yeah, but it also makes it very hard to tutorialize, right? Like it's so hard to guide players through all of these when there's so much in different directions.
It's very concerning that Jagex, at least to me, if you were to ask Jagex to make a PvM tutorial, I think most people would see that as a standalone. Like if you ask Jagex, people would have this idea in their mind as a standalone, guiding you from not knowing how to use abilities to knowing what they do, knowing defensives, knowing weapons, stuff like that. I don't think, at least that's not what I would be suggesting to Jagex. I would be suggesting some sort of pathing system that tells you God Wars Dungeon 1 has minimal bossing mechanics. Here's its difficulty. Here's the recommendation. Following that, recommend something in between, like a QBD, then like a God Wars Dungeon 2, just to introduce players to the mechanics. Omid and I have talked about this before, is something like Hellware should tell you, and potentially even if you're in tutorial mode, like pause your screen when Hellware does the bleed attack and say, this is a perfect opportunity to equip a shield in Rezo, just so people know these mechanics exist. I would hate to see it be a standalone that doesn't really engage with the rest of the game. I feel like it wouldn't be as RuneScapey as integrated within the PvM progression that already exists.
Yeah, or they could like directly
they can just direct, like, you know how the wiki is now integrated.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like have like PvMe guides, just like, I don't know,
like the way they
could do something quite easily, huh?
So if you go to like the tactics page of a boss,
you go into the boss tab and you just click on a boss, and it'd be like PvMe guide, and it'd be like a drop down, and it'd be like AFK, mid-level, high-level, speeds, I don't know, like literally all the guides from PvMe listed in game, and you click on it and you just open up the page, and it'd be like all of the guides would be like imported onto like something similar to the wiki. It
could just be on the wiki, and it could link you.
It could just be on the wiki and it just link you to that. Yeah,
I think they're more likely to do that. Somebody should tweet at Jagex.
That's actually
that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I would love them to get some actual support, because like when Jagex was Shadow Zone, they shout out Aris Pocketbook.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oof.
Which is,
that was quite.
I remember the
very
MOH tweet series on the Pocketbook. I don't know if anybody saw that. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, can I go to the next question?
Yeah.
I thought it's like I saw it like change to different scenes. Like, wait a minute, huh?
Yeah, I'm grabbing questions. That's why.
That's
also, if you guys see any questions that like interest you in the chat, how do you think macros would work as a greater upgraded abilities? A wider system would be more viable in the long run. as a so it would macro.
I can see
No.
maybe.
So if you have something in your inventory, so for example, greater bladed dive would just check if you have a main and offhand melee weapon in your inventory.
I don't
and you
know
can
if
use
I
it.
like that. I don't like the unless I misinterpreted the question. I don't like the idea of unlocking an upgrade and it allowing you to do that. I don't like it being like. I mean, am I understanding the question correctly?
I don't know. That was my
Like, are they
summary
saying
based
like
on my understanding.
macros essentially are locked behind rewards?
I mean, I don't mind that. There's a lot of QOL that's
How do you
behind
think
reward
macros would
space.
work as greater / upgraded abilities? I think that's what he means. I don't
Sounds
know.
clunky as hell, if
I-
you're asking me.
I personally don't like that. I think if macros do get implemented, it should just be like a base system.
Someone brought up lacerations. No, that's not how. That's not it. Because laceration just like just lets you
Use a two-handed ability.
or
instead of
one just a one-handed melee weapon. That's not just not the same.
People should have the brain to check YouTube or wiki. Well, in most games, they have
You don't have to.
You don't have to, yeah, because the game teaches you. RuneScape is like such a community-driven game. It's insane, by the way. There is no other game out there that has the amount of like resources that RuneScape has in terms of third party. I'm talking like wikis, YouTube guides. It's not even close. It's like
Isn't the RuneScape wiki huge? Like the biggest wiki period?
Yeah, like I remember checking out the WoW wiki a few times and it's complete fucking garbage. Like, and WoW is obviously has more players. But all right, anyways, next question. With the introduction of Raksha, prayer flicking has been brought even more into the spotlight as a way of mitigating damage. Do you think the current cap of 60% mitigation is enough, or does it feel bad that even if you do everything right, you still take 40% damage? Would there be any significant impact on the skill ceiling if this protection was increased to 100% with the Amulet Souls? That I don't agree with that personally.
I don't.
Well, so the answer is yes. There would be a change.
There would be a huge. There'd be two.
There would be massive change, and also here's the thing: Raksha already protects more damage inherently
than normal. Is it like 75%?
Might be. I don't know.
There are other modifiers in the game too to deflect / protection prayers.
Right,
so
Amulet
not
Soul
always
alone is
60,
huge.
Yeah. It's unnecessary. Did you guys?
I think part of the part of what like makes like combat a little bit more interesting is soul split flicking, and then if you don't ever have to heal back your HP, then that kind of completely goes away, right?
Right.
If you have like 100% reduction, and I don't think that's like you're just removing, and you're also removing devotion as an ability.
Yeah, you can't use devotion as like a way to mitigate damage, as like a strategic way to protect yourself.
Do you guys think inflation is a problem in RS? If so, I mean, I guess we've talked about this. Do you think JMods should say if they're going to touch Grey Ricochet or not? They've been completely silent on it since week 2 release. Do you think they should like announce something before they do it, or?
They did the same. They did it for Ripper Demon, so they could have done it here. It's just that.
What do you think the pros and cons are of announcing it versus not announcing it?
I think the main con is that like whenever you say that you're going to do something, the effects of doing that thing take place whenever you say it, not when you do it.
Yep.
Right.
So like if you say that you're going to nerf Ricochet, then everybody is already acting as if Ricochet is currently nerfed.
Yeah.
You don't even have to say it's going to be nerfed. You can just say we're reviewing the
exactly.
Ricochet ability.
So the action of saying it just inherently changes things immediately. But I don't really know if that's a bad thing exactly, because I guess the downside of that is that for like something like Ricochet in particular, people will miss out on money making for however long it takes for it to actually happen. But on the upside, people won't be spending a ton of money on an ability that isn't
Will be
going to be
good
what
forever,
they're
yeah.
paying for
Yeah.
in a couple of weeks or a couple of days, couple months, whatever it is.
I think they could couple it with other changes, right? So if they decided Divert wasn't in a good place or Greater Chain wasn't in a good place as compared to Ricochet, they could just say we're looking at all of the Raksha codices and expect to have, changes in place in the near future. That's enough to me that gives people who are on the fence the needed apprehension to not spend 900 mil, right? It will have some market impact, but it won't have the same as saying, Greater Ricochet is overperforming. We'll let you know. So
So Darkstorm asks, when will DMO's bathwater be going up for sale? I would like to get one of the first bottles.
Wow. My DMs are open.
Whoa. Shouldn't have said
yeah.
that. Now you're gonna get a flood of DMs.
I don't know if you can advertise Gamer Boy bathwater on Twitch.
All right, Dmo. I got my water bottle prepared.
Oh boy, you gonna send it my way? And,
Lucario is first in line. He looks very serious about it as well. All right, how feasible?
What the people want, right?
How feasible is the idea of a fourth combat style?
We have that summoning.
Okay, that's.
I mean, plenty of other games have dozens of other combat styles. It's feasible.
When he says combat style, I mean like he means something similar to range melee or.
Yeah.
Range melee and
It's feasible.
What's the other
just the
style?
balancing and
Who knows,
I don't.
man?
Are you talking about the one that was removed like a couple months ago?
I think so.
I don't remember what it's called.
Okay.
Maybe you can use like these quote unquote runes. Maybe like this game is called RuneScape, but we don't really have any use for them. Anyone got any ideas?
I mean,
I think you can disruption shield with range and melee. I don't know.
Great.
Something like that.
what if there was like, I don't know, like going back to what I said like a while back, where there's a support skill or like a support style that you use rotations essentially on other players. Like you have to like
Could be
target
interesting,
players.
Yeah, it
by
could be really
clicking, like-
good.
So
Like, you have to
basically,
Sorry, go on.
oh, I got an idea. The dancing skill, where all you do break dances on the floor, and the
Okay.
side of it invigorates your teammates to do better because they'll be like, "Oh boy, this guy's gonna floss on my enemies, and I'm gonna
Floss.
go get ready to pummel him
Lost
to
the
the ground."
boss away, someone said. God damn it. I hate you guys.
Raise morale. Hey, barding is a combat class in a lot of Final Fantasies and stuff. It could
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, it's literally just like this dance or like play music. You're like, "I'm helping, guys."
Great.
Or just
It's
go
not
to
gonna
Monster
happen.
Hunter, or go to
It's-
Monster Hunter route.
Yeah.
Just play
Do you
music.
think that would be a bigger update than a boss?
Sorry, what
Okay,
was the
so
first part of the question?
let's say the fifth boss. Would you be more excited for a new combat style or the fifth boss from Elder God Wars Dungeon?
Fifth boss.
Okay.
I don't think we need a new combat style.
I
I mean, we need a
What
we
if it
need
was
a third
completely
combat
new?
style.
What if it like introduced a completely new way of playing? And it was like, I don't know, like. I feel like
you
the
do
My
now.
issue, no matter how interesting it is, you're just going to be applying it to the same
That's
situations.
Yeah.
So, like, even if you're going about things in a completely different way, like it feels too familiar because you're doing it at the same places that I
Right.
don't think you'll get the same enjoyment.
Okay, yeah, that's very fair. I think if they were to ever do that, they'd have to have a point in the game where people are very happy with the PvM content that they have and the PvM content that they're getting, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Do you feel motivated by global announcements, e.g., Telos and Rage pushing when it was released?
No.
You don't?
Wait.
Well,
do you
motivated
mean
is
like?
probably I get I got like excited whenever I saw like someone hitting a new milestone. Just because,
Okay. I thought this was for myself.
X person was the first one to achieve 500%.
Okay, that is
Yeah, I think
cool.
that's cool.
I like that.
Okay.
But for myself, if I got my own like broadcast, like I got.
Oh no, I think he
True
actually.
Warden.
I think he meant what you thought. I just misread it. I think he does.
I
mean
think.
by.
Oh.
I think, anyways. I don't know anymore.
Well, okay, I'll cover both of my bases. I like it when other people get theirs because that will be really, really cool. But for me personally, that's not what drives me to do things.
Yeah. So basically, there being like a world first announcement behind doing something.
Yeah,
does that
but it's
drive
not
you?
something I will explicitly go after.
Okay.
It'll just be cool, but like not really. Like
I definitely like world first announcements. Mostly.
I think it's cool.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Sorry. I think it's cool, and it would be very cool to have like a more permanent fixture that has those kind of things. I think they did it for Ambassador, where like
Ambassador had like top
the first like
10.
however many people killed it.
Yeah, they
or,
didn't
like,
tell people about it. Like people, that was people just didn't expect it, I guess, just because it wasn't a thing for 1 and 2, right?
Right.
What do people think of ModPie discussing removing canceling abilities like destroy early, giving an advantage? Did I read that right?
Yeah.
He did talk about that on Twitter.
Yeah, he said. So, I had an issue with that tweet because the initial tweet was very, very ambiguous and misleading. He was essentially like the way that the tweet originally sounded was, "Hey, we're talking about just removing ability canceling, essentially. How would you feel about that?" And like, obviously, that's like not being able to cancel
limited.
abilities would be very strange.
Yeah.
But
It's still limited.
the actual intent of the question, from what I understand, was if
Revo.
you are like using a Revo, whatever, like, do you have to manually cancel these abilities, like, or wait the extra tick or 2 ticks that you lose at the end of a channel?
I think streamlining that for Revolution could end up being a positive change.
I think it's a very positive change because
it will just provide
doesn't
people like
it doesn't like unnecessarily just like outright nerf these abilities because you're losing all this time using.
right.
Which I think is good. I don't think that everybody should have to be maximizing inputs to
Perhaps
like,
this
do
is,
well
this
at
is
the
one
game.
case where you can give up that like timing, like learning a timing thing, and just say this is the timing, learn it, and then you can use it when you go full manual.
Yeah, I think it would be a good change. I think it would make it less cumbersome for new players.
I agree.
If you had to guess how much of the player base is actively using or at least familiar with full manual, and how does this impact development / perception of RS3 PvM?
We got exact number for this like years ago, and full manual is like 20%.
That's more than I thought.
I have not the
that's
slightest
way
idea.
more.
I would have said probably 5 to 10%, but
That's what I
it would
would-
That
just
was
be
a long
like
time ago. I think
it would just
Maybe-
be pure gut feeling, no clue.
So how do you think that like alters the impact on the RS3 updates that we get, or like PvM updates that we get? Do you think that they take into consideration, is this doable with Revolution, etc.? Like, do you think that they're developing Elagaro's dungeon around Revolution / mobile? Do you think they're taking that into consideration, or do you think that's gonna be like right at the bottom when they look at it? I don't know, but like
That's a very
No,
tough question.
I think it's definitely involved in their play testing, right? So when they try to slot something for difficulty, which they don't always get it right, but when they try to determine how difficult upcoming content is, I think they give it to playtesters with varying degrees of skill. So whether or not somebody can just absolutely can't do it on Revolution definitely comes into play when they look at whether a boss is too difficult or not. I would think that much is certain. but whether it impacts how they change the boss prior to release, I don't think any of us can say. I think it's a, complicated Jagex internal question.
Right.
Rise of Dawn asks, what about changing the attack range from dual-wield range weapons to be the same as two-handed weapons, since dual-wield/two-handed swapping drags people in if they stand in max two-handed range? What is the point of...
It's 9 to 7, yeah.
Yeah, but what's
I
the
don't
point?
understand why it's like that. I think it's just
I guess
crossbows feel smaller and like they shoot less far. So
I mean
Right.
attack range was a big part of pre-EOC, and that just carried over to EOC as a whole.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think it's actually significant for ranged. So like for magic and range. Since
Well,
you're
it's
in
not.
melee distance.
At the very least for EOC, it doesn't really matter too much.
Right.
Although that being said, if we brought back something like hard mode Virago, where you do need to keep your distance from everyone else, then it would be relevant.
but the thing is why does dual wield specifically for range have that
Right.
disadvantage? Like, what's the point? What's the upside?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Where it's not really
Yeah.
relevant. Like they shouldn't.
It doesn't.
There's not
make
really
sense.
a reason for them to be different, in my opinion. It's more of an annoyance than.
So it would be the question would be, should they buff dual wield, not should they nerf other things. I think a long time ago it was part of the value proposition for like Saren Godbow, was it's got a 9 square range, and same thing with Eldritch. It was like, how do we make this better or more desirable in this day and age? So
didn't SGB have like a 7 tile range when it came?
Yeah,
It was
they
short
upped
range.
it.
Okay.
They upped
okay.
it. Yeah. So it was just part of the value propositions for those particular items. I don't think there's any reason for things to have 7 in this day and age. So
yeah, I'd prefer they just match. It would make life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was some kind of upside.
Chinchompas are 9 range. You guys know that?
Wait,
Are they?
They are 9 range. Like,
Wait,
you
so
can go in there.
Wait, I didn't.
It's
know-
because it's based off the offhand range. That's why Excalibur
Oh.
also puts you MD, because that's 1 range.
Right. I actually didn't know that. Huh.
That is so funny because that logically makes 0 sense compared to a crossbow.
Yeah, I agree. It's very strange.
All right. Well, last question. It's Volcrade asks, it's pretty challenging for newer players to understand the ticks in game. I mean, ability stalling, forcing auto attacks, following tick perfect rotations, etc. can't really be done efficiently on Revolution that most new players use. How would you implement a better transition to full manual? Well, sorry, Omid. It's fine. It's not
You'll
like
go first.
I'm the podcast host over here, Lucario. Right?
I'm sorry, but yeah, you can go for it.
Of course I can. I make the rules. I'm joking. Actually, you go first. I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Unfortunate. See, what I was thinking is that I don't think any of that should really necessarily be taught that much in the game, like ability style and all that. That would be like more advanced stuff. Maybe you could put it somewhere in the game. It's just that's not like a priority. A priority for me for teaching people full manual would be like, always make sure that you can control the flow of your basics to rotate the strongest basics in and out, and using all that stuff properly. That will be the main focus of full manual. And like stopping, when to know when to stop attacking in order to use a defensive properly, stuff like that. That will be what I would consider like the biggest part of full manual. All the other stuff there, like ability stalling, etc., I feel like, again, they shouldn't really be like super out there in the game, just out there as like player guides. But if you had like a section there, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think like things like ticks and stuff are fine to explain, but like ability stalling, forcing auto attacks can be stuff that are like much more like in advanced sections. And also like I feel like they could. So what a lot of other games have, and what has like kind of been offered to RuneScape and JX is like a system which logs all your abilities and all your inputs. And a lot of these websites are essentially like advertised by the respective companies, and a lot of these just give direct feedback on how to improve and what you're doing and what you're missing, etc. So I think something like that, considering that RuneScape 3 has gone more towards a PvM centric kind of like updates, and obviously advanced PvM more than it ever has, I think a system like that would be really good, where it basically would tell you, hey, you used slice 20 times, you try using like it would just give you like it would just like look at what you've done and give you like automated general feedback, like you've used slice this many times, your decimate was off off cooldown for like 50% of the fight, which you could have used over slice, which is more, and it would like tell you it's more damage, or it would tell you like you didn't use dismember once, dismember does this much damage compared to X, like there's a lot of like general automated feedback that would help. Like every time I play like another MMORPG, I use that system, because that system is like integrated in a lot of games, and they work with those developers to make them work, right? And it's just such an amazing like feature, because just like,
I mean, yeah,
you just upload your rotation, and it literally goes, okay, you did this wrong, and it tells you, and it gives you a reason why, and it tells you how to improve. It's such an amazing feature that I wish RuneScape had. And they actually, like, the developers of this program reached out to RuneScape, so I don't know what has happened ever since then, but like they've been given the opportunity to use the system. But I think that would
take like all of the, like, because right now all of the effort goes through like VOD reviewing, and there's a very limited pool of people who are, one, I guess, qualified to do that, and two, who are willing to do that. And the second thing limits that pool hugely.
Yeah.
Like and it's not wrong for people to not want to do it. It's like a lot of effort, but
it's also a lot of effort, because when you're VOD reviewing, you have to be like, okay, what abilities is you, and it can be hard to see what ability they're using, right?
Exactly.
And it's just like you have to like keep up with that, and it can be very like difficult. Than like if it was like automated, and it could just like
the output,
and you could just like literally list it in a timeline. But for VOD reviewing, it can be very hard. You can just, it's easy to like detect like general stuff that someone's doing wrong if they're making a mistake in terms of mechanics, but it's a lot harder to just like give feedback on rotation, just because, from my experience anyways, like literally I'm just like, I have to like pause it like half the time and just be like, did they use this ability at this time? What ability did they use? I have to like scan the whole fucking action bars to see what they actually used. And it's just,
You gotta get the magnifying glass out, baby.
Yeah, I think it would be like a really awesome thing to have if it's actually viable to do.
It's just mostly,
I don't know how
from what
integrating that would work.
From what I've read on the Twitter thread, it's just basically JX have to be willing to give up the information and stuff, and like the sources that they need to make this happen, because obviously it just essentially just reads from the game and tracks it, right? So I don't know. I mean, I was like so excited, because I thought that the like an opportunity like that for RuneScape is like huge, right? Because they reached out to Jay, so I was like, what the hell? Like, please, like, take this, because this is like probably one of the greatest resources for improving, in my opinion, like easily above like introductory and basic stuff. But
I think it'd be awesome.
All right, I think, sorry, I kind of rambled at the end.
No worries.
Do we have anything else that we want to mention or anything before we close this out? We may have gone like 3 or 4 hours longer than we wanted.
Maybe just double the length we anticipated.
But, it happens.
Fine.
I talk too much. Sorry.
I talk too much as well.
Yeah.
So
All of us but DMO talk too much, to be honest.
I try to be concise if I can, but there's nothing wrong with talking.
Right.
I really liked it. So I guess I'll just end on thank you for coming on. I really, you guys don't know how much it means for you guys to take this much amount of time and be this much like this patient to come on and stay on for this long and not be like, Ahmed, fucking, this is too long. Like, let me out, you know?
No. If I can, I'll stay for another 3 hours. Wait, no, that's a joke. No.
But
No, of course, thank you for having us.
I really appreciate
Thank you, Ahmed, for letting me on.
No, I've been
It's
wanting
always
to
an honor.
have you on for such a long time, but you know, there was no PvM updates really, like bosses. So I was like, you know, but yeah, like I said, I appreciate you guys coming on. If you guys have not checked DMO, he's only been playing for like 2 years and he's already like a god at the game, right? Like this guy just pops off. And if you guys, I mean, you guys will have known of Lucario. The man has gone full time recently. Make sure to go check him out. Go to his channel, use your Prime, Bloof, Death's Office, Meme Ghost, AOD, Depression. That's a really sad name. Go to his channel, use Prime, support your boy. Alright. Thank you for watching. And any last words?
Just thank you again for having me on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, my guy.
Of course, it's always a pleasure talking to you as well and having you on. So, why are you ignoring Darkstorm's question? What is Darkstorm's question? Who is the best host? Oh shit, we're not doing this again.
I'm busy. Sorry.
All right, who's the best host? Wait, how did we do this last time again? Oh yeah,
you don't want the answer to that question.
Oh right. DMO, me or Gunner?
What's up?
Come on, easy clap.
I feel very put on the spot here. I got to look at Gunner's beautiful face here on my main monitor the whole time, and I only saw you on my second monitor.
Does that mean I win or lose?
I guess you have to win. I don't know.
All right.
But I'd also like to be invited back.
I'm sorry, guys. DMO had to leave.
You will not be returning.
What about you?
You're putting me on the spot here too, my guy.
Alright, I'll bring you back, dude.
It's fine. Omid never wins this competition.
You're both great hosts.
Yeah, you're both fantastic
No.
hosts.
I'm the host. He is the co-host. All right.
Oh, I see.
How about you both of you guys are co-hosts?
What? Who's the host?
There is no one host.
That's a
There is
demotion.
no one host. Let's
All
go.
right. All right, we're at 7 hours. It's a good time. Good time to quit.
Yes, baby.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you so
watching,
much, guys.
Take care.